Is it though?
Yay!
I mean, the coverage probably will be,
You
right?
Hey, I learned
the
something
misery.
today. So I collect trading cards, and one of the
Whoa.
things, one of the cards I got from eBay, I wanted for a little set, I want to display, and it came graded from PSA, and it's in that little plastic, it's a little plastic container that has the card, and it has on the top segment, it's got like the text of what the card is, the set, the grading number, all that. And I was like, well, I don't care about the grading really. I just want to put it in a display alongside another card. So it arrived here, and I'm trying to get it out of that little plastic case that it gets graded and put in. And I for the life of me, I could not figure out how to actually open it up. And when I Googled how to get the card out of the case, you have to use like pliers and like physically break it out of the case in order to free the card from that graded case.
Oh.
So I don't have pliers. I'll have to go to my folks' place and get some.
You don't have pliers?
But that is
What a
I
loser.
don't actually, well, not,
Where's your
I think I have like
toolbox,
little ones.
Rags?
I have little pliers, but not like heavy, like we're talking heavy duty pliers to cut through the corners of a plastic container.
Just use your gun. What are you doing?
I should. You know, did you know that that thought actually kind of ran
Yeah.
through my mind, where I could just shoot the corner of it with a pistol and it
Yeah,
would break
easy.
it out of the case? But I was like, that's illegal.
I mean, you could have just asked me.
Where I am
Well, you could
now,
get Boogie to
it's
do it.
illegal where I am now. I could, yeah.
You just
hold
need
it
to
up
hold it up
for
into
him.
the air so you can shoot up.
I could hold it near a school zone. Just hold it up in the air.
If he was like a trading card himself, you'd like bonus attack damage when in a school zone. Anyway, welcome everyone. Welcome. We're probably going to get started up sooner rather than later because we don't have all of the time in the world today, but we are going to get through, hopefully, episodes 6 and 7. 6 being the end of our Act 2 and the close of a storyline that everyone has come to love. A certain character's journey coming to an end. And then episode 7, considered broadly, and I guess but personally by pretty much everyone, to be the greatest episode of the season. I'd be curious if we can see if we can figure out why, or if we maybe have a different take. Who can say?
I have a hunch as to
I
why.
guess we'll find out.
You know, that's okay.
A hunch. All right, good.
Well, yeah, it's like the Agatha episode with Lillian. Is like, oh, this is really, really shit. I can see why people think this is amazing, though.
But on top of that, if we have some time, we'll certainly do it next week. If we can't do it this week, I've got some extra bits to talk about that I think many people here already are familiar with. Some meta things be happening. Broadly speaking, just explaining why this season is the way that it is, and watching the meta on this season slowly shrink and sink, and you know, inevitably
Quick turnover
sour.
on this one.
It's interesting. I'd say it's the complete reverse of what happened in the first season, where gradually more and more word and mouth spread, and more praise, and then more and more people being like, "Holy shit, that's really good!" Getting more and more criticism. Isn't that crazy?
People just noticing things. That little voice in their brains is kind of telling them, "Hey,
This is
hey, I
poopy."
just sort of noticed something. Thought I'd let you know. There's some issues that you might not have noticed on."
Well,
Think of all the burnt goodwill that it took to, because you know they made the League of Legends TV show kind of something to be taken seriously. That's a lot of goodwill to burn pretty quickly.
I've already seen several people be like, "Well, it is League of Legends. What do you expect?" It's like, "Oh no,
We're back. We're so back.
We're back to that. Oh well, they tried." Well. Anyway, yes, we're starting with 6, which where we last left off. The last big payoff we had was Happy Families, right? Collected back up. It was great. It was very invested in how methodically well developed those events were. We can express a bit more.
It's going to be a little
assessment as we
fun
go.
for me because I've already done all of this, and now just having a little bit of distance between it and now coming back again.
Coming back to an old
I
friend.
don't think it's going to be better.
You're a pioneer.
I am. I'm just a
And the
trailblazer.
pioneer went
if you
back
will.
in.
You are trailblazing into uncharted territory of criticizing Arcane Season 2,
might
as
be the
everyone else
first
still hasn't come
person
around yet.
who's criticized this twice, Metal. So, how does it feel?
Yeah. Please subscribe.
All right, well, we open on a spinning, rolling gear. What could that mean? I suppose we'll find out later. And Victor seems to be watching what happened in the end of the previous episode with his good old god pose and white hair, hanging out with Sky, of all people. And this for me, is certainly when first watching it, I was very much like, huh? Like, well, okay, I guess, yeah, Victor, this is obviously like an artistic and abstract version of what Victor probably experiences, right? He's like a cosmic being of super intelligence, and this is a way to have us understand what it probably feels like to be him. But the first question on my mind was, is Sky going to be, like, is that actually her, or is that the Hex Core manipulating him? And you have to sort of just keep an eye on the dialogue to
warped beyond
make a
what
decision.
she originally was. Yeah.
Yeah, because he
not quite sure.
definitely had some feelings for her, or at least in the way that she had died, and it would make sense to use her as a sort of like a person to manipulate him in whatever way you want to try. Suppose we will see. And he says that's not Jace. When he smooshed Salo, that's what the last thing was, actually, the big old smooshing. And he said there's something else at work within him. And Sky says, I thought I heard something just before the portal closed, ancient like a voice. So all of us have seen the rest of the show. It is interesting to look back on some of these parts and be like, I'm not entirely sure exactly where they were hoping. Like, what does this add to, do you think?
I think you're left, all you can really do with that is that this is the thing that Sky is trying to gaslight him, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little bit left with
I think this general. Well, I mean, spoilers, but I think a lot of this plot line and where it goes is going to be filled with a lot of answers that are, I don't know. What does this mean? How does this work?
I think it was
and what just happened.
I'm still not entirely sure that I understand the whole wild rune thing, because they don't explain it really at all after episode 3, and they barely explain it in episode 3.
Well, that was the thing. I enjoyed that start. Yeah, but then they never really give you more. It was like, okay.
That is the explanation. That's not just like, here's a primer on how it works. We'll explore more in the future as it becomes very relevant, because we have very intelligent people who have a lot of vested interest in this topic, who need to be able to tell the audience how it works. They really don't go past that initial explanation with Echo.
It's like, they gave you a free sample, then you went back and asked for more, and they were like, no, that was it.
That is the course.
But I have money. I'll give you money. I liked what you gave me the first time.
No, that was the whole thing.
Oh, I will take your money, though.
I have a really big problem with Victor. I think I mentioned this last time, but the fact that I don't know if it just happened off screen, but he doesn't seem all that interested in an examination or nuanced understanding of what it is exactly that he is and is doing.
Yeah, we skipped that. It feels.
Yeah. That's.
He just accepts that this is my existence now. This is me now. This is what's happening. All right.
This is my power, so I'm going to just start doing it to people, I guess.
It's really, really lame considering where his story ended in season 1.
Yeah,
we're so far from that it almost feels like we're watching a totally new
Victor never really loaded in. Yeah, he never.
The save file was very corrupted, and so when you kept the playthrough going, you realize
it goes back to what we said in episode 1. We skipped everyone seeing him in the fucking goon tomb being shocked. We didn't get that.
Yeah,
I forgot you.
No one was shocked.
I didn't call it that. Someone else did, and they were funny for it.
You in the general sense, okay?
Mel was mildly perturbed.
She's the only one that...
She wasn't really, though. That's my thing. She comes in, she's like, this looks, as opposed to, what the fuck?
Nobody even tried to touch it, and spikes came out of it.
It's so funny. Nobody treats man-made horrors beyond their comprehensions as man-made horrors beyond their comprehensions. They're just like, oh, that's a thing now, I guess. So many different cases, like Warwick as well.
Yeah, true. Victor in season 2 reminds me of Celebrimbor in season 2 of Rings of Power, which I did not want to make the comparison, because in both cases they just sort of accept things and they're under the sway of another, and you never really understand what they think until well, until, I mean, later in the series, we get a little bit of clarification. But for now, it just seems as though he is being influenced by the hex core that was used to like resurrect him, essentially. And so we can just kind of justify everything that he does by saying that the hex core fucked with his brain and made him do it.
Which is really lame as an answer.
Yeah,
it's
awful.
really, really boring.
But I think that's the only, because like at this point in the story, his objective is to seemingly just heal people and to just be like techno Jesus. But at the same time, he's also not the Victor that we knew from season 1, because what has just happened is he saw Jinx squash Sallow with the hammer, and then his response is, "Oh no, poor Sallow." Like anyway, like he doesn't react emotionally at all. Like, what the fuck is wrong with Jace? So yeah, I don't know.
No, yeah,
he's been stripped of his character.
It's just like there's just transitionary scenes that we really would have appreciated. I would have loved to have seen him
like when he comes out of the goon tomb.
Obviously,
we don't get anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I mean that's this whole season, isn't it?
It also gives you an excuse to help the audience understand what's happening, as opposed to this where I'm like, oh, all right.
Look at a lot of the cosmos with white hair now.
Yeah, Jesus.
I see.
Yeah.
Face Jesus.
I am.
Yeah, that's like a lot of the season, pretty much. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, we're here now. What happened to all the things in between? It's like, it's all happened off screen. Get used to it. It's like, oh, thanks.
You got this visual of like a sphere that's goompy arcane stuff, which looks just like the one that they get later for Heimerdinger and Echo's little device. What exactly is that supposed to be specifically in relation to all the Hextech arcane flimflammery that we know of?
It's quote unquote the anomaly, which I think is supposed to just be whatever the hex core turned into when Victor started interfacing with it more.
Wait, the anomaly is the hex core?
That's I guess, so. But it's also coming from the base of the hex gates.
Well, okay, so what I thought was happening was that they constructed the hex gates, which was on the surface, and then it has the tunnel going down into the bottom where it has this failsafe that was constructed to, in case anything went wrong. And then because of the magical energy that was being used within this whole thing, that then created the anomaly almost layered over the top of the failsafe that was underground, kind of like a rip into an alternate dimension kind of thing. That's what I thought. If it's got something to do with the hex core, then I think I missed something. But they haven't explained it very well at all.
The hex core visually looks a lot like that when Victor starts fucking with it, right? So that would be all I really have to go off of.
The difficult thing, every Victor scene, we're going to be doing this. So
what is going on? I don't know. Yeah. What do you think?
Also, Das is too busy to join us, but he's very much hoping to be here for next week. Nutsa is ill, but she's likely going to join us next week. So it is.
This show made her ill.
Yes, correct, 100%, definitely that. Regardless about the anomaly, Victor says this is a sophisticated conjuration, a singularity, simultaneously self-replicating and self-annihilating. We've never seen complexity like this. Flawless, exquisite chaos.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's very like... I guarantee 99.999% of the audience went, this will make sense later.
Wow, that sounds weird.
I was just like, that's some fucking technical mumbo jumbo. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it was like, this is gonna make sense. Give it time.
This felt like really weird. I don't know, Trek science or something, like Star Trek science, where like the capacitor goes through the flux Olympus, and it's like, yeah,
not
it does.
People are very offended the dead horse. That's how Star Trek does that. Modern Star Trek, probably.
Not to beat the dead horse, but what happened to you have to destroy it, Jace, because I can't?
We're done with that.
Oh, he was just emotional.
He's a different character now. We skipped it. He was my favorite remaining character, and it feels like saying that doesn't even mean anything because
you don't understand,
dude. The amount of times in the show you'll be like, "Oh, my favorite character." They speak one line. Who are you?
Yeah, they changed their mind off screen completely.
To borrow a good meme from the Victor player base in League of Legends, because they're going through it right now due to related events, shall we say. He's Vincent. He's not Victor. Victor never showed up. It's Vincent. They've started calling the new Victor Vincent because they fully reject it.
That's funny.
There are many memes that we could reference, but I feel like we're going to get further along in this story before we can talk about some more meta things, but yes. So...
one thing very briefly that I want to mention, I promise it will be brief, is I hate that Victor says he watches what happens and he says, that isn't Jace. There is another will at work within him. That to me is seemingly meant to imply that it's like, oh, he's an alternate reality version of Jace, or he's been possessed by Satan, or something to excuse Jace's actions, so that way we're not watching this episode and thinking, why is Jace a murderer?
Are you saying that once you get the answer, that is not a very satisfying way to refer to that character?
Yes, because when Victor says, when he says that isn't Jace, I think they deliberately threw that line at the start of the episode to kind of put the viewer's mind at ease. And I guess we'll leave that there.
I guess it feels more like a misdirect. So that like, oh, what is going on? And then you get the reveal of why this is happening. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, even though the whole time you're watching, like, well, obviously you're hiding information from us. Clearly you're hiding like why he's doing this. So
it's manipulative in that capacity as well, because we have Victor, who at this point in time is like, if anyone knows what the fuck is going on, it's this guy. So when he says that, you're very much inclined to believe it, especially since it doesn't seem rooted in necessarily any of Victor's character traits, because Victor isn't here.
Well, we get the intro, of course, and then we move on to good old Ambessa and Caitlin having a little training sesh, as you do. There's a big old speech here I want to talk about. I want to talk about writing. That's what we're here to do today, okay?
All right.
So I'm going to read it out, and you're welcome to stop me if you want to, but I'll try and get through the whole thing anyway. And this is a bit paraphrased. So she says, Noxus prizes strength above all else, defining it by 3 core principles. Vision, the top of the triangle, charting a course and having the wisdom to navigate it. This form is your base. Your eyes see what others don't. Might, bending your environment to your will. Your speed is improving, but eventually you need force. And then Caitlin says, too much force exposes you to risk. And Ambessa says, indeed, the last is guile, phantoms, tricksters, mages, absent honor, absent accountability. Remember this, Caitlin. Tunnels in your eyes, lava in your veins, shadows in your heart. This is the truth of combat. I've discovered a 4th principle, one that heightens all others. Sacrifice, the temper born of suffering. We understand it as others cannot. We are kin. That is her lesson to Caitlin in this sequence.
It's a bit messy.
I am not a fan of it at all.
No.
This isn't helpful at all, teacher.
I would say it's become extremely complicated immediately. She says there's like a triangle, and at the top is vision to see where you're headed.
Is there any reason why that one's at the top?
They're
the
expositing. This is League of Legends lore. They're expositing Noxus to you.
Yeah, before anybody jumps to like, well, actually, this is what it says. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what I think of what's been said here, whether or not it's present in League of Legends. So you see where you're heading, but you also need wisdom to navigate that, which feels like the second part of the triangle before we've even gotten to the second one. And she says you need might, because that bends your environment to your will, meaning the environment yours to change, but you also need will. And then she says your speed is improving in the middle of all of this, which is like, is speed one of the things? I don't know. And then force is important.
Commentary on their sparring,
meaning strength. Well, yeah, but still, like, why would you want to throw that in the middle of trying to be clear on this?
Because you have to flow like water between topics.
Getting to a hexagon here, I feel.
Yeah, it is.
Well, she says number 3 is guile, and then essentially that's the ability to see through bullshit from mages and illusionists and stuff. And it's like, wouldn't this come under the vision part? Somewhat,
she
or at least you could.
Guile and says, but she's essentially saying no. But guile is one of the principles, but it's shit though. You don't need don't think about that one. It's for the stupid people who are like evil and do bad stuff.
Our magic though is the tits, and it's fucking great. You'll see what I mean. But it's the good magic.
To close out, my impression then of the 3 core principles that Noxians prize would be vision, wisdom, might, will, speed, force, guile, and sacrifice.
Yeah, they've taken what should be like not a particularly difficult set of ideas to convey. Like, okay, so what's strength? It is vision, guile, and might. I feel like you can do this quite easily. And they've made it incredibly complicated in the name of digging into the philosophy behind it, but failing to do so.
I don't know more about Noxus at the end of that speech than I did before. If anything, I'm just like it feels like you're throwing around just like random traits about things without.
I feel like you don't know much about Noxus at all, really. By the end of this season, really.
I think we know enough we know enough for the plot to take place in as much as it does, especially in season 1. I kind of like that they don't do what they've done in this scene. They don't spend a stupid amount of time explaining Noxus.
It needs redrafting.
They could have done it without this scene, because I like the idea of like Ambessa literally training Caitlyn and turning her into like all of that. It's a good idea, but like you say, the dialogue is very, very clunky. I wanted to ask as well, Theo, I'm guessing you would probably be the only one that would know this, but the 3 parts of the triangle that became a hexagon, those are relating to 3 different leadership factions in Noxus? In League lore, is that
this gets a bit weird because it depends when in the timeline. Because there's a character called Swain. Good. Probably heard everyone talking about him, but it's unclear exactly when in League of Legends lore Arcane takes place. But Swain, when he comes to power in Noxus, he reinvents it from being essentially an empire to he creates like kind of a Roman thing going on. There are 3 seats of power, one embodying each Noxian concept of strength. So Swain is vision, then Darius is might, and LeBlanc is guile. And those 3 people are in charge. Swain is like more in charge, but
right.
That's the idea.
That's more helpful than what she said.
Yeah, it's strange that they didn't do that.
Vision, strength, and guile. I'm like, okay, yeah.
I feel like that's really easy.
It would also be really fucking cool
the ship,
if
might
you
enforces its will. Like
you could spend the same amount of time with the amount of lines they had there to actually give a small history lesson on the state of Noxian leadership, and then talk about why those guys embody those things and why they're so important. Like, swear to God, like the speech she gave, I was just like, what? Like, I don't even. Noxian's like a lot of stuff, which, to be fair, I do too. I don't know.
And you could have even like put other champions in there, showed them like depending on when this is, like show like a Swain frame or something. It's like, here, this is the other guy or whatever.
Swain frame.
Yeah,
it would have worked. Arcane could figure out a very visually interesting way of depicting that sort of thing.
100%.
Yeah, it would have worked on like a fan service angle of like, oh my God, look, it's Swain, look, it's Darius. But also there would have been more to it narratively, because it would have shown that like Caitlyn is now taking an interest in Noxian culture, and it would have allowed them to set up things that presumably are going to be important, or at least exist in the spin-off show that they're going to do in Noxus. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do that.
It'd be really relevant to figuring out when exactly we are in the timeline as well, because that's partially relevant, like not to lore nerd too much, I guess, but that's relevant to Singed's history, because where we are in the timeline, that there are things that, according to the lore, unless they change them with where they go with their various shows and whatnot, Singed is supposed to go off and have done already or do in the future. And that could have served to inform, like, okay, when actually are we? Has Noxus invaded Ionia yet? Has Singed already gone on a field trip to use war crime weapons on fantasy Japan?
Singed's just going to be the main character of Runeterra by the end of this.
He is. He's going to be wandering around, ignoring every plot line going on, but just doing his thing, just chugging along, you know?
I think a good comparison for a scene where it's much more effective at making its point would be good old Game of Thrones. I can't remember how many people here have seen not only the show but the scene itself, but pretty sure Theo and Fringy at least would know what I'm talking about with the
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's so good for so many reasons. It's a season 4 scene, so that's how you know it's like, oh, it's probably good. The
I would. Joffrey
has died. Wait, is it a season 4? That is season 4, isn't it? The Purple Wedding.
That's season 4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Joffrey's died, and they haven't yet like even properly, done a funeral and burial and stuff, and Tommen's already being set up to be the next king, and Tywin's moving in, like, immediately to start pushing him in particular directions, which is something
I've seen this scene. I think you're talking about. Even I've seen it.
Cersei, yeah, well, I may have, because it's really good. Cersei's noticing it and finds it like disgusting that he's doing this now of all times, but that you know the character well enough to know that he's doing it for very good reason, and it works in the scene, right? He asks, "What's the primary like trait of a good king?" And Tommen goes with holiness first, and he says that there's an example of a king who made a lot of decisions on his own personal interpretation of what is holy until, like, seriously bad moves were made. There's justice, and he says there was a just king who failed to see his own brother who was like an evil doer and killed him and took control of the throne. And then he says strength, and you got Robert as the example, being he won through strength, amazing commander and that sort of thing, but that he was terrible as a king, drinking, hunting, whores, that sort of stuff. And so the broad thing connecting them all being that, like, there's loads of errors that the kings will make, whether or not they primarily value one particular trait, other than, and then Tommen guesses wisdom. And Tywin can textualize his wisdom as the ability to understand what you know and what you don't know, and to incorporate people who do know what you don't know. Like, that's like the most important thing for a good leader. And it's like a really, really solid scene because
ulterior motives there, but like that's still a pretty worthwhile piece of advice.
Yeah, and Tommen is clearly interested, and Tywin is like actually kind of revved up when he guesses wisdom is the most important thing.
Yeah, and, like wisdom, yes.
It feels like Tywin was like, "So you gonna get this wrong?" It's like, no, you got it right. And then walks him off to start talking about marriage and how extending your line and strengthening it works. And you could just see Cersei is like, "I've lost my other son," basically, because Tywin's gonna do whatever he can to craft him into the best king he can puppet, sort of thing. It's really, really good stuff. And you might be like, well, what's it got to do with this? Like, well, this scene could have been that good. There was no reason it couldn't. We could have...
I saw someone in chat mention Batman Begins, the training scene with Ra's al Ghul, which feels like, I guess, more analogous in terms of it being a fight and trying to instill lessons in a fight, but that one feels like it's got a lot of clarity, right? The big takeaway line is training is nothing, will is everything, the will to act. Compared to here where it's like, so yeah, there's wisdom, and then but wisdom means a whole bunch of other things as well. And then there's what was it? Strength was the next one.
I don't think
we're talking about that, and I've already kind of lost track of what they were.
The first one was vision, which is really important to explain to someone who doesn't understand why that would be at the top of the triangle or whatever. But they don't really do a good job of it. They just say chart a course and have the wisdom to navigate it. It's like, so wisdom as well.
So, but that's what you're supposed to be teaching me is that wisdom stuff.
Part of vision? Is that what wisdom is? Or is wisdom its own thing?
Is wisdom ambition, or...
Vision is the umbrella, and wisdom is one of the subcategories, but I
feel one of the subcategories.
I don't...
Well, hold on, you got to slow down, Frankie. I'm writing this all down to be a better person.
The fact that I pick up...
Please pay attention to the diagram.
The fact that I pick up as many as
if
8 different...
got one of those little roller, those things, like the roller papers on the wall, and she pulled it down. All right, listen up, Caitlin. And she pulls it down the wall and gets a little stick. Here is the diagram. At the top, we have wisdom.
She's like,
wisdom
here's
is not guile nor
here's
vision.
my triangle,
Vision
and she
is
draws
on the
like this
left.
fucking fucked up shape. And Caitlin's like, that's not a triangle.
It's a square. She draws a square.
Yeah, because she's like, I've discovered the fourth point of this hexagon that I've already outlined. It's like, wait,
I think I don't know. It feels like that's kind of these quotes aren't particularly. Like, if you're providing a whole bunch of caveats, it's like, I don't know, it ceases to become, like, one of those kinds of quotes. It feels like you're just giving me, like, a piece of advice that's very, like, specific that I can't really apply in all circumstances.
Yeah.
Like,
no, and a big part of teaching is to be able to do it in a way that, like, translates real quick and real easy, not like this.
Well, it's the reason why, quotes, right? People really enjoy quotes is because they can often distill a complicated idea in a way that's very easy to grasp and remember. Whereas this speech, it's like, well, how's Caitlin going to remember all the shit that she got told here? Like, it's
while being
so much.
beaten up.
And I don't even know how useful it is. It feels like there'd be a variety of circumstances where you'd be like, well, which one should I be relying on more here? Seeing or strength? You know, like
seeing.
But Qui-Gon Jinn said,
What did Qui-Gon Jinn say?
He said, "Don't trust your eyes; they deceive you."
Oh,
right.
Also, what exactly?
Dude, she says, "Here's my triangle." She draws my vision of Sadik, and then she says, "Don't let your eyes deceive you." That is a triangle.
He is very powerful.
Regarding the fourth point of this triangle, I'm curious as to what exactly Caitlyn has sacrificed, unless we are counting like
a mother or something, which
tragedy
would be weird.
inflicted upon you as sacrifice. Which
that doesn't count.
That seems like a weird.
Good luck with that.
Well, because she says sacrifice through suffering, which is like, well,
that's a
wait.
Well, she suffered, but it's not comparable.
Sacrifice, or is it suffering then? Because they're not like they're not the same thing. Like
you can
when
sacrifice
you
without suffering, and you can suffer without sacrificing.
Exactly. It's a reason why, like, if you're saying suffering is, I don't know, like the fourth Noxian principle. I don't know why sacrifice. It's not sacrifice again. Sacrifice. She didn't choose that. Like, it was like you need to make a choice to sacrifice something.
I'm still not entirely clear on what happened in the past with Kino the brother, but from what we get in season 2, it sounds like, assuming that a certain character later in the season is telling the truth, that Ambessa had the opportunity to save him, but she was almost too proud to, so she kind of let him get in with the wrong people and make mistakes, and he died as a result.
Possibly, yeah.
Which, if that's what happened, then you could say that she sacrificed him, but that doesn't apply at all to Caitlyn.
I've seen a few answers. So one of them was Vi. Like, oh, she sacrificed.
I don't think she sacrificed her. She just didn't like her anymore.
Yeah. Well, hey,
you have corrupted blood. Get out of here.
Someone saying she was sacrificing herself, like her morals. It's like, are we doing that? What's that character from KOTOR 2? What's her name again?
Freya.
Yeah, like I feel like we're not doing that here, so we probably don't need to bother with that one. The idea of the sacrificing of principles and a willingness to do that, like to not be. I mean, it feels a bit awkward to be like sacrificing principles while explaining Noxian principles,
including the principle of sacrifice.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, she made up. She said it's not even in the triangle. She's a liar.
She made that one up. She's like, this one's also really cool.
This is my DLC.
This one out.
I quite like it. So.
DLC.
Would you like to play Noxus in Ambessa mode?
Yeah, the scene closes with good old Singe saying, "I've tracked Warwick. Let's go get him. He made a Warwick tracker."
More Singe.
All right, nice.
He says, "I've tracked him. He's in Zorn." Like, obviously, where did you think he was?
Wait, he's in Zorn? That's crazy. I thought for sure that he'd be running around in Piltover.
He's not right here, hiding behind that corner, being cheeky.
He's somewhere in Terror.
He's like, I mean, I don't even know the name of the place. I just know all he's got is an arrow, by the way.
It's like
one of those shitty video games I hate, where it's just like beep, beep, beep. Oh, it's past
an arrow that is now pointing you at a wall, so you just run left and right at the
you're
wall.
like, does the arrow update based on what path I need to take, or is it just directly to the target? Because
it's like the arrow in Crazy Taxi when you gotta drive to the destination. It's just a big arrow that pops up on the top of your vision. Yeah, go that way, and then a countdown starts. Yeah. Do. And then Sid's just running through the streets of Zorn with the Crazy Taxi music playing.
It's got to be nice having Singed around though, because he'll just get whatever you need done off screen.
Yeah, if you want a jetpack, he's like, I can sort that out.
Singe, can you do some science? You got it.
Science the shit out of it. I get maybe it works by like Pirates of the Caribbean rules with the compass.
I forget how that goes.
It points to whatever you want the most.
Okay. I could see Singed making that. Yeah.
Awesome cake.
Doesn't end up pointing to Warwick at all. Yeah, just goes somewhere else. Sorry, I got hungry.
Grocery store.
You just want that scene though. It's like, can you do any better than Zorn? He's just like, no.
No, follow the blood thing.
He's a big wolf fan.
I will update you if
him.
he leaves Zorn.
We'll just look around. It's fine.
Thanks, man.
I like the little compass thing just has an icon of each region in Runeterra that lights up when he's in that region.
Or imagine it's like that.
Now.
I forget the name of it, but like like the farm animal toy where you pull the lever. It's in Toy Story, and it'll like land on one and it'll go moo goes the. It's just like
a cow says
roar goes the Warwick in Zorn.
Powder goes the Warwick in Zorn.
And then you just have Ambessa awkwardly looking like, did you do the voice too? And he's like, yes.
I take payment by commission, by the way.
Turned out very well, I think.
He's amazed by this invention from Piltover.
Really cool.
He's like, yes, that is what the cow says, but how did it know?
Through sacrifice, that's how it knew.
Through sacrifice, yeah. So this was a bit of a, I don't know if you call it a jump scare or something, but the scene starts up and we've got the whole family team entering the sanctuary with Victor, and it's just Warwick is hanging out.
He's just around. He's just shambling around under his little coat.
This is hard to watch for someone who is not expecting this storyline. But there we are.
I mean, everything is fine and dandy.
He's very daylighted and chill and just, yeah, that's just Papa Warwick with us. You're like, okay.
All right.
No one's bleeding anywhere in Zorn, so he's totally fine.
I don't know. How did we get here? It's not been that long, but I guess
tunnel.
This is where we are.
The tunnel, remember? They tracked him through the tunnel.
I always lose people in tunnels.
What's even his deal? Like, can you talk to him? Or is he just an android that's just following them around now?
Don't actually have any clue. Angry Beast, I kind of likes him because,
that's pretty nice.
He talks very briefly when he says powder at the end of episode 4. I can't do that again. That well, but
it was so sad.
That just shows you that like they shouldn't have done that because that's the only line that he says, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that he can speak at all, I think, is very silly given the state of what Warwick is actually made of. Like Vander isn't literally, he's not like a werewolf or something. Like he's a corpse.
It's also just super handy that nobody's bleeding in Zorn or Piltover right now. I guess that little cut on Ambessa's cheek isn't enough.
I always took that it was specifically the blood of Singed.
No, it's
why?
It's not though. We specifically see Grogu's blood sets him off as well.
Yeah. It's a different one. Because that was my initial thought as well, but then he just reacts to different.
Are you saying Grogu is Singed's daughter? Yeah. Who knows?
Oh my goodness!
My God, theories. Let's go.
How many daughters does he have?
I have a theory. They were both in the cable car at the same time, so maybe he like jabbed her with a syringe and put some of his blood in Grogu.
Oh,
just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
If we're in an emergency, I will cut this child.
That sounded like Mr. Burns.
Excellent.
Excellent. Does that make Warwick Smithers like?
I don't know, man. Yeah. So. You have a guy. Remember, guy with glasses who helped save Caitlin in season 1. Huck, that's the one.
Yeah.
He was in episode 1 too. It's you can trace him a little bit. You always like that sort of thing. And here he is, all healed up after brushing with death and miserable addiction. And he says, "Vi, I hoped you might return." And she says, "You filthy traitor." And I was just like, what? Really,
traitor? We're
really
talking
now?
Okay, all right.
There's this really good silver bullet that you can pull on Vi anytime she talks about treachery or any sort of betrayal of anything.
I just find it amazing for her to say that when she's done more traitorous action to Zorn than any individual Zornite at this point, I think.
Yeah.
I was also just really confused at the idea that Huck was a traitor, because in the scene when we saw him previously, when he was, how did it go? He basically got Vi the shimmer that she needed in order to be healed after she got stabbed by Savika, and then very shortly afterwards, Silco shows up and he's handing out shimmer to the shimmer hobos. One of them is Huck, and he grabs it and leaves. There's not any implication there, I don't think, or if it is, I missed it. Huck had specifically sold her out.
My understanding here is what she may be criticizing him for is the fact that those Shimmer fellas became like temporarily henchmen to go after her, right? That's what they were gonna do. Silco's gonna send them to kill her in that scene.
In some capacity, maybe like they got
the thing,
I'll give you Shimmer if you come and find her or whatever.
What I don't like about it is
make that happen though.
Well, so I think what needs to be considered is he was fucking out of his mind as a result of like addiction to Shimmer, desperate, dying. And she's like, you traitorous fuck, you took the drug that you were desperately addicted to, became a big chungus, and very likely would have gone after her. If that's actually her issue with him, it makes even less sense because of how much worse she's done to this whole place.
Well, yeah,
I would say as well that Vi should know more than anyone about, addiction to Shimmer, growing up in that kind of environment, seeing what people do to get their fix, how it destroys people's lives. If anything, you would think that she would be the most understanding of people aren't their truest self, so to speak, when they are like going into like desperate withdrawals of this horrific drug that they're addicted to.
This to me feels like they were like, what's their relationship? Oh yeah, we'll go with she'll hate him for being a traitor. And it's like I feel like if you thought about it for longer, she would actually be kind of sad to see him in a way of like, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's good you're here, but I don't know what's happened to you, but I do know what you've been through, and holy shit, what everyone has been through. Just like a moment of general tragedy for everybody, right? Instead of, you are a traitor. It's like, shut up, Vi.
He lives in Zon, right?
Yes.
General tragedy?
Yes.
He does, yeah.
He's high rank.
if he had...
Well, I guess
if he'd taken the Shimmer from Silco and been one of the like Shimmer heads that went on to attack Vi and Caitlyn, then I wouldn't agree, but I could understand the idea that, okay, well, he's accepted the drug that he's addicted to and he has quote unquote betrayed Vi, but that isn't even what happens. He takes the drug, like the vial of Shimmer, and then he leaves. He doesn't.
Well, she doesn't fight those fellas anyway, right? She knocks down the thing.
Sure, but my point is that even in Huck's like drug-addled state, he doesn't consume the Shimmer and he doesn't attack Vi. So there is no treachery involved.
Maybe it's enough for her that he would accept Shimmer from Silco. I don't really know. This is what I mean. I don't buy this. I think it's silly.
If that's the case, then that's insane, because that's like saying that a drug addict accepting a drug is treachery. Which that's ridiculous. Like Rag said, like Vi would more than a lot of characters, Vi would understand that.
By the way, fuck, I completely forgot. She's standing next to, when this is going on, a woman who orphaned children, as she put it, fucking working for Silco the entire time. This guy accepted a drug from him. Meanwhile, you've got his primary henchman. God, show.
As well as somebody who, I guess at this point it's been months because we skipped ahead, but, blew up Caitlyn's mom.
Such bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I completely forgot, to be fair, chat, like, how did it take you that long? It's like, well, because I was thinking about Vi specifically, who's all...
I was thinking all the other ways
that thing
fucking
I was kind of wondering, it's like, when are we gonna address the the elephant in the room, as it were?
But that's the thing, it's a constant running elephant. It never stops.
Yeah. And the show is just lying to... It's not even really lying. It's almost like the show is gaslighting us because of how quickly it got those two characters back together at the end of the previous episode.
I feel like it's not... I think the easiest way to describe it is Jinx is a main character, and when you're a main character, for some reason, a lot of people's perceptions about them and their sort of role in the world change, right? It's like, well, you're a main character, they're like a supporting character, so they don't really get as much consideration. I feel like
different standards.
She's a main character, she's got superpowers, it's the same as like Wanda, right? It's like, who cares that Wanda is essentially indistinguishable from a character like Ronan? Like, well, no, she's main character, so it changes perception of them and essentially like the nature of the things that they've done. It's a bit cringe, if you ask me.
Well, yeah, we've at this point seen countless references to how they've tried to essentially whitewash Jinx, get it back to fun hero mode.
Yeah, which is
frustrating to say the least.
That. You are
very frustrating.
You can do it, but it will take you several seasons. You can't do it.
It will take you an insane
episodes.
amount. It's one of these goals of, you can technically do it. Should you?
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah. And, all the power to you if you want to make that arc happen and you're going to give the actual time to do it. But the thing is, she's done such horrors at this point, and she's clearly had the repercussions mentally that we need to see a lot more than, well, they did it in Act 1, guys. There you go, it's done.
Good enough.
So, he asked them to surrender their weapons before entering this place that they cannot possibly know or trust and comes across as culty. This is Jinx and Vi with a fucking hyper werewolf man. They would never surrender their weapons, and they would say, you can try and take them off us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a good example of that would be at the end of season 1, where Jace says, "Take the gauntlets off," and Vi's response is, "Make me."
It's insane. These aren't these characters anymore. It's all wrong. And you're like, why would they do this? Oh, gee. Let's think. What happens by the time you hit the end of this episode that would mean it's better if they don't have their full set of weapons, I wonder.
Yeah, this is one of those unfortunately, this is such a small thing, but it's indicative of when you're dealing with just bad writing. Is like, well, wait, why would a character... I know it's small, but like, why would they do this? It's like, well, to facilitate plot points later on.
Yeah, because
I mean,
why would they do that? They have no idea what the fuck's going on here. This place is creepy.
Well, I was literally about to say the creepy cult wants me to disarm myself before I submit myself to their rules and everything. I'm like,
oh god!
Right? If her, like, Vi just drops the gauntlets but leaves the
oh god,
the crystals in them, and
the gemstones. Like, yeah, she leaves them behind because she can't. This is another example.
On the floor.
The order in which these people would remember it would be Vi as number 1 because she knows exactly how important those things are. She's used these gauntlets forever. She knows what the cost is when the gemstones don't work inside these gauntlets. Like, so she would obviously pick them up, especially because you can pocket them easily. Jinx is number 2. She knows exactly how valuable these gemstones are. You're not going to just drop them on the floor. That would be insane. Definitely not doing that. But no, it's not either of those two. It's Grogu that remembers to pick up the gemstones. And the second you see that, you're like, well, there's got to be a reason for that. Because there's no way that the writers would make it so that she's the one.
I also just thought of another layer. So, yeah, you've got the layer of, like, there's no way that these characters would give up their weapons when, for their own safety, like going into this creepy Kool-Aid cult.
What, with all these crazy crackheads around?
Yeah, but the other layer is, like,
who have they got? $1,000 bill here.
Who have they got with them? They've got Warwick. Without those weapons are their only way, in particular, Vice,
to control him. Yeah.
The only way to control him, which means that if he freaks out, I mean, everyone in there is dead.
Well, and that's funny, right?
No reason to believe that he won't.
They should probably be like, we're not going to let the horrifying monster in. Our rules about the weapons? He's kind of a weapon.
Also, he's not coming in here. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, we don't know what the fuck's going on here.
All you have to do is tweak. You just have to tweak the logistics of this, and then it works. You have, like, they say, well, no, you can't bring that giant werewolf zombie thing in. And then Huck goes and gets Victor and brings him out. Victor has a look at Vander or Warwick and says, like, okay, yeah, we can do something about this. That then convinces Vi and Jinx to drop their weapons because then they know that Victor is going to help them.
Or you can make that as a deal. He could be like, I'll help him, but you can't bring the weapons in.
Yeah, that would fix it.
You could not do this. You could just have a
you
plot
could go that way.
Where, like,
can he come talk to us out here? Yeah.
He's like he's totally pacified, and we're dealing with Victor in this crazy magic realm as a totally different character. We could just not do any of these.
The fact that he's just following them around. He's just wandering around behind them, and then he hears a sound, and he has a bit of a grrr.
Why does he have appointments to go to?
2 episodes ago, he got introduced. What the hell?
Yeah, well, that's what
what a waste.
I mean, this episode is largely about him, I guess. Just not in any way, shape, or form what you'd be expecting. I say this, by the way, you might be thinking like, oh, because you played the game. It's like, no, I'm saying this as someone who's spoken to plenty of people who have never even played the game but had expectations about him.
I got no clue. I just thought they were going to do something with him. They were really bigging him up, like he was being.
He was so
like
much
he would be something else.
It was marketing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The very first teaser for this
first 3 episodes
theme
all had like these stingers at the end. It's like, look, he's not doing the Warwick stuff.
Yeah,
and
they were
like,
Thanosing him.
We're getting him.
It's going to be a big deal one day.
Yeah, and then we got this one thing, and
now
it's
like a little
fights,
puppy. And then he's just following them around like a big grumpy yeti.
Are you counting the one that they didn't show with Ambessa?
Yes.
I mean, the fight with Jinx and the fight with Vi and Jinx, I guess. And then
yeah.
You know what's also funny to think about? Someone had to haul those fucking gauntlets away without the gemstones in them, because they're later on they're not in there anymore. They put them in some house or whatever where they put her Jinx's weapon.
So that's a good point. Where are those weapons going, and how are they just going in a shed somewhere, and someone who isn't holding a weapon is guarding them?
Well, because Jinx sends Grogu later to get one of the stones.
Yeah.
So
if that's
apparently
the case,
in some shed or whatever, some house, whatever.
If that's the case, then that means that anyone who wants to could just keep an eye on this place and then go in and grab the fucking. They're not. Are they the Atlas Gauntlets? Is that what they're called?
Well, yes, and by the way, they're actually hard to move because they don't have.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like there were probably like 7
They're
people
heavy as
just
fuck.
hauling them to the fucking thing.
I'm imagining a version of this where Rictus has just posted up outside of Victor's little commune thing, and he sees, like, just, somewhere slightly out of sight, he sees Vi and Jinx and whatnot come by, sees Vi drop the gauntlets, just goes over afterwards, picks them up.
Just another thing on the stalker. It's like, you guys wouldn't believe what happened again.
There should probably be a huge production of gemstones as well that the Ambess would have access to, right? There must have been.
Absolutely.
There's no way they wouldn't have loads of those.
That's because our meme is more accurate to what the show should have done than what the show's done. Where they're both in their lab equipment looking at this insane gemstone that powers these incomprehensibly powerful weapons almost.
Does Ambessa need Victor and or Jace to make gemstones?
No, probably. We're told yes, but I guess in terms of everything to do with Hextech, but they must have created a whole series of gemstones. It would make no sense that they wouldn't have.
They would need to have.
A surplus.
And I guess there's these things aren't like these crystals aren't synthesized, if I'm recalling correctly, or well, Arcane doesn't comment on it, so it doesn't matter, I guess. But yeah, either they have a supply of them, or they are made somehow, which is a manufacturing process that probably requires some sort of industrial base, which means Jace and Victor aren't necessary for it.
But they're also not usable for anything until you refine them, which was what Jace and Victor had to do in Act 1 of Season 1. If you can't refine them, then they're just explosives, basically.
Well, they appear to be usable unrefined because they're showing off the refined gemstone to Heimerdinger at the start of the time skip, right? And by then the hex gates are already up and running.
Yeah.
It's the refined one is more stable.
Right? Yeah,
like,
it's stable and safer.
My understanding was that they had worked because their big speech that they give to Heimerdinger after and then he says like, no, you need more time, was presenting that they had come up with a way to refine the crystal so that it could be used in things like the gauntlets and the hex claw. Everything with the hex gates must have been powered with the unrefined gemstones.
Yeah.
Then. Okay. That's the only thing that would be, I think.
We don't see any other device that would be.
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
So they must be usable almost as like a battery or something, because the hex gates had existed for a few years by the time we hit episode 4. So yeah, the unrefined crystals are definitely usable for something then in that case.
Well, yeah, they're the ones that unlock everything to begin with, right? Because that's where he starts with. We meet him in Act 1, Act 1 with the crystals in his little box. Which is going to be very relevant next episode. We'll talk all about that.
Woo, boy!
So, Warwick gets a little mad because Forge is making noises, and then they have Grogu, like, stand in front of him, like, don't mess with him, he's my friend, which, to me, already felt like, once again, everything to do with her annoys me, if you haven't noticed, but it's like, you cowards, you couldn't have her be afraid of him, because she absolutely would be. She's like a child.
I'm afraid of him.
Look at him.
Well, and you saw what happened. He nearly killed her. Remember, Vi punched him when his claws came an inch away from his face? It's like, but they had a family hug. It's like, are you kidding me? A fucking...
She's his fucking handler. She's like, hey, come on, man. We gotta move on now.
People have been fucking praising that she's like immediately into him, just like a father, and it's like, fucking, what are you talking about? Like, this is insane. What is the scene?
I mean, it would be cool if we knew something about her history, like what she was doing and why she was running away from the goons when she fell on Jinx. But
they wanted to put her in the goon tomb, and then
it'd
be cool if the story acknowledged that her desire to emulate and be like Jinx is not exactly a good thing.
No, it really is
quite bad.
No.
But Jinx is good now, so that's actually good.
Apparently. So they walk Warwick up to Victor. Victor puts his hand on his head, and it cuts to this like spiritual world where we already see Vanda, just fully formed Vanda. I was like, "Fuck off!" Like, good God, could you slow down? This is insane. We've actually just got Vanda here. And it's like, yeah, but don't worry, he hasn't got him yet. The beast is still within. It's like, yeah, whatever.
The entire point should be that Vanda, the fully formed picture that is Vanda, is basically scattered to the wind, and it's going to take a long fucking time to approach reassembling it.
If that's even possible.
If it's even possible.
If it's even possible.
But remember, we've already by this point in the story essentially betrayed the point of season 1, which is that people are, molded by the circumstances.
Yeah,
to the point that
there is no going back when certain actions are taken.
Exactly. It is a lasting and continuous betrayal that is almost like thematic of this season. Is like the theme of this season is betraying season 1 in that regard.
Betrayed me.
Yep.
Betrayal.
I don't think I minded the Vanda, the way that they just showed Vanda there, because if he was conscious or like moving around and acknowledging things, then fine. But because he's dead,
it's not
he's completely unresponsive.
It's for me, what's bothering me is that the writers are already trying to get you at ease with the idea that we're getting Vanda back, which we should be so far away from.
Right? Yeah. Well, because I mean, obviously, what ends up happening in the episode.
Well, yeah, this is the episode of getting Vanda back, and that's the thing. When we were watching this, I think we talked about this in the last episode's coverage, but when you see that 7 minutes in, you're like, fuck, he's back by the end of this episode, isn't he? we're sprinting through, which, to be fair, even the writers have admitted that now, so it's all good, everybody.
Oh, that makes it better then.
That makes it better. Yeah, Sky says all systems have limits, and Victor says he's worth the risk.
Why?
Is that something worth kind of talking about? Is this actually meant to be Sky, or is it meant to be like made up?
I don't think that we can answer that question with just the references from the show, honestly.
Yeah, I've got something from the show, is because so he knows at this point that this creature is Vanda, and I think it's pretty reasonable that Victor would know who Vanda was, given that Victor was from the Undercity.
Well, go on.
That was probably from the why that I said.
So if he knew who Vanda was, and he was this sort of semi-legendary figure within the Undercity, the Peacekeeper, and all the rest of it, who was also a victim of a terrible tragedy, which is, I think, the exact words that he uses later in the show, and he realizes that that guy is now stuck inside of a werewolf zombie robot, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I should probably help this guy.
Well,
I think that the idea of him taking any kind of risk in doing that, because he says he's worth the risk. He's definitely not worth the risk, at least not in the way that he goes on to do it. But
that's
the idea
fine.
that Victor would want to help him.
He can like read minds anyway. That's not. Fringy was talking about who Sky is, not.
Yeah, like is she meant to be the same person who got disintegrated and then she got like transported to this realm, or is she like the manifestation of Victor's mind, or is she the manifestation of like the Arcane?
I was saying, I don't think we really get an answer for that, even with the whole season.
No, not really. No.
The writers give an answer, but the references from the show can be taken either way, and I don't mean that in like a positive sense.
Yeah, no, that's actually an instance where the writers gave an answer, and you just sit there like, I don't even know that's true.
What did they say? What did they say?
That
it's the hex core manipulating him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
They say so.
What's the boring answer?
I don't even know that. Well, there is no good answer to this question because Sky's not really that relevant in this sequence of events. We'll get to it, I guess, because she leaves later.
Yeah.
Anyway,
because the reason why I said why is because you would think, because I know he can read minds and stuff, but the way they portray it in the scene, it's just all empty and stuff. Like maybe I'm misremembering or something, but they don't show like a flash of images coming towards towards Victor, right? Just like a white thing, and then he says like it's worth it.
You could say that they should have had a better way to translate that, but I mean at this point I am pretty much convinced he's like cosmic god level person who can just know everything, which is surprisingly uninteresting actually, because especially with what decisions he ends up making.
Yeah. But yeah, the thing in the next scene he talks a little bit about it, why I think. right?
Yes, he says, Vanda's psyche is deeply entangled with that of the beast. I saw your father, his dream of your family, and his vision of Zorn as it could have been, and it was beautiful. And he says he's going to do all in his power to help.
So,
yeah.
I have a quick question. Regarding the beast, so I guess there's a first step to this of what is Victor seeing? Is he seeing essentially people's souls?
I think so, which is why he saw essentially dead Vanda inside Warwick, because there is nothing else there.
Like, what is the beast then?
The beast is some scientific abomination.
It's that guy in Jungle.
Oh, right, it's the Merkwolf. I guess, yeah, that's the Merkwolf's poor soul.
Victor's like, that's the useless part. The animal's like, okay, thanks.
Well, presumably if Victor did that to like a dog, like a normal dog, then he would see the soul of a dog and it would just be there behaving like a dog. Whereas in the case of Warwick, he is the combination of sci-fi fantasy bullshit and Vanda's corpse. And so Vanda is the only sentience in there.
And it formed another soul? Like, what is the beast?
I don't think that the beast has a soul. I don't know if we're misusing the word soul here, but Vanda's is the only soul that is inside of Warwick.
Then what is it?
Well, it's the same as like if it was a robot, like it was a artificial construct created by Singed to.
I don't understand why Victor would be seeing that then, considering the way he interfaces with things.
Well, he didn't see anything Warwick related. He only saw Vanda. Is kind of what I'm saying. So the absence of anything beast related, I think, tells us that the beast element of Warwick doesn't. It's not something that Victor can meaningfully communicate with.
Well, he explicitly he says it's not only is he deeply entangled with the beast, but visually we see Warwick's like blah 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 sort of stuff. It's probably the most overt visual, right? Like you have Vanda being all peaceful, like I'm so happy, and then you get a big scary wolf face,
and then we do see the face, but it behaves like a beast. So yeah, I think the use of the word soul is confusing.
Well, I'm deeply confused, I guess, like physically or metaphysically speaking, as to what the fuck the beast is. What does Victor mean when he says the beast? What is he referring to?
Singed project specifically? And that's how he phrased it, like the beast is Singed's meddling.
You're saying whatever manifested as a result of the jungle creature plus Singed's connection to pieces of humanity from Vanda, then that would be a mixture. I don't know.
I guess
I don't. Yes, I really hate that it is an entity like distinct from Vanda. First of all,
yeah, it's almost like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type deal, where they're totally separate entities. I mean, I guess the beast Victor is referring to everything that Warwick is minus Vanda. Which, I mean, I don't know how much sense that makes, but I think that's what he is saying.
I think we're not really going to get very far with this, so I'm content to leave my question. I don't really understand.
Well, I think we've cracked it. They deliberately made it this way to have people broadly interpret it simply as kind of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. There's two wolves inside you. And that's probably what they wanted the audience to think and feel about it as a whole. This is the creature inside. Vanda is in there somewhere, and by gum, we got to get him out. Damn it!
They've made it. Yeah, they've probably done that for clarity because I mean, honestly, both seasons of Arcane have some like pretty high concept storytelling going on. It's just that season 1 does it a lot better than season 2. And if they had said that, like, no, there is only one entity and it's Vanda, but he's kind of been twisted and bent out of shape into Warwick, then it would be a lot harder for them to visually show that they need to undo that.
I think that's really easy to visualize.
Do you think it's easier than showing that you have a beast and a Vanda and you need to get rid of one of them?
I don't think it's easier than that, but I think it is very within the realm of possibility, especially for a show like Arcane.
Yeah, that's true. They could have done it. Season 1 would have done it.
Oh, fuck yeah. So at this point, I think it's fair to start saying, what the hell is this place? It's in the middle of Zorn. It's this amazing commune that heals all wounds, provides shelter and food and comfort. What? like infinite levels of this. How I don't care if it's even been a week. This place would be fucking stacked. And you're like, well, there's people heading here. It's like, no. This everyone would be here. Dude, all of the opportunists would be here. All the fucking chem barons that exist would want to be like, what the hell is this place? And what can we gain from it? And then, of course, where's Abessa?
She doesn't
Hello?
seem to know about
I mean, just in general, this place has been going on for what is like months.
They've got pretty much full occupation of Zorn as much as they want.
Running around here.
He doesn't have vision.
No one is like, oh, should we go check that out?
She didn't drop a sight word.
This place would be so fought over and sought after, and a political piece on the board, and Ambess would absolutely have locked it down very soon after it was started up.
Also, what if she got wind of it?
Especially when Salo has been here, just vanished into this place and just now does things for
as
Victor,
we know, it's
apparently.
spread throughout all of Zorn, this place's reputation.
Yeah,
it's insane.
I'm just saying, like they should be even more wondering. It's like, wait, this guy was on the council that
he's gone now.
Anymore.
He's
gone.
He doesn't give a shit anymore.
They don't give a shit about council members disappearing. They never have.
They sort of want to insinuate
empty seat on the council. Like, did they kidnap him? They did. This is a cult. They kidnapped him. That's what they did.
And then you meet up with him, and he's like, "I am fine. I am happy." You're like,
He is so brainwashed.
They got him. The bug, the body snatching people. They got him.
Oh no!
Body snatching people.
Yeah, I don't think this makes any sense. As a whole area couldn't have been functioning this way for this long. But hey, we're doing a story thing, so shut up, leave us alone.
They've also been hauling materials from that backup thingy here for ages now as well, and no one gives a shit.
Not forget, before the show fucking does, that at the end of Act 1 and beginning of Act 2, the entire force that is Ambessa and Caitlyn together, Piltover and Noxus, is capture Jinx. And there's this one place that they haven't checked that is apparently called a sanctuary. Like, do you think Jinx could be in there? Which, funnily enough, she is right now.
Oh, what?
Well, it's fine.
They're probably thinking, well, they would obviously really, really hate Jinx, of course, because of all those reasons we'd mentioned on prior episodes. There's no way that they would keep her in there. Even they'd turn her down.
No symbol of rebellion. Everybody loves her down there, apparently.
Oh, she's great. Victor says, I have one condition on all this, and then camera's got her in frame, and she says, looks like you got a couple.
God, I wanted to punch my screen when she started doing the fucking Harley Quinn shit.
Yeah, my commentary for that is, I hate it here. That's it.
Man, she
Let me out.
Keeps
Let
going.
Me out, yeah. It's not fair. I shouldn't have to deal with this. I shouldn't have to listen to this shit. It's like,
You're
isn't
like
Jinx funny? You're like,
No,
you know that
annoying.
That 1,000-yard stare illustration? You know, the one?
Yeah.
Like, it's like that, just sort of, just like,
like that, but sleepier.
Yeah, sleepier.
I'm just like,
because it's like simultaneously like it's mind-numbing and boring.
Well, and there's that aspect with the comedic elements that are just completely missing who these people even are and when they would even say things like this. But then it like randomly, in an almost pandering way, right? Because Victor says, you have so much to offer this commune. Powder. And then she goes, and it does the glitchy shit. And it's just like, shut up! That's not even yours. you can't have that anymore.
Remember when she was talking about herself being powder to Isha, and it was all fine?
Whatever. It's been like marvelized. I don't know how else to say it. Slopified.
It's cringe.
Mental state is like a pandering thing now. Ooh. Oh, yeah, and he says to her, your talents can be used to build instead of destroy. And she says, I'm going to stick to what I know, thanks.
And then you're sort of sitting there, it's like, yeah, like, if it's almost like hearing him say it just plainly. It's like, why? We already know where you're going with Jinx.
Yeah.
It's pretty apparent. And in one season, too. Wow.
The fucking writer just looking at you across the table with a smug face, like, you don't know what I'm up to. And you're like, yes, I do. And he's like, no, you don't. Yeah, I do.
I think I do, yeah.
It's like, I've watched movies before and shows.
No.
I've seen this.
I was not born yesterday.
Better. Way better.
Yeah, and he says he's just got to be restrained at night so that he doesn't run around and kill everybody.
Oh, cool. Can we have our weapons back?
Is that even possible?
Question.
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're gonna get some rope. Yeah, that'll do the trick.
How is one question, and why only at night is the other question?
Well, because he's a werewolf, you see.
Yeah.
You'll be evil at night.
know,
It's dark at night. They can't
Also,
see it
I'm
like-
convinced that's as far as it goes. They're like, yeah, he's like a werewolf thing, and werewolves turn evil at night. So
Maybe Victor just assumes that he is literally literally a werewolf, so he goes by those rules. Yeah, this is like just an ongoing problem, but just to highlight it again, all of this relies on no one in the sanctuary bleeding at any point.
No one in
I also
Zord, dude. No one in Zord.
No one in
this
Zord.
is annoying me a little bit, but does Victor not find it the least bit concerning that the architecture of his entire commune like resembles the anomaly?
No.
I know this isn't Victor, but isn't that a little bit concerning?
Mm-hmm.
It's not even Victor. I mean, that's
It's
the only.
Vincent.
That's what I meant by like the Celebrimbor comparison. It's like we can't judge Victor's critical thinking here because it's Victor's brain plus hex core. So how cognizant he is of the actions that he's taking is a question that, the writers are going to exploit that and dial it up and down depending on what narrative beats they want to hit. But for us as the audience, we just have to put our hands up and go, he just did it, because I'm sure we'll think of a reason, post hoc. Like,
Annoying, man.
it's very annoying
little
because
bit.
Victor was once upon a time a very good character.
he was.
He was a really good
Once upon a
character,
time.
and it wasn't. It was extremely easy to imagine how they would get him from the character that he was to the character that we knew from like the game.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I thought that would have been the easiest thing in the universe. It took active skill and finesse to pivot him so far away from that.
Yes. And Vi says, "What do you think?" And Jinx is like, "You want my opinion?" And I'm just sitting there like, "Yeah, they're friends now. It's fine. We did the family thing. It's fine. We're good with that." That was like years ago at this point. Don't you worry. They're all good now. Happy families. Hey guys,
They totally didn't try to kill each other in like a couple of months ago or weeks or whatever time frame it was. That
hours, days.
Jinx definitely didn't want to shoot her in the face with a rocket, but
you fancy a music video?
I love music
we
videos.
didn't have one at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah,
the first of the season.
I've been suffering withdrawals. We didn't get a state mandated music video.
Only if there's like very subtle lyrics to the song they play.
What do you think?
I'll post something for Rags. Don't worry.
What do you think you might
boy.
name this song?
We'll get
me,
there. Hang
please,
on.
no.
There's some other stuff. So
Please.
we get
Make it end.
the idea is like Victor and Sky are walking through Warwick's psyche, and I don't think this is particularly well represented. It's just a bunch of like evil and gross looking fleshy arcane goop from the anomaly, whatever, and then they keep walking through it and you just see Vanda's face in the center of it looking all nice, and it's like, that's what we want, see, and it's covered in all the goo. We don't like the goo. And it's like, that's
just separate them out and juxtapose them. That's surely the interesting way to approach this.
Yeah, I was just thought it was a bit like, oh, that feels like idea one, and that you guys could have gone a bit further than that, but okay, it's fine. Anyway, keep going.
There was like one shot that I liked where I think he's like a big wolf creature with a face or something. There's like faces coming out of the side or something. They look kind of gross and creepy. I like that. I think so at the end. I enjoyed it, okay? I'll take what I can with this show, alright?
Look at me, I'm metal, I like things.
We get
I'm sorry.
watercolor images. Vanda is a miner, and he's with Silco miner. They're both minoring with mining equipment in a mine.
Oh no.
Because they're miners. And you get an image that, I mean, there's lots of images that cover a history that's kind of been alluded to for the most part, and I think seeing them doing that job is fine with me, but then there's some stuff where I'm like, wait a minute, doesn't this change certain things? And one of them is they show explicitly Vanda is training Vi at what looks like pre or around the same time as the bridge sequence age.
Uh-oh.
And it's like, wait,
stay away from that.
Vanda was training her when she was that young to fight? He was already that kind of like mentor to her? Guys! Like, We already went over this problem last episode, but
what happened to it's not going to solve your problems? It just makes more of them.
It's just another thanks. I hate it. I don't want this. Take it back.
Well, this gets into my mind this weird, this niggling aspect of wait a second. If he's training her to fight and she was there on the bridge after that big fight, oh no, Vander, you didn't, did you? No, you wouldn't have done that. That would be madness if you did that. There's no way.
It's so weird because
why are you planting these seeds in my head?
I feel like everyone had an understanding of that sequence that is very much at odds with some of the people who are most important to this show in terms of its creation now. It's like, damn. Okay. I feel like we tweaking things and changing things and removing things that, I mean, they just can't exist or coexist with this.
Great.
I mean, it looks really good.
I like the art, yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's so funny. I know exactly the feeling when we're talking about chapter 3. I was like, yeah, the art is good. I'm not gonna mention it anymore. It's like I've said enough about this.
It's lost its ability to associate with really strong writing to hammer it home even harder. So
it's a shame because I think there's like a lot of like small things that you could find if you would give a shit. In all the artistic stuff that they do, like parallels and whatever. But I didn't even go and look for them. I just wanted this to be over because it sucks. It's like, yeah, that looks nice, and there's probably something here, but there's no good writing behind this, so fuck it.
Someone said, wouldn't it be before the bridge scene because the mum's alive? The reason I'm entertaining it is because the further back it is, the worse it is. I'm trying to say, like, at best, it would be at the same time-ish, but, yeah, more than likely much. But the full implication now is that Vander was very much a significant part of Powder and Vi's life. He was teaching Vi how to fight, likely gave them a lot of life advice, basically acted as a very caring surrogate father, despite the fact that they had a mother and father, before they lost their mother and father, thus making him become their actual full-on father, not surprising whatsoever. In fact, that just feels like something he would obviously have done. Which
it's quite strange, like with this extra information that we get in season 2, because Vander never had any kids of his own, but he also seemed to treat Vi at the very least as if she was his own child. And we know absolutely nothing about Vi's actual father. We know that her father is not Vander because the mother name drops her husband, and it's another character, but we don't see him in this. We only see his corpse at the start of season 1. So it's like, well, what was Vi's relationship with her actual father like, and why did Vander not have any kids if he clearly wanted kids? Like, those are pretty big questions.
Pretty clear in this watercolor sequence, just very, very little. There's a little bit as they come back through the door. He fades off out of screen almost immediately.
The father you're talking about?
Yeah, the father.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
He's just not relevant.
Nobody cares about him.
Nobody gives a shit.
We know that.
No, at this point, he should have.
He's a separate entity. That's all we know.
This is the problem with this. At this point, he should have just been their father. Why wasn't he at this point in terms of writing? Why did you do this?
Yeah.
And it's because there was different goals in season 1 compared to season 2, and it makes it so like it's hard to consider both seasons having been written by the same people. But here we are. Now. You might argue that this sequence is Victor trying to get Vanderbeest to remember something, maybe remember who he is. And so they play a song, and Rags, if you can give us your best soulless, deadpan, monotonous delivery of these lyrics, maybe we can get kind of an idea of what they were going for with the song.
God, these
sure,
songs,
let's
man.
investigate.
These fucking
All right.
songs.
All right. Can you find me? I'm not hiding. All my memories aren't mine now. Not me. Show yourself. Not me. Show yourself. We're all creatures. Who am I to you? Find the mirror. See what I see. Remember me. Remember me, I'm on my own. Remember me, I'm too far gone. I couldn't see. Remember me. Remember me. All my life, I couldn't breathe. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Ooh. 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 Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you think the song's called? What's it titled?
It must be something like "Forget Me."
Yeah, Forget Someone Else. That's the song, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Look. It's no Jeff Lynne, but I mean, I got nothing.
I just find it
I
very.
just can't see how this is relevant.
It's extremely straightforward. I don't know. It's just not very creative on the part of the stuff we expect from Arcane. It's very like. So this is the sequence where we try to make Vander remember who he is, and we show images of his past that don't even fucking match up with what you may have thought to be the case, and also play a song that says "Remember" over and over again. Like, yeah, I guess that achieves that goal. I sure do hope he remembers.
Me too.
I remember.
Because if he doesn't, that would be
Tragic.
not good.
I also don't like the idea. Like visually, I think I like it. What they're
Sure. I
doing
like
and
the
what they're showing,
watercolors. They're cool.
As in, like, showing these images at this point in time in the story is kind of what I mean. But what I don't like is the implication that in order to turn Warwick back into Vander, he has to remember that.
Well, why did we appeal to
when
these memories as opposed to the memories of him raising Biome Powder himself?
Yeah, that would be the easy thing to do, right?
I
Well,
know
'cause,
the
I
argument
mean-
would be, well, he was here for all of this, and it's like, yeah, well, I fucking shouldn't have been. Like, that's not what the story was.
You get to be the cool uncle here, maybe, and then
No,
the
I
parents
see. That's
die.
the thing. Vander was Vander. I like the idea that he and Silco were the dudes that were trying to really fight for and lead Zorn, and that Felicia, whatever her name was, she was a citizen of Zorn with her husband, and they had kids. It was that simple.
Oh, right, now, okay, now I got you. Yeah, I just caught up with my brain.
But now
It's
they've
fine.
made it so that Vander's just one of the
yeah,
most
you're right.
important people in their life from the get-go. He always was.
Yeah, no, that's retarded.
And then
a
those
mistake.
two talk about remembering their parents because they're allowed to have this scene now because we've skipped everything else to get here anyway. And they talk about whether or not the sanctuary could work. Could it actually work? An underground utopia run by a skinny tin machine herald.
Why'd you call him that?
Well,
because
It's a
video
thing.
game.
It's a thing from the thing.
It's not even in the thing anymore, though. They changed that.
I
It's
know,
not
they
Machine
changed it.
Herald anymore. Why'd you call him that?
You can't just say white people are made of tin.
He's the Herald of the Arcane now.
No.
Oh.
but
Wait, when did they
Machine Herald.
change that?
It's on its way. Next patch.
Yeah, it's in the public beta thing.
I got to play Victor at least one more time. Maybe I'll get him a few more times before.
Well,
I'm
surely we
looking
get to
play
keep-
a few goodbye games.
I didn't realize they were changing him. That's
Yeah, he was supposed to be getting a full rework with it. They cut back all of the gameplay changes, so now it's just cosmetic, and everyone hates it.
well-
so all the abilities are all the same then.
Yeah,
More or less, yeah.
Yeah,
it's like the worst possible thing. It's you can continue to play the character you like, but we're changing the aesthetic and the voice. As in, like, what the best possible thing for me would just be, why don't you just relegate him as a new character now? As he's a different guy. He's a goofy.
Yeah, at that point.
Like,
Well, I'll do it as a skin.
well,
You can update all the particle effects and the voice lines. You can do that with a skin. Why change it fundamentally?
this
Arcane.
this is the thing. Just so everyone understands, like, because I'd mentioned this, I think, when we last covered Arcane, but I felt very lucky with Season 1 being that Victor was my favorite to play. He was my main. I'd always pick him whenever I could. He's very funny and fun as an idea, and I like the kit enough that it was just fun to use. And if you don't know, he's like a supervillain with mechanical evolution and has a bunch of quotes that relate to like how obsessed he is with advancing everybody with machines. And he's just got a vibe. I like him a lot. I'd love to have seen more of that. And after Season 1, you, if you were as silly as me, would have thought, you know what? Maybe we're getting that in Season 2. He could get him there. That could definitely work. And And they not only had completely different ideas for where they wanted to take Victor, he is now going to replace that Victor, which feels particularly cruel to me personally.
Oh wait, so they switching the main skin also?
The entire his entire like model and rig is being completely overhauled.
I just looked it up. It's such a downgrade.
Wait, just let me keep the other one.
It just looks like it looks like a
Man.
different character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one on the left, it just looks like a different person. Just have that be a
They
new
should
character.
just be two different characters. They should.
Man. Oof.
Also, the voices, I way prefer the old voice to the new one.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm guessing that the new one is very similar to Victor in the show, right?
They didn't even get was it
It
Harry
ain't,
Lloyd?
yeah, it ain't Harry Lloyd.
It's the same as the original Victor's voice actor, but the direction and the like mixing and filtering and stuff is completely different in a way that just sounds worse.
So, well, because in Arcane in the show, he's very soft spoken, whereas in League of Legends, it's join the glorious evolution.
Yeah,
It's very
boisterous,
very theatrical and aggressive and tongue in cheek and kind of funny, which is very very different in the delivery.
Man, like he looked like a robot man in the other one. Now it's like weird.
He looks kind of like a space alien.
Yeah,
yeah. He kind of looks like a Protoss from StarCraft.
I would have. You've kind of lost the steampunk vibe that the original one has.
They just completely replaced it, and I'm not entirely sure why. I don't get it.
I feel like you only stand to annoy people by doing this, because people grow accustomed to the original one. It's like, oh, now here's a new one, and the old one's gone. It's like, oh.
Would you believe that people are annoyed?
Well, because they've done
for season 1, they just gave you the free skin, right? If I remember correctly. For season 1 with the other characters, right?
Yeah, for season 1, you just got the skins for free if you were playing League when Arcane was coming out.
No.
Right. Like, I mean, that's the way to do it. Is release the skin, and they have released skins for the various characters in season 2. There's a Dracula Caitlyn skin and there's Jace after he's gone all goopy. And those are skins that you can buy. And maybe this Victor rework, like looking at it, it's more than just a reskin. Like, it's a completely different character model. So
it looks like a different concept.
It is a different concept because it's like Arcane's conception of the character, which is completely different to where he originally went.
Fully get it across, but like they've just erased who Victor was from the game because Arcane is just too important. And what really sucks about this is that I would have like conspiracy flames about all of it. It's like the Victor from the game would obviously have had to have inspired them to put Victor in the show. And like we all got a feel of that's gonna be a fun story, and it's not like it had to be one to one with, as Random just mentioned. He's, like I said, super villain. Like, but one of his lines is to join the glorious evolution. He's like a big old silly man kind of. He could be like a villain in a Saturday morning cartoon, but it's very fun and. There's a lot of meaning behind it. And then you can see that they're actually chiseling in here and there stuff that's actually a bit deeper and more interesting, and interactions and different versions of his lore. And you're like, oh, this is really huge potential. If you chisel him such that he becomes like an actual deeper character. And then you watch Arcane Season 1, and you're like, oh, shit, they're doing it. They're doing it. He's going to become the Victor in the game, but he's going to be probably a bit more drawn back, a bit more grounded, but at the same time, the similar values will develop. And it's like, no, we're going completely different direction, and we're killing the old one. It's like, oh,
thanks.
And like, because it was initially pitched, what they told the League player base is that one of the characters will be getting a VGU, which is a full like gameplay and visuals update, and then they just didn't change the gameplay. Because apparently Victor mains or like the people they tested with were not like receptive to the gameplay changes they made, so they essentially just cut them completely. So I don't even get my gameplay changes out of it.
Why not just make him
so mad
Victor
on every
from
front?
Arcane Victor.
So lame.
Or
But
actually,
they fucked it in every single way they possibly could have. It's so crazy.
You should just be a different continuity Victor. You can do that. I know they haven't done that before, where they have like two running characters that are the same but from different. It's just like, yeah, you can. There's nothing stopping you. Let people. And what's funny is if
they have
you
an
ran
excuse to have different continuities of characters or anything.
If you ran these two, I wonder like months from now, who would be the one that's actually still played?
I mean, just look at the silhouette even. Which one of them has a more distinctive and like expressive silhouette and general visual design? Just those two side by side.
I think
I immediately get a much stronger vibe from the guy on the right, even though he's got like, I guess, quote unquote, weaker textures and he's like an older rig and whatnot.
Yeah.
But he has much more personality straight off the bat.
I just think that if you played their voices back to back, you'd quickly decide who your favorite is.
Oh man.
I haven't heard them yet. I kind of want to keep it that way.
Progress.
He's so cool, but he's gonna be
Does
gone
the voice
forever.
stay the same for the other skins that you have, or do they change them too?
His entire, like, all of his voice lines are just being replaced with new voice lines.
Oh,
So.
No,
what are they doing with existing Victor skins? Because the existing
they are getting
skins...
changed to reflect the new like visual
No,
design.
okay.
Essentially.
No,
Yeah.
fuck
That
off!
is
I paid for that.
They bought those things as they were.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
It's one of my favorite
Oh.
skins to play.
Uh-oh.
The creator Victor is fucking awesome.
no,
Yeah.
yeah.
Don't look at new creator Victor.
No, don't,
That's,
motherfuckers.
I don't
Yeah.
like it when the
Sorry.
idea of them fucking around with something that I purchased. Ooh.
I mean, this is the first time in my experience of the game that it's gone badly. Riot has had a very good track record with this because they do this
Yeah.
when they like update characters, models, and whatnot. Before, it's always been good, as far as I can tell, I guess. But yeah, this is a very clear showcase of the consequences of giving them like license to do that.
Man.
Well, and I've seen, because we'll likely cover it, like I said, either this week or next week, but Christian links several comments that relate to all kinds of different things.
Oh man,
he's seen as broadly responsible at this point for why Arcane Season 2 sucks. And there was a comment I saw that was like, I can't believe my favorite character from League of Legends is getting fucking replaced by this idiot fanfics writing. Like, they're just like tossing in his own OC to just completely replace someone that they love. And like I said, it's so unlucky for me. Out of all the characters, he was my favorite. It's just like, great, thanks.
Victor players are so upset. They are so upset. I don't need to like. I don't want to belabor this too much, but yeah, every single thing that could have gone wrong for them in this regard has gone wrong. They haven't got the character they wanted. The character they liked is being replaced. They're not getting anything gameplay wise out of it.
And it's so weird, right? Because you just be like,
really
"Can you just?"
TV sucks.
And you're like, "It doesn't harm anything. Can you just let me play what I want?" And they're like, "No."
No.
Okay.
You're not all.
You literally have all the assets. You could just flick a switch and
Surely,
be like, oh, you can use the new or the old one. That's it.
Yeah, they're gonna be people trying to mod it, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the new creator Victor? Fucking kill me.
Wait, can you post it?
It's gonna be rough because he's an all new rig. Is the problem? Like
This doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like him at all. What the fuck is this?
yeah, it's not good.
What the fuck is? I hate this.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
That is
What is
awful.
that?
Okay.
That's
we
his
gotta do
best
some.
skin. That's the one I always ran.
I was gonna say I use Creative Victor on my runs, so this is original.
Interesting.
What the?
Oh, that's
fuck?
cool.
This is the original.
That
him.
skin had a reputation.
like
of,
Robot
if you see a Victor player using that skin, that's like the scary Victor player because he knows what he's doing.
And then
Oh,
this
the
is the
skin
new
layer.
one.
Okay.
Oh, this fucking bullshit.
Looks all right. Looks all right. Let's see this new one. Yeah, when it loads. This one's all right. There's a theme going.
So they've also added this one.
Yeah,
That's a different person.
Arcane Savior Victor.
It's a different character.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That looks like a Tarek skin.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the gay Victor, I guess. Like, there's because there's a gay Tarek skin that I quite love as well.
Armor of the Fifth Age Tarek.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah,
good.
glorious twinkification.
Man,
Glorious,
he's there
but-
and he's got his robots and he's commanding them with his staff.
Yeah, that's a whole skin line,
He's
by the
cool
way.
as
There's
fuck,
other
and
characters
they-
in the background, and he like built them, and it's kind of neat.
They
And
could have done this story. There was there's nothing stopping them.
they
man,
set
I think
themselves up to do this story. They were
Well, that's
on
why
their
it was
way to
exciting.
this story. I
That's
don't
why it was
fucking
exciting,
get it.
yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't know, man. I feel like something was seriously lost in losing the steampunk kind of aesthetic.
I don't know why you would. I don't know why.
I don't know how you would lose the aesthetic when Arcane is like, I mean, Piltover is like a steampunk world, but I mean, all of the Victor stuff is like way too like magic looking.
Yeah. Well, it's because he's not the Machine Herald anymore. He's the Herald of the Arcane. All of his shit.
They call him a Machine Herald. It's like none of these people look like machines to me. They look like people with floop on their faces.
Maybe they thought it was spelled Harold, and that's his name, Machine Herald.
Machine.
Wait,
hello, I am Machine Herald.
Machine Harold.
You have to help me out.
Anyway.
Theo, I'm trying to look at Deathsworn. Is this the new version of Deathsworn?
Hang on, I got you.
When am I gonna see it?
It's loading because the internet sucks.
Right.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's new Deathsworn, Victor.
Oh.
Yeah.
That looks like a different character.
Well, just for
These
reference,
all
this
look
is
like
old
completely
Deathsworn.
different characters.
Man.
Oh, he looks more deathy.
Yeah.
Man.
So just EFAP chat.
The old one doesn't look very deathly.
It's gone as wrong as it possibly could have for them.
This is Deathsworn
like,
Victor, and then this is new Deathsworn Victor.
Man. I feel like this is just missing the point.
I have a feeling that something about this isn't going to go through. The backlash is too big. No one is happy, and the entire Victor player base is very upset,
including me.
Not surprised.
I mean,
Riot has historically
removed their choice to play as the original. I think that's what I find so baffling. If you want to include all of these new Victor versions, that seems like that's. I mean, sure, but like, why can't you play as the
It would have
old
been
one?
something I'd actually congratulate them for. They said there's an Arcane Victor pack you can buy, which it's set up that way. You could just have it all apply. It's like, there you go, you set that and you've got the Arcane pack. Fucking make it as expensive as you want. Why did you take old Victor away? It's just like,
it would make more sense if there were any fucking gameplay changes, or if Victor was like somehow a defunct character, because that has happened in League of Legends before. Like, characters have ended up like, with the progression of the game, they just don't have a place in it anymore. Like, they're stranded without any sense of identity or whatever. So that's usually what full visual and gameplay rework scale means. Victor didn't necessarily need that. He's been in a bit of trouble the past few years, which is why I was excited for fucking gameplay changes. And a lot of other people were too. The Victor people were like cautiously optimistic. Then this shit started coming out, and then they say, yeah, no gameplay changes really. We're just replacing your guy with a different guy. So like, the opportunity cost is terrible here. You don't stand to actually gain anything, because this doesn't like spike the character's play rate or anything, right? This doesn't do anything for him as something that people will want to play, other than unless they're very, very invested in Arcane Victor, which that doesn't seem to be panning out very well.
We were years ago.
Yeah,
but
that
ship is
I was invested in that guy, but he didn't show up. He never showed back up.
He died at the beginning of the season.
I miss him. Yeah. Wherever he is out there, maybe canonically. Well, we'll get to that next episode. Never mind.
Yeah. Really sucks. It sucks for everyone involved. And I'm pretty sure there will be some response from Riot, because it's too bad for them to not respond at this point.
I don't know. At this point, it just seems like a stupid move financially too, because you can just make more use of, like, cutting out the chance for people to even get into using old Victor. It's like, why wouldn't you want? You know, it's always just leave it there for people to buy. I don't know, man. Whatever. Thanks, Arcane. This is what I mean. This feels like the anti-Arcane this whole season.
Everything about it is so specifically contorted around being spiteful to season 1. I don't get it.
Yeah, why are we getting punished for liking season 1? It's not fair.
I guess that's the finger on the monkey's paw curling of the season of League of Legends animated series is actually good.
You get one amazing season of television, but the second one, oh boy!
Invested in the second one and everything related to it. Oh man, you're not ready.
So, Ambessa and her Noxian army arrive with Dracula Caitlyn, of course. She's got the outfit back on. You gotta love it. Wonderful. And I guess you'd be like, well, I guess they're just going to immediately invade, because why wouldn't they?
As they showed.
They
Yeah,
got.
why wouldn't they?
They're gonna want full control over this place. They know Warwick is here. They very likely everybody is fucking here, to be honest with you. And yeah, the lad is like, hey, no weapons. And they
the
have
fucking guy in front of the whole army is like, no, you need to, no weapons.
This
no,
is
no,
where
no.
brass balls on this guy.
No, I know, right? It's you can't be doing this. I love Rick just walks right up to him, and I was so ready, just chop him in half. Do it, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
But then Singed is like, if I may, believe the Herald may be a former pupil of mine. So he's gonna go in and speak to him, and then Ambessa says, "Okay, well, ready our forces for tonight." It's amazing just how
that conversation's gonna take.
Well, it's just that in seconds they've already done so much damage again. Why would Ambessa give a shit at all about any of these rules or anything? Just go in, get shit. Yours, Ambessa.
Why would she let Singed go in? Because Singed could absolutely betray her. He's going in there to where they know that Warwick is.
She's known him for like a day. She has no idea.
I'm going to go talk to my friends.
And Singed knows that is maybe not terrified, but definitely scared of Warwick.
I don't want to keep banging on this drum too much as well, but like they've introduced a bit more of a problem in just the amount of forces they've given Ambessa to work with. Why was she allowed to come here with so many Noxian soldiers?
Caitlyn's here.
This foreign agent who's basically in control of the government now that we just don't talk about? I couldn't tell you, man.
Apparently she just brought an army with her to Piltover's gates, and Piltover was like, right on, dude.
Hell yeah, thanks.
Listen, there's no Rubicon in Runeterra, all right?
This is the way it's worked, right? Caitlyn's been given full power as if she represents all of Piltover unequivocally. There's nothing anyone can do. Even though she's not a fucking council member, even.
I'm trying to remember season 1. Are these the troops that came with her?
Well, we saw a fair number of troops, but
it was like one airship, right? When Ambessa arrived.
Suffice it to say, yes, Ambessa's forces
a lot more
have
have arrived.
Expanded
it makes complete
I don't
sense.
know. Yeah, she sent word back to
Swain
Nox
personally sent these to help her because he's very happy with what she's up to here.
Yeah, this is obviously very good for Noxian interests. Yes.
Yeah, just so everyone is clear about the geography, Piltover doesn't actually represent any interest to Noxus at all, right? It doesn't help him in any way, shape, or form. They don't care about it. So that's why he's fine with Ambessa messing around with it to this degree.
Absolutely.
We might be going too far into British sarcasm, and maybe we should explain that is the opposite of the case, just to make sure.
Piltover is a vital shipping lane to Noxus. Noxus has an extensive spy network stationed in Piltover to ensure the promotion of Noxian interests. And for this reason, Piltover is more trouble than it's worth to like invade or whatever, and Noxus is very content with the current arrangement of things. So,
oh god.
Triangle. And the kid's like, I don't think that's. She's like, triangle. Pay attention.
How many triangles do you see? One? Good. You have vision.
Top of the triangle. Which triangle? Wrong question. All of them.
The only
and like she says,
in there.
vision is the top of the triangle. And you're like, isn't wisdom? She's like, no.
Both of them are at the top. They're both.
I love sacrifice just in the middle.
I can't remember if speed was actually one of them or if that's just a meme.
Speed was mentioned in the conversation, but I think it was her just unrelated saying, "Oh, Caitlyn, you're getting good at speeding."
Yeah, it really should have been something you say in the middle of explaining the triangle. That you're like, your speed is good. But, yeah, you know, I think this is solid to understand. You probably are better off with all of these, you know.
It's such an easy thing to explain. Wisdom, like vision, might, guile. That I feel like it doesn't take much effort to make this. This is a trifecta of strength, and to explain that in a pretty approachable way.
No Starship Troopers, I'll tell you that.
Well, yeah. So I don't believe that Ambessa would have done anything other than just immediately invade. I don't believe that she would trust Singed to just go and fuck off. She didn't even talk to him about what she wants him to do. She's just like, I'm off.
And how long does a conversation take? Like, we're gonna wait until tonight for you to go and talk with the guy. Maybe like an hour, a couple of hours, a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Remember, he does eventually just wander out at one point. It's very much like, yeah, I can just do that. Yes, we haven't explicitly mentioned drooling for a squeaky today, but now we have. There we go. My favorite lyric from this season. We'll have to figure out what it means someday. Scientist.
Oh, I think we all know what it means.
Oh,
I think you do. I think you do.
So anyway, as was mentioned with Random, if Singed goes in there and you can't trust him, he can warn them, he can escape with them, they can do literally everything to subvert you that you could imagine.
I was thinking more that Singed could go in there and just stab Warwick with a syringe of psychopathy and create a major problem for Ambessa.
Syringe
that would never happen. What you just said is insane and would never happen. That's crazy.
That would be really dumb.
Yeah,
they would never do such.
Imagine Ambessa sends her like super important scientist man into Warwick, and it does something that ends up killing her right hand man. That would be so funny. What a funny thing. Anyway, we got to move on, right? So it's what possible thing will happen next, and it is Singed and Victor having a little chin wag as you do. And he says, your power, it's finite. It's diminished by every use.
Is that a thing, chinwag?
Yeah, you've asked me that before. Go Google it, Rags.
Have I asked you that before?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I've been expecting you, Doctor. That's what Victor said. He knew he was coming. I guess he just meant generally that he was expecting to have a chat with him again at some point.
Ask a question.
Hmm.
How the fuck does Singed have any idea how Victor's situation works?
He's got a really good understanding of things.
I guess understanding things would be one of the things you would need in order to understand Victor's situation.
Hey, last we met, you gave me some shimmer, a special shimmer, and I got into the Goon Tomb and have since started this commune where I have a cosmic level of understanding of all everything. Yeah, and Singe's like, yeah.
Wait, a natural consequence.
Did you say the words Goon Tomb just now? That was you, right? Who said that?
I would prefer you stayed out of the Goon Tomb.
It's dangerous.
This is, I feel like I'm missing some context here because I wasn't on the podcast for Act 1. What is a Goon Tomb?
It's what Victor was in after he joined with the Hex Corps. Remember?
The thing in the wall.
The vertical bath, yeah.
Yes, the vertical bath.
The Goon Tomb.
What's it called?
Okay.
Even a shower?
I mean, it would be fun to have a vertical bath. I guess you walk in.
That sounds harrowing.
Some people would call that a shower. But
standing just made that joke, you fucking idiot. Anyway, I guess
shouldn't know how any of this works. This is completely fucking unprecedented.
He shouldn't, but I guess he should be invested in you might be the key to saving Oriana. I guess. He's super interested.
Very interested, yeah.
He says it with such conviction like that.
Yeah. He puts his hand on Victor, I think, and he gets a little flim flam of his like a burst of his memories, which he's reading something to Oriana, and he says his quest led him astray of any trodden path, his own shadow dissolved to darkness, now only course was forward, the only warmth a dream of her waltz. I was like, that's a nice line.
That is a nice line.
Singed, we've said before, generally
poke his little head up.
His scenes are of higher quality than all other characters for some reason.
He stays winning. I would like to see more of him. He's the only person I could say that for, I guess.
So, Victor says, knowledge is a paradox. The more one understands, the more one realizes the vastness of his ignorance.
It's not a paradox, but all right.
Is there? There's multiple definitions for paradox, right? Isn't there? It's or am I thinking of something else?
I could double check. I'm only aware of one.
I think what Victor is meant to be saying there, is that the more that you learn, what he literally says is that the more you learn, the more he realizes that you don't learn, which means the percentage of things that you know goes down the more you learn. That would be the paradox.
Well, yeah, but I assume Rags is saying it's
Percentage
not
of things.
a conventional definition of paradox. But if he's saying knowledge is the simultaneous gaining, like to gain it is to lose it almost because you understand how much you don't have. That's what he said. Like, I think it's a fine line. I don't really mind it.
Mm-hmm. I'm nitpicking. That's fine.
Yeah, and Singe says, marvelous specimen, isn't he? The regenerative qualities of his blood will stabilize you. Which, yeah. Whatever at this point. Singe can just put the blood of something into something else and it'll do whatever he wants.
He's got the magic goo blood. It's fine.
It's
this idea that Victor is running out of power has come out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, why not? It's going to be necessary for the next episode. Well, the episode after next. Yeah, I would just say that's what that line is for. It's a setup that Warwick's blood's going to be an excuse for a lot of shit going forward. And it definitely will be. And he says, Apex Shimmer combined with you, the Apex form of Hex Tech. And he wants Victor and Warwick to combine. Create that, I guess. And he says, what you're suggesting would destroy him, and for what? Conquest? The greed of warmongers? And then Singe says, to complete your work and to save us from ourselves, you must survive, Victor. Which, yeah, I mean, it's not unclear to anybody at this point, at least in the audience, that Singed is only interested in the mutation surviving and getting it to his daughter that can save her. Which, you know what? The one functional fucking thing in this season.
I mean,
so.
it's an understandable piece of motivation going on. I get it, man.
He's the only character thus far that is, still like, hey, he's like in character.
Like Victor's line just now was, I don't understand why he would say this, because he says, what you're suggesting would destroy Vander/Warwick. For what? Conquest? Like, no, to allow you to keep doing your Techno-Jesus thing. And like that's exactly what Singe says, but why would Victor think that?
He looked into his mind as well, didn't he? He should know.
He did, yes.
I mean, even without looking at, like, he should know Singed is, like, not interested in any of this shit.
I just, it doesn't... colleague.
Well, there's that, yeah, but, like, I don't know. He got that little flash of him with the daughter. I feel like that was a signal to us that Victor's just absorbed a lot of information that should be pretty straightforward now in terms of understanding what Singed wants, but alright. And he says... Go ahead.
Go on. Oh, okay. I was going to say, not to bang on a dead horse too much, but I did not need to hear Victor talking about fate.
Well, we're about to get to a line that I think Rags is going to have a lot to say about. Do you believe in fate, Doctor? Our paths carved before us, guided by an invisible hand? And Singe says, not fate, evolution. Nature's greatest force, forever in flux. Which is a fine thing to say. And then Victor says, no, evolution has a destination, not to combat nature, but to supersede it. The final glorious evolution.
Is that the thing?
Yeah, he said the thing.
That's not evolution. That's not how it works.
There's just not really a way to interpret that line as valid. Like, it doesn't work.
Evolution has a destination. No, it doesn't.
It literally doesn't. It is
evolution
is
a process.
What's so interesting about it?
They finally do the line from the game that people have been talking about, and they fuck up what evolution is. Interesting.
Which is so fucking odd to do that at the same time, because...
That's unusual.
Yeah, because I remember being stuck thinking about how wrong he was, and then they say the line I was waiting for all of season 1, and I'm just like, oh, man.
Like, oh, sorry, I was distracted by that silly thing you just said.
Evolution doesn't supersede nature. That's a very, as a goal, that's a very strange way to put it for anything.
Very strange. It's just an emergent thing that nature does. It's just something nature does.
Well, I would say it's an emergent thing of mutations, right? Once we understand how mutations work, and then you spam that over eons, you get evolution. Like, that's like the long-term result of that process. And mutations are just like small genetic changes and alterations, which is, they can go good, bad, or neutral. It's really about the fucking person who's judging that situation, what the scale is and everything.
Adapting to an environment and an ecosystem. And there's pressures that can change that ecosystem that then change the individual beings in the ecosystem. and so on and so forth.
You could have 3 kids who are born in a place that's really hot, and one of them is now better at dealing with it, one of them is okay at dealing with it, one of them is bad at dealing with it. It's likely the one that was bad at dealing with it dies, and that mutation dies with them. That's that. You know, and then it's like...
I feel like the most that you can do in terms of saying an endpoint is like, hey, crocodiles, you know, they've lasted for a while.
Yeah, their mutation no longer... Yeah, they've reached like a...
There's no real appeal to something like humanity, right? Because it would be like participation in nature versus, superseding nature in some way is how you would try to articulate this.
Maybe.
Well, yeah,
it's a really weird way to...
No, continue.
It's I guess that it's intertwined with the way that the natural world seems to function. It is an element of what happens when you have quote unquote random mutations in organisms, and generally evolution is, as far as I know officially, it's like the change in allele frequencies in populations over generations.
Yeah.
Evolution doesn't happen to individuals so much as it does to groups.
No, yeah, that's what I'm getting at is just and the superseding I would just it needs like autocorrection as though it's actually got like some kind of consciousness that it is moving towards something is wrong.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on your interpretation of the universe, I suppose, right? But then that feels like a conversation that needs to be had.
Well, but like we generate...
I really want teleology in my evolution, please.
Generating mutations that are not helpful, and then they can actually survive with how things work these days. Like mutations that aren't beneficial to the human body are now gonna not necessarily be erased based on survival. That's like how we've almost superseded evolution.
Well, I was actually thinking more so in the sense of, hey, maybe a koala doesn't stand a really good chance of making it, but man, we really like them koalas, so we're gonna
that's another great example, actually. Yeah,
you know, koalas are kind of they're very daft animals, you could say. They're lethargic. They're not very clever. They could not survive on any continent other than Australia, and their survival is in peril, but goddamn, those koalas, we gotta protect them, you know? They're koalas. Look at them. They're great.
I think the show has potentially backed itself into a corner because it is using the word evolution almost certainly because of, the lines from the game, join the glorious evolution, all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
But what Victor is referring to in this scene and what he actually wants to do is not... it isn't evolution, which means that what he's talking about is superseding nature, but that isn't the same as what evolution actually is.
I think you're right. I think they've got all these pieces from their adaptation that they can't even use anymore because it's not the same character at all. And so it's like we got to put it in somehow. They knew they had to get him to say glorious evolution, which in retrospect now sucks.
Just a bit.
I don't know. I suppose almost like the root of the frustration here is this feels like a whole episode's worth of conversation, you know, but instead it's like this really condensed, abridged conversation that they needed specifically to get to the line of the final war. Like, I'm okay with the character coming to the conclusion that evolution does have an end point, even though I disagree with that. But like, goddamn, you gotta have a conversation between these two characters about this topic.
Well, it does have an endpoint in the sense that Victor is using the word because he has an endpoint that he would like to get to. But again, that isn't true of evolution in the general sense of the word.
The broadest and most understood version of evolution.
I feel like Sims would even be able to say, like, I mean, even if you achieve what you want, are you sure that that's going to be permanent? Or
it's only for as long as your environment doesn't change.
Exactly. As soon as something happens that puts pressure on him, then Victor's going to probably be open to the idea of changing again. To which
especially
evolution
because
doesn't have an end. But,
well, if the wild rune is supposed to be like uncontrolled and it's wild in a sense, it's more chaotic, then you wouldn't want to reach a singular point in terms of what you are and what your capabilities are. There would have to be this embracing of not being evolved, but constantly evolving, and an understanding if that's what you need to do. You need to be in that state of being able to change to fit an environment to be able to he should be able to say to everyone, I've seen this wild rune and it's constantly changing and it's pure chaos, and we're so and we as unevolved people, we as non-hex tech people, we're so like constrained to what we can actually be. Our ability to change is so slow. We have to embrace the chaos and become it so that we can meet whatever happens next.
I wonder if there was a
final glorious evolution as like crossing that barrier. It doesn't mean that you don't change, but it means that you've moved past a certain threshold of being bound by the world.
Or like we have to give up our sense of identity, because if we identify with something, it means we're a thing that is identifiable, and that doesn't really change.
Destructible, can be destroyed, or
we have to be this. We have to be something other than what we are for whatever reason. And one of my biggest complaints about Victor here, and certainly in this season, because I don't have any complaints about him in last season because he's perfect the way he was, is that I don't know why the fuck he thinks what he thinks, or what his motivations are, or what he's trying to get to or achieve. Like he's trying to do a thing, but I have no idea why he would want that for himself or for other people.
We're really far from in the pursuit of great. We failed to do good. We're really far away.
I think I have an answer, but it's so poorly explained. So in season 1, we see the hex core when they're fucking around with it. It accelerates processes that are already in motion. So one example would be the plants. When he plugs it into the plants, it tells the plants to grow really, really, really quickly. But then the catch is that they couldn't work out how to make them not die. So if Victor has now been combined with the hex core, then it is accelerating what was already there, which is Victor's desire to help people. And I guess the fact that part of his brain is now a hex core, his moral compass is a bit fucked. That's the best I've got.
Dude, it's so annoying because everything everyone is saying is just talking about the original Victor. Like from the game, I mean. Like you are just talking about Victor from the game because it was so easy to get Victor to that point because he was already going there. And yet we just pivoted like unbelievably hard away from that in order to do this, which isn't even representative of a viewpoint that seems to speak to anything about either the character, his circumstances, his environment, his history, the world around him. Like, I really, really just do not understand how we got here. I cannot make sense of it.
They just did the time skips. Like, I think Hextech is Poggy now. Why? I don't know.
They do seem to have flubbed the layup that they gave to themselves, which is an odd thing to say.
The original Victor was just hardcore about, like, he was progress to the extreme, essentially. Flesh is weak and we can, like, replace it with better things. That was, like, his main deal. And, they gave him plenty in Arcane Season 1 that would inform a viewpoint like that.
Mm-hmm.
He became, like, a shitty version of the WoW.
Oh, fuck. Why'd you say that?
Because that's what he is. Now you have to think about it, too. I just gloriously evolved your mind, so there.
I didn't want this.
I'm gonna gloriously jump out of my window
now. We have to do a lot of fucking de-evolution to bring the WoW down to what they've written here, because... I mean, I'm not going to talk about the WoW, even though I'd love to, because I fucking love the concept. But like you can have evolutionary dead ends, or we mentioned like different creatures that haven't changed much and still function very well in their environments, or creatures that haven't changed much but probably need to better make use. I mean, we could make way better use of our environments. Humans aren't exactly. People like to claim that we're peak evolution when it's like we got plenty of things that can be solved, and plenty of evidence that there's clearly been errors along the way. I think we mentioned this on streams before, but I've always loved the video of I think it's Richard Dawkins talking about a giraffe's neck.
Oh, giraffes! That's insane.
Was the nerve in the neck that was
and so,
way longer than it needed to be.
Like evolution being described as anything other than a functioning biological process it has all kinds of results. Like if you start talking about it as evolution wants to take over and beat nature, I was like,
Victor had a line for this sort of thing. In one of his short stories, Victor has a line for this sort of thing. He says, humans settle for fine when they could have exceptional. That's his underpinning idea.
you need to not keep telling me these things because they're gonna make me more upset about what could have been with.
I know, right?
It's so grim.
House on Emberflit Alley. Good story.
And I don't know. It's Theo was kind of speaking to it earlier, but throughout the whole season, you do have this sort of this persistent thought of how is it even possible that the same people who created season 1 could have created this? And I suppose the annoying part is that there are some things where you get answers, right? Like we know why Joker 2 is what it is, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty clear what happened. Whereas here, it really feels like there's a variety of explanations available, but they don't feel satisfactory for how you could deliver a season, 9 episodes worth of really well-crafted, compelling story, and how we could get to here where it's not merely that it's not working as well. It's like it's running contrary to a lot of what was established in season 1.
We do
it doesn't make much sense.
We'll say we do have a lot of things. Like we'll talk about it when we get there, but
that's true. Yeah.
The more time goes on, I'm actually hoping by next week there'll be even more information, hopefully, because people are very invested in finding out what went wrong, and the egos on certain writers are not taking it well. That people don't love this as much as season 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I mean,
I'd say definitely with one of the quotes he came out with.
Yeah, that's oh yeah, that one is man, like that's a case of calm down, dude. Like the ego is running a little bit out of control there. But hey,
I really want to see this quote now. I won't look it up though. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Hang on.
You gotta show
It's so sad. It's so sad.
This is a double fucking hit for me because Blitzcrank was my first main. So
Blitzcrank is awesome.
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank's
so
fucking brilliant. The idea that we were robbed of Victor becoming that and then making his robot pal Blitzcrank to hang out with is actually cruel that you took that.
Yeah.
Just for chat. This Blitzcrank guy, he is a robot that Victor built.
And he's like a happy robot guy.
He's super chill and fun. And
there was a big
he puts the go in Golem
disaster in Zorn, and Victor built Blitzcrank to like help Zorn be less fucked up about it, I guess, essentially.
Bringing one of his lines is a rolling golem gathers no rust.
He's so funny,
wholesome.
Dude.
He's great. That was humor. Other robots find that to be appropriately funny.
We're done. We're going to see all the magic guys. I forget their names. Who are the good guy fantasy guys?
Talking about Demacia?
Are they the good? Is that the big guy with the sword? Is he one of them?
Garen is
Demacia,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, you'll be going there next or something. We're done with Piltover and Zorn. We got bored of
What
it.
about all of the other champions that are from Piltover and Zorn?
No,
well, that one we do have a quote for where he just said we didn't have the time. It's like, okay.
Too bad.
Cool.
Too bad.
Thanks. Appreciate
You've
it.
left their lore in limbo now.
Bye.
Because many of them can't actually exist with the way Arcane proceeds.
So, Vampire Caitlyn is on guard. I need to explain this because
you should call it Count Caitlyn.
I've heard some very, very amusing names for her with that relate to vampires. It's good shit.
Caitlyn the Impaler.
Because her character sucks.
More like Count,
oh, damn it.
Count Dicula.
Oh no!
I disavow.
Yeah,
whoever it is out there who says that is a naughty thing to say, and I disavow it.
Yes.
No, it isn't. It's fucking funny.
So yeah, I don't know how to explain what the fuck happens here. Singed is like, well, that was my chat with Victor. I'm off, and just leaves.
Going home.
Vi, wandering about, happens to spot him leaving and decides, yeah, I'm just going to follow him into Noxian territory. Fuck it. Which is already like, what are you doing? This could go bad in many ways. And look how close she is to him here.
Yeah.
You think he just turns around like, why are you
doing?
What do you want?
So she's almost to him. She's doing a snoop. And then, boom, she's ambushed by someone who's on guard. Happens to be Caitlyn.
Why is she here?
And for the record,
if it was anyone else?
Caitlyn did not recognize that was Vi until she attacked her.
Yeah.
How? You're a sharpshooter guard. You would have seen her coming from ages away. You didn't recognize that was Vi? Are you blind?
No. Well, we need funny banter, so...
And then, of course, what are the fucking odds that Caitlyn was on guard? Are you kidding? She's the commander.
I understand she's
Everyone
a sharpshooter and everything, but she's the commander. She's in charge of the entirety of Piltover right now,
she's been in like a tent somewhere where they do war meetings or whatever.
I think it would be fair to say she's a bit busy.
Yeah.
This is so retarded that you immediately just... It's so reliable. Why would this have happened? Well, it's to cause the rest of this episode to happen.
Facilitate, and consequently the rest of the season.
Yeah. You say that, but the plans within plans that go on here do not make any sense.
Nope, no, they don't at all.
What do you mean?
If you're currently tracking Caitlyn, we're about to... This is the moment where she switches entirely back to being a complete good guy from bad guy, and I got nothing for like how the hell this happens.
I have no clue.
It's actually funny. It's really funny because the way that... I don't know, do you want to go through the scene first, or...?
So she says, the routes in and out of this canyon are being monitored. No one can come in or out without being questioned. We've tracked some sort of chem weapon and a bloodthirsty, murderous beast. What are you doing here? So she's already surrendered, like, all of the information to Vi for no reason, really. Like, you don't trust her, I thought, but okay, just go ahead. And then Vi says, I'm trying to save my dad.
And then we cut away.
That's it.
That the line I'm here to save my dad, or I have to save my dad, it's so vague that I don't know if I'm giving the writers too much credit, because Caitlyn knows that Vi's dad is dead.
Well, so this is the cope I've seen, which is that conversation went on for like another fucking half an hour, and everything you need to think was said to convince Caitlyn was said.
Yeah,
that sounds like something we would have wanted.
Yeah,
no.
Off we
go.
Well, then Rags, we can't get the fun twisteroo where she's like, "I've captured Vi."
Yeah, sure. It's so funny because if you go through it, she says that, and the next time we see them, they're in cahoots. And you're like, wait, so she said she's looking for her dad, and Caitlyn somehow immediately made the tick in her brain. It's like, oh, that beast is her dad. And like, what? How did you get there?
She would have had to tell Caitlyn all that, then convince her that it was true.
Yeah.
And then tell her about, oh yeah, so I'm still with Jinx.
You know that,
and she has a kid or whatever. I don't know, man.
You know,
and all that other stuff.
With the potions, he made my dad a giant werewolf. And she'd just be like, "What are you talking about? How do you know that?" It's like, well, because the
creature that killed
the cosmic Jesus looked at his brain and he saw my dad, so he's definitely in there. Like, what? Like, what?
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah, there needs to be so much convincing on Vi's part to this even be.
Dude, I'm half convinced that's why we don't see the conversation, because what the hell would it be?
Yeah.
But whatever it was, it convinced Caitlyn fully to be a good guy. That's what happened.
Well,
Also, by the way, Jinx is here.
You're telling me that the deadly beast that killed like a whole bunch of our guards and soldiers and people is actually your dad? Whoa,
don't
I'm
forget,
on your side now.
Caitlyn was particularly pissed off that Warwick's... What he did was undo all of their operations over the past few months that they'd made great sacrifices for, right? So not only has it killed a bunch of enforcers, it's undone all the work they did by freeing all of the Thor Knights. So, yeah, basically she would have every reason to hate this thing. I've seen people say, it's like, no, this makes sense because Caitlyn understands how much Vi's father meant to her and that she should do anything to help her get him back, even if he's a beast or whatever. And it's just Caitlyn was trying to murder Vi's sister when she was lying down with a child on her. I think Caitlyn's a bit beyond the whole like, oh, people you care about I won't hurt.
The reactions and cope to this online I've seen is so frustrating because I might have said it last time already. Like it feels like the people who react to this positively online, they just enjoy like this family kind of drama and these relationship dramas that they just don't even think about or just plainly ignore all the murdering that is happening by those characters. It's like Jinx still killed very many people, and Warwick killed people, including Zor Knights. You can't convince me otherwise.
No,
Fuck
yeah,
off.
it's bullshit that he wouldn't have.
It's insane. They just want some family relationship drama, and it's like, I don't know, go watch another show. But I mean, I guess you don't have to, because it seems like they're catering to those people currently. Like all the shipping and everything, it's so frustrating. Like I've gotten mad over the weeks when I saw tweets like this. It's just, what is happening? What are we doing?
And then, like, once you've passed what they've forced to happen in this scene, you start to think more, and you're like, why isn't Caitlyn going into the settlement and asking around and trying to figure out what the fuck is even going on? You're allowed in there. You can just walk in and out. Singe just did.
Yeah, you just go in.
She's a fucking investigator.
And also, I'm the guy in charge of Piltover.
Yeah, she's got
ask
authority.
her some questions and things. I guess she's not that curious, or she was busy on guard duty.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's that.
Oh well, indeed.
Moving on.
Imagine what could have happened.
Singe says Victor believes he can save the man inside the beast, but if he succeeds, I'm afraid the creature's usefulness will be lost to us. Don't know why that would be the case. Surely, whatever Singed needs of Warwick would still be there, whether you make him peaceful or not. But I guess he wants to inject him with hyper juice to make him, like, overload, and then combine that with hex tech juice to make him double overload into
mega juice.
So at this point, I just thought about this.
Combining? Go on, sorry.
Oh, I love werewolf juice.
Are we supposed to assume that Victor would just turn him back to Vander fully? Is this what we're...
Well, he'd be, I guess, Vander, but in beast body, so he's just like, hey guys, I'm dead.
Hello, I'm a wolf now. So I don't
know. Also, this is probably a stupid question. Can Singe not just make another one?
No, remember that he said something like
Vanda's
this man
super special.
Vander was super
no,
special.
well,
the wolf camps are still on cooldown.
Vander's like a primary character, sort of, kind of, or at least he was for 3 episodes, and so now he's so very special, biologically speaking. He has genes.
His genes were necessary for the purposes of like working out how to regenerate flesh so that he could resurrect his daughter. But in terms of just making a giant roided
you just
wolf
said that
monster,
so matter of factly, but that's kind of like the story.
It is. But like,
his genes are necessary.
He doesn't need Vander in order to just make another killing machine, right? He could just do that.
It's just the goo inside him needs to be added to other goo, and then other goo, and then it's the perfect goo for Oriana. I think that's the idea, okay? You following?
Which apparently Victor doing his goo to Warwick's goo just doesn't make that happen, I guess. It needs to be Warwick goo on the Victor goo in that order, not...
all of a sudden we have a bunch of scientists in this panel acting like, ooh, I know how it would really work. It
Obviously,
wouldn't be like that at all.
It's very clear if you pay attention. See, this meme is about Rags not following obvious details, and I think it makes it very clear. Because as you can see there, it says room, and then dishwasher, and then goon tomb, which is the perfect placement for it. As Fringy is pointing out. So, yeah, the show continues against all recommendations. Sides, and Mbessa says we're going to have to force Victor's hand, and we get the I'm going to craft a serum that's going to prohibit Victor's success. That's what Singe says. We do see it. But the huge shocking reveal is one, that Via's been captured by Caitlyn. Oh no!
Holy crap.
Tense music plays, and you can see Rictus doesn't he's like, and it's like, yeah, because he's the only good character in this act.
I'm going to stay here.
Like, I don't know about this. But yeah, we also see Jace is here, and he's like arrived at the settlement, which when we were watching it, we were like, fuck, did he walk all the way from...
He did walk.
Holy shit! Like,
you can imagine. You have to imagine all the awkward looks. Like he's just back all of a sudden, walks through wherever he needs to go through. It's like, is that Jace? What is
that? The man of progress?
Well, he's been missing for like 6 months. He's very. He's a counselor. How on earth did he get here without someone being like, "Holy, you're back? Where have you been?" I mean, if that happened, did they just get like pulverized?
He just killed every single one on their way.
He just shot them with the cannon.
I'm still like, having seen the entire season, I still don't understand why he hammered Sallow. Like, that was not necessary.
Because he's an Arcane man
and
bad, yeah. Well,
bad.
we
Arcane bad, whatever.
I guess we should talk about it post episode 7. Yeah, we'll talk all about that. Don't worry. But now, Jace wanders through the settlement until he reaches Victor. That's a summary of all of his scenes that are coming up. The one thing I'd say is amazing is he managed to blunder through the whole camp and avoid every character that would recognize him. It's lucky.
Yep. He's also carrying his hammer, obviously.
He's very noticeable to the point where other people could easily have said, there's a psychopath with a hammer. Like, anybody?
Yeah,
Someone at the door didn't take his weapon.
Take it. He looks like he's going to squish some people, too.
Well, he was smart. He didn't go through the main door. He went through the side door. Nobody takes your weapons there.
Yeah, it looks like you could get in a wide variety of ways.
Pretty open.
Yeah, but if you don't come through the door, that's rude. So nobody would do that.
Vi is delivered by Caitlin, and if anyone checked Vi, as in did a thing of make sure she doesn't have any knives or guns or anything, this whole sequence would be fucked. But we're lucky because that doesn't happen.
Noxians aren't very good at,
anything.
handling prisoners in wartime situations or anything like that. That's not something that they would have within their purview.
And I also don't understand why Ambessa tells Rictus to leave the room. Because I don't think we have ever seen Ambessa doing anything, especially not anything as important as interrogating a prisoner, without Rictus being right there.
Well, he's off to go and do Warwick things? I can't remember. What is Rictus's job right now? She's sending him to do something.
He pops up later, but I don't think he was doing that yet. For now, I think that she's just told him to wait outside.
Well, we'll get back to them in a moment. For now, Grogu just stole back Jinx's gun, which just makes it sort of feel like, okay, I guess you could just do that. And Jinx says, ever since you dropped into my life, it's like I put on glasses, except I can't tell whether everything's blurry or clear.
So what does that mean?
I don't know, actually.
Means your glasses need adjusting?
I don't know if it's supposed to mean
my perspective has changed.
Yeah, I'm different, but I don't know if I'm seeing things clearly now or if you're distracting me from seeing things clearly. I guess, but I still don't really.
Yeah,
can't do much with that.
It's clearly even look like for Jinx at this point.
I think the idea that Jinx can see or think clearly after the events of season 1 is ridiculous, and we've got there in.
Well, man, they fucked her up.
This episode, but
that is not the character I was promised.
Nope.
No, they stole it from us, much like everyone else. Want to hear a dumb joke? Jinx says, a sentimental ex-con, a giant furball, and 2 of Piltover's most wanted walk into a weird cult, and here comes the punchline, and she spots Singed and Caitlin standing over Warwick's body, which is like, holy shit. Well, just to be clear, Caitlin, like, do we all remember what Caitlin means to Jinx? Like, this is insane. She's just there with Singed, another fucker that we don't trust, in a room alone
and
with Warwick.
Jinx knows who he is. Jinx also knows who Singed is because he pumped her full of shimmer in season 1, which was also incredibly traumatic for her.
She should be freaking out. Like, what the fuck is going on? We're getting something bad's happening. Something very wrong is happening. But instead, she's like, It's like, no, this is beyond
This is a lot of trauma in 2 people for you, Jinx.
All of the characters of Arcane are here in this location.
Yeah.
They've all just like converged into this place. Even ones we thought were dead. They're all here.
From the dead.
We're about to have
From the dead.
From the dead.
Yeah. From the dead.
So probably worth mentioning at this point, like Vi's plan. And how it doesn't make any sense. I'll avoid anything that has yet to happen. So,
well, because we're on the scene where it gets revealed. I don't know if you want to do that first, and then we can
go for it. Yes, probably easier. Yeah.
Bessa's got her captured, and she says, "You're quite a curiosity. You captured Caitlin's heart. I owe you thanks. Your absence provided a vacuum I was able to fill. In other circumstances, I might have offered you a position in my organization. Your resilience is undeniable. Of course, that won't be possible. You've caused too many complications. Caitlyn must not be distracted. And I think I said twice as she was saying this fucking speech, "You're monologuing! Kill her!"
What possible reason do you have to keep her around?
She only intends to kill her. They're doing the fucking hack writing bullshit, which is like, I want to explain to you in detail my decision to kill you right now. Why would Ambessa care?
Talking, I will hear you out. For some reason.
Yeah, she just lets her talk, which again doesn't feel like an Ambessa thing, but oh well. I just hate the fact that all of this is to explain why she's killing her. Just kill her then.
Yeah. Vi's dead frame 1, she enters this room, realistically speaking.
Oh.
Yeah, Richter just cuts her head off immediately.
That would be fun, but no.
Like, oh shit, we got Vi? Okay, get her out of the picture right now.
Just stabs her in the face. Like, oh god.
Or as a test of loyalty, you get Caitlyn to kill Vi, and obviously, if she fails, then Rictus will chop her head off.
That'd have been interesting.
Can't be having that now, can we?
So yeah, she's going to kill her, and then Vi says, "Don't worry, she's not distracted. You know, my father taught me about trust. He told me if I wanted it, there were 3 things I needed to do." And I was like, no way. No way. There's no way you're going to be able to lift all
it's like a
this
triangle,
shit.
guys. It's like a triangle.
She's like, oh, you know triangles?
Not again.
You know the triangles? Yo.
Not again.
Yo,
How many-
triangles.
How many...
Oh, wait, I think I know why this works. It's because Vi says that there are 3 things that I need to do, and Ambessa's like, yeah, number 1, yeah, number 2, yeah, number 3. Where are the other 5?
Where's
sacrifice come into this?
You didn't even start with vision.
You're
suck.
still on 3, you noob.
Yeah, and she said the 3 things. 1, be honest, even if it means telling a self-righteous windbag that her breath smells like a cesspool. Be patient. Still haven't managed to crack that one. But being tied up sure helps. And then Ambessa says, and the 3rd? And I'm just like, oh, kill her. Just kill her.
Ambessa at this point, absolutely, like, there's something going on. You know this already. Do your thing.
Drunk woman, just knock her out. Yeah, and then Vi says, just shut the fuck up. And I really wish Ambessa had shut the fuck up and killed her, but never mind. There is an edit that happens where...
By the way, this just so everyone knows where we are in season 2 right now, we're wishing for Ambessa to kill Vi. That's kind of where we're at. That's our position on season 2 currently.
Not even like questioning that is absolutely what I want. So there's an edit where Vi is undoing her cuffs, and so Ambessa tosses a blade at her, and Vi dodges it, and then she throws Caitlyn's got it's her E, right? It's
it's the net cartridge or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so
if that makes any sense.
An attachment to a rifle that shoots out a net to capture people, basically. And she put that out of the rifle and handed it to Vi, so she's got it in her hand. She throws it up, and by the time it comes all the way back down, she's going to punch it to activate it to hit Ambessa. Problem is, they're using editing to cheat. Ambessa throws the sword, and then Vi throws up the net, and until it comes back down, Ambessa literally is frozen. She can't do anything.
A classic.
Sucks. But oh well.
Also the fact that she punches that thing. They probably just went like, Vi punches things, so this is how we gotta do it. She can't just use the gun she has right there to shoot it with.
There are so many ways it could have gone wrong. You toss in a cylinder, that could be at any angle when it comes back down. You don't know for sure. And the idea that it's the perfect angle when it could easily punch it such that it doesn't activate or falls in a particular way, but yeah, it happens. And they are very happy with the editing that as it's going up, they're cutting back and forth to the Caitlyn Vi discussion, the part we didn't see, which is just her basically saying, like, do this insane nonsense plan.
Yeah. This is where all the guards are. This is what we do. All right, let's go. It's like, no. I need to know more. How do we get here? Again, there's like so much conversation that needs to be happening that I guess happened off screen if you want to cope.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of like, well, yeah, they planned this. You don't even need to show us this. We got it. I don't even know.
The thing is, I'm much more interested in the conversation that happens to even get to this thing.
Vi's So Vi's plan here was seemingly to incapacitate Ambessa and then not tell anyone. So I don't quite know how that works as a... It's not like a big explosion or something that's going to act as a distraction. I don't understand why Vi did this, because it didn't actually really accomplish anything. But the bit that really just confuses me, and either I'm missing something or this is just a hole. Vi told Jinx to grab the rifle, grab the pistol, get Grogu to grab the pistol, and then wait. And it turns out, it's revealed later that Jinx was told to do that as like a failsafe in case Caitlyn changed her mind. So Jinx had been put there to shoot Singed, so that way Warwick could be freed. That's their plan here, is to free Warwick. After doing that, after positioning Jinx to do something that she didn't know was going to happen, Vi then followed Singed and accidentally bumped into Caitlyn, at which point she got Caitlyn to join her side and learned what Singed was doing. And then asked Caitlyn to go in and free Warwick, which means that essentially Vi set up a failsafe for Caitlyn before knowing that Caitlyn was even there.
This is all very easy to follow.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm just confused.
Don't even want to talk about the character thing of, like, I'm going to set up Jinx as my failsafe against Caitlyn.
No, she has been rehabilitated. She's fine. Don't worry about it.
Ah, yes.
Everyone switched sides again. Don't worry about it.
Nobody believes anything.
That was the old me.
She does indeed actually trap Ambessa and knock her out with the electric net, but doesn't kill her. Vi does not kill Ambessa here.
Yep.
That's absolutely fucking nuts.
This person is quite a large problem right now, and you have received circumstances that you should not have been allowed to have. Maybe make use of them.
I don't even know where to begin in terms of, like, do you understand how much of a difference it would make if you killed her here? It could end a lot.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Insane. But no, she's not allowed. The plot would not let her kill her, so no, not allowed. I hope she doesn't get back up pretty much instantly and we have a huge fight in a bit. That would be bad.
Well, that would be awkward.
That would really suck.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. It's funny that they have that little, like, see, they had a conversation when it just tells us nothing that helps the situation anyway. It's just like, it almost feels like it's there to make people go, oh, wow, what a great twist.
They had a conversation? You're joking. I would never have predicted that they spoke.
Boy, I would have been...
They don't do this in this season.
I would have given a lot to have been the fly on the wall to listen to the characters in this TV show talk to each other.
I missed the council meetings from the first season. That was nice, but they talked about things.
Just, you know, thinking about everything. Nearing the end of the episode, don't worry, not much else happens, no big events. It's mostly
nothing crazy.
Mostly chill. There's a happy, kind little child who's like, hello, Jace, and Jace is like, I want to smoosh you with my hammer. I want to smoosh you.
You know, I'm experienced in killing children. You might want to leave.
He's nearing Jace. I hope that's a pleasant and happy interaction. I'm sure it's going to go just wonderfully great.
Children just talk about PTSD now whenever he sees a child.
I mean, you see people say, like, he killed a child. He'll be happy to kill most other things at this point. He's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, because it is funny after everything Radam just said. It's like the plan was Caitlyn was gonna get Warwick out of the tent.
That was plan A. Plan B was that if Caitlyn changed her mind or failed, that Jinx would do it instead.
Do they know?
Which means the plan does not require Caitlyn's involvement.
Do they know that Warwick weighs like 1,000 times the weight of Caitlyn? She'll never be able to move him if he's not currently awake and willing to follow her.
Caitlyn looks really strong though.
Oh, okay.
She's lean, but that's all muscle.
That's another problem, because if it was Jinx doing it, like Warwick knows who Jinx is, which means that if Warwick is conscious to any degree, then yeah, she could lead him somewhere. He has no idea who Caitlyn is. In fact, he recently killed many people who looked like Caitlyn.
Yeah, there's no reason to assume he wouldn't fucking hate her for all we know. But,
yeah.
Yeah, just go ahead and move Godzilla out of the tent, and if you can pull that off quick, that'd be great. We're not going to really rely on any other significantly well-planned shit here, because this is all just happening randomly now. Also, Rictus is here.
Let's
Yay!
fucking go!
Oh, hey, Rictus.
Let's go, Rictus.
My friend.
So, everybody's just kind of walking in and out of this sanctuary, huh?
It's very easy.
There used to be a guard on duty.
What
and
happened to the doorman? Yeah.
Brass ones to be like, yeah,
Well, the doorman, we see him in a second, and Huck is inside the sanctuary, which I guess means it's someone else's shift on the door, and he's just not as good.
He's not as good as asking the one question. But yes, he says, Ambessa believed in you, and your death will be a deep cut. Which is like, yeah, I guess this was quite a betrayal, because Caitlyn just does that. She kind of just...
Yeah, I have no...
Why
I
are you
couldn't tell you why.
talking?
That's
Why?
another... Well, he's got to tell her that he's going to kill her. Like, if you don't tell someone you're killing them, then how are they going to know?
Mm-hmm.
For
I guess they never would.
Damn.
For clarification as well, what you said earlier, Mola, was right. I was mistaken. So the reason why Rictus is here is because Ambessa told him to follow Caitlyn, believing at that point that Caitlyn might betray her, because that was when Vi came into the room. So
But again,
that's why Rictus is
You're not
here.
supposed to be able to just walk into the sanctuary, and Jinx is keeping an eye on the whole situation. It's so weird that like everyone's just wobbling around.
Got a lot of sanctuary experts in here all of a sudden.
Have you
Don't
ever
tell
drunk
me how to
Kool-Aid?
run my sanctuary.
Have you ever drunk Kool-Aid?
What
This
would
is
you know
a-
about arcane cults?
This is strictly a League of Legends meme for a moment, but seeing Ambessa battle Caitlyn and seeing Rictus battle Jinx or Caitlyn in a close one-on-one, which is essentially watching a top laner get into a melee fight with an AD carry. And like the fact that they
the
lost
lose condition.
Yeah, it's just like, you guys should be fucking flattened instantly. It shouldn't even be close. But you don't need to rely on game shit to make that argument, but I still find it like, this is something you'd want to avoid for the League fans. You don't want to have Jinx go up against Rictus and last for fucking ages. To be fair, she's got infinite flashes, so I guess she should be winning.
I guess so.
But no.
They heavily rely on her shimmer powers to make her get through anything. It's
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a lot.
It's not enough though.
Well, her shimmer powers they nerf every once in a while as well, depending on the situation.
Oh yeah, whatever the plot needs.
But yeah, Rictus does actually beat her, even with her flash powers. It's like, Rictus is that cool.
Rictus is that amazing.
But
what a
And he hesitates again, man.
But it didn't matter. The plot was never going to let him win. There was nothing he could do.
Unfortunately, he is doomed. He is a doomed man.
It's just so visually frustrating every time it happens, because it's so many in this season.
Yeah,
I think it's just annoying because it's like, what are you doing? I don't believe in you anymore. So I know
you're breaking the promise of the character.
All of the fights are just to delay until you can have some big dramatic moment that you were really attached to, regardless of whether it makes any sense, regardless of whether it's even satisfying narratively.
The overuse of slow-mo in this fight also really annoys me. I generally do not care for slow-mo that much, and in this one it is massively overused, yeah.
So, Rictus goes for the kill shot, and Warwick tanks it. I don't know why. Like, not the fact that he wanted to save Jinx, the fact that he tanks it like this. This is bizarre. Wouldn't you just grab Rictus?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, how is this even possible, really?
This is such a weird way to block the shot. It's like, okay.
Because he blocks it with the canister that has, like, the shimmer goop in it or something.
You'd think.
Also, imagine if Rictus just immediately drew it back and then just stabbed underneath.
I don't know why that didn't break the thing. It's singed, making materials that are stronger than Mr. Magic's hyper halberd that destroyed the shimmer fellas.
Yeah,
I guess so.
That's a bit...
Good point.
Seemingly not the case. That seems unlikely, but okay.
And yeah, he's like, "Don't touch my daughter."
Boring. Boring.
I didn't need that.
Well, how would you have known?
Said you're really fucking cool. Can we be friends? Is what
That's what he should have said. Yeah.
We should team up. Agreed.
I think it's a good solution, because basically the problem obviously was, like, how do we translate to the audience what Warwick cares about? obviously him taking the shot for Jinx doesn't really tell us anything, so he needed to say, like, hey, you, get away from the one I love. That's what he should have said, actually. That would be a better line.
Person, that one there.
Yeah, I really like her, and you're not nice to her.
Or the other one with the blue hair.
Yeah, you're being a big old meanie.
In fact, I do consider her my daughter. That's what he should have said. The line they had was a little clunky, but
I have a pamphlet for this, and he just hands out a little piece of paper, like a bunch of arrows pointing to a picture of Jinx. That one cool.
Rick just looks at it and like, okay.
And yeah, you have
holds it in the
Warwick
camera.
and Rictus, and you're like, we could do a fight here, and then they just go, no, insta-kill. Well, I mean, he may as well have been insta-killed.
Get rid of Rictus. Get him out of here.
He's too competent. We got to
stop
him.
With him. We're done with him. He'd get in the way of our drama that we want to do here.
I wish we were done with him, honestly, because we've got one more Rictus moment, and it's not a nice one.
Yeah, we do.
So then you have this thing, and this just made me realize how much I was like, I'm so fucking done with this show. Like, Jinx is like, oh, I love you, Warwick, and he's like, oh, I love you too, daughter. And then Caitlyn wakes up and she's like, what the fuck, you? Which, imagine the fucking hatred she has for Jinx. But Vi walks in and she's like, oh, my dad and my sister, oh. And then Grogu's like, oh, my surrogate mum and my grandpa, and oh, this is the best thing, oh, happy family. While Caitlyn is just in the background like, yeah, my like, story just doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's completely been flushed. Like, everything has been flushed for this fan-pandering shit. Like, happy families. And you already know, if you've been following how this episode's been going, it's like, yeah, you're doing the thing where you're going to be like, man, we all made it. What a great result. Oh, no, we didn't make it at all. Everything's going bad.
Bum duckets.
I got to ask, what was Vi carrying there?
Let me see.
I know what she was carrying.
Let's see here. Well, it's Caitlyn's rifle, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another weapon that's got into the sanctuary past the doorman.
He's really this new doorman. He's shit compared to the old one, huh?
He's just not on it. He's busy on his phone. Victor makes phones now.
Too bad.
I was kind of expecting, because when you have the shot of Vi and Jinx and Grogu and Warwick all hugging, and then you've got Caitlyn not involved in the hug for obvious reasons, just watching. I was half expecting her to just like completely freak out, because she's like, well, Jinx has taken everything from me, and she still gets to have her family.
Yeah,
don't do that.
No, this to me felt like a very overt moment from the story of being like, I'm sorry, Caitlyn's story is getting put into the side. We're not dealing with it.
We're having a hug.
We care more about this stuff.
Act 2 has very little to do with Caitlyn's story, even though she probably has the most screen time in Act 2.
She's kind of the main character. She gets the most screen time.
Yeah.
She has the most screen time in all of season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone else who has more, or does she have them?
No, I can tell you. I worked it out. It is Caitlyn.
That doesn't surprise me.
You worked it out?
She gets a lot.
Yeah, I work it out.
How do you do that?
Caitlyn,
that painstaking.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't take that long. Just go scene by scene, work out who's in it. I'm not talking like you don't work out like, oh, where's the camera pointing at any one time.
Okay.
It's who is present in each scene, so it doesn't take that long. Yeah, so for season 2, you've got Caitlyn, Jinx, Vi, Jace, and then Ambessa are the top 5.
And Heimerdinger, how many?
Oh, Donga.
So how's Echo doing?
Okay, so Donga had 28 minutes in season 1. He has 19 minutes in season 2.
That many?
No, I was surprised when I saw the minutes Heimerdinger had. That's how much Heimerdinger is wasted.
Echo has 28 minutes in season 1, and he has 38 in season 2. But it is worth mentioning that 25 of those are in episode 7. So outside of episode 7, he has about 10 minutes, if that.
That's wild.
It's insane, yeah. Without episode 7, as we'll get onto, Echo is basically a non-factor in this season.
And I wonder where we spend most of our time in episode 7.
What do you mean? This is the best episode they've ever made.
Yeah, we're almost to that. That's kind of exciting.
I promise, Echo is not my most played League of Legends character. I'm not upset.
Well, they brutalized my boy Victor, and so they can brutalize your boy Echo next. Okay, it's gonna be wonderful. Anyway, Jace shoots Victor through the heart, and he's dead, quote unquote. Yeah. All of his acolytes, the cosmic zombie juice is drained. They all fall over, and then Vanda goes nuts.
These are the rules, man.
The assumption is that Singed gave him the old injection because
I find it funny that he got taken out, and then he was just like, they were all distracted by their happy moment, and he's like,
dude, it would have been fucking hilarious if he looked at them and then just slowly crawled toward his foot and put it on.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We have also just skipped over very briefly. Jace just killed Victor. Jace just murdered his best friend.
Yeah, sure.
That's just anyway. Moving on. It's like,
well,
why?
I'll give it to the show
until...
that I had nothing to say about any of this until I saw the missing scenes, because I was like, I can't do anything with this. I don't even know who this guy is.
Exactly.
Sure,
yeah.
It's just like annoying because the expected reaction, everybody hated Jace, and it's like, dude, they're obviously like concealing why he's doing this.
Yeah.
Now, asking why.
Doesn't mean the explanation is going to be good, but like, come on, just use your like. You've seen stories before. You know that they're hiding.
You've seen stories, yeah.
Yes.
To me, it would be like if you opened The Force Awakens with a scene of Luke murdering Han Solo, and then you filled in on why he did that in the next movie.
Like, I don't know why you didn't just use the actual example.
Well, we never got why Luke did any of the shit that he did.
True. What I mean is that, like, Jace doing what he does to Victor in this scene is so far detached from who Jace is as a character that it is complete nonsense. It's not intuitive at all.
I get you, but the writers would be like, yeah, intriguing, isn't it? What happened to him?
It's like, it's not intriguing. I just got to sit here and wait until you explain it to me, and then I can decide.
Yeah, there's nothing for me to work with, other than, by the way,
it's manufactured. It's manufactured rather than.
All of us with a gun to our head were forced to guess what happened to him. All of us would broadly guess. Well, he went on some kind of adventure that convinced him that the Arcane and the Hex Tech and stuff are all bad. They lead to like the bad.
Would be my guess.
That would be my guess. Yeah.
Yes, but I don't.
Remarkably close to that.
I don't think that. Well, we'll get on to it, but I don't think that the justification is anywhere near sufficient.
I agree.
Well, I mean, hey, in episode 7, I don't know that we get exactly where he needs to be.
So, Warwick goes nuts, and he, for some reason, feels the need to tear Rictus personally to shreds. That's just dumb.
Yeah.
Just gets splattered, and no, that's not a setup for Singe to make a cool zombie Frankenstein Rictus. He's just out. That's it.
Combine him with Smee.
Smeechtus.
And because he's not a main character, he doesn't get a slow motion with dramatic music and getting to reflect and contemplate, his life or anything. He just gets torn to shreds because he's not a main character.
It's funny, I'm grabbing a bit ahead, but it's funny because they do say it's like, or let Singed say it's like, no, his wounds were too severe. We couldn't rescue him. It's like, oh, okay,
which is bullshit.
Thanks.
Singed can bring whatever.
I mean, I don't know. Like Vanda's injuries were pretty severe.
Oh yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah. Fine.
The
genes. I feel like we may have seen the light go out of his eyes, but I guess that's okay.
The bit of Rictus's death that I do like here, though, is the zoom on Ambessa and Ambessa's reaction, and also Caitlyn's realization for what's going to happen about a second before it does, because of how close Rictus was to Ambessa. Not necessarily emotionally, but like they clearly knew each other quite well, and he was very useful to her. So yeah, I thought that worked. Whether he needed to go out in this way, probably not.
I mean, I feel like you've highlighted an issue without even realizing it necessarily. What the fuck is Ambessa doing? She should be attacking.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
Just standing there with the whole army waiting. Why would they be? I can't imagine for a fucking second that Ambessa wasn't sprinting toward Rictus with him being on the floor. And to be honest with you, it would have been a really cool payoff to have Hyper Warwick versus Ambessa and Rictus. Yeah. But no, we don't do things like that.
And then Rictus dies as a result of protecting Ambessa.
That would have been awesome,
That could have been so much better,
It's this. Look at him.
Because, like you say, like earlier when Warwick threw Rictus out of the window, Rictus was just lying there on the ground in plain view. So Ambessa must have seen him there. He's not fucking small. He's gigantic. So.
Yep. And Rictus, Act 2 MVP. Smeech was Act 1 MVP. And We say good night to both of our soldiers.
They die too soon.
Good
night, sweet prince.
For Rictus.
I don't want to open the conversation too early, but do we have an Act 3 MVP?
No.
I don't think so.
No, there isn't, right?
Oh, Singed.
Ending credits of
I
episode
guess
9.
he's kind of like the MVP of the whole season 2, you know?
I'll happily give it to him in Act 3 as like because that's where he wins.
Sure.
Oh,
I mean, he does win, yeah, pretty much.
maybe Loris, the Shieldman.
No.
He does.
Why would you say that?
Because he does something and he has a cool gun.
No.
That's not quite the nature of the status
the thing about
the MVP.
Yes, Smeech and Rictus have characters. They have goals, and they execute on those goals, and they have like actual stories somewhat.
And so Singed, he can count. Yeah.
Okay, we can.
He's the winner of Act 3 and kind of the whole season.
Loris dies because he doesn't use his shield.
That's the tragedy.
His whole arc was about like trying to leave the shield behind, but he just couldn't do it.
He learned it eventually. And yeah, so we get a very emotional the fighting begins via montage, and Victor starts having a chat. You know, he says, "I understand now the message hidden within the pattern." I feel like needed a redraft. Like, the message hidden within the pattern doesn't sound... something different. The reason for our failures in the commune, the Doctor was right. It's inescapable. Humanity, our very essence, our emotions, rage, compassion, hate, two sides of the same coin, inextricably bound. This is apparently a revelation to what is the smartest being in the history of this universe, that turns out what comes behind some of the greatest and horriblest actions ever comes from the same place. It's passion.
Did you know that humans can be good and bad?
I was really surprised that this was the point he was making. I was like, well, duh. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so boring as well. It's like, oh, we're doing this really lame
This is like the starting point.
Like
it is a given that human beings can do both good and bad. Therefore, that's not like the revelation at the end. You know that because you are one of those humans.
Yeah, like, how is this his revelation? Like, this is what he has to say about all... He doesn't even know why Jace just shot him. Like, he's also just confused.
Doesn't he has the ambassador syndrome where he doesn't understand triangles. He said that 3 things were 2 sides of a coin.
Did he? Oh, I guess because he said rage, compassion, hate. He probably should have said compassion and hate, or rage and compassion. Yeah, he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Actually, that's just a matter of
redrafting.
You should be tightening that up.
Now we need to do another. Now we need to draw a weird coin.
I don't know. Yeah. It's amazing that this huge war is happening with all these significant characters, and I don't give a fuck. The only thing I guess I do like is that one shot of Singed. That's cool.
We've devolved. I feel like whenever storytelling reaches the big battle of the bunch of faceless goobers against all of our protagonists, I've started to check out. Well, no, I've already checked out long before that point. That's just like the final death knell. It always reaches this point. The slot battle.
The slot battle. Well, you know, lots of things start happening. It's so crazy. Warwick hits Jinx, and she's out. Like, that one hit to her. Oh, she can't do anything anymore. Damn.
Oh.
And Grogu spots this. Grogu actually has a unique understanding of the battlefield, such that no one else does, and concocts a plan to save everybody. And I can't help but say this with a fucking smile on my face, because I know the result of it, which is very funny. But, so, to be clear, baby Grogu is like, that big beast is getting out of hand, and it hurt Mummy Dearest. So what I should probably do is put the 2 gemstones that I took earlier when everyone else should have taken them into the pistol from Jinx that I picked up because she got it knocked onto the floor, overload it such that I can shoot a giant energy beam into Warwick, hopefully killing him, but unfortunately sacrificing myself in the process. But that
how unfortunate.
That is a move I'm willing to do for the sake of love and for the sake of saving those who deserve it, because I am a hero. This woman is like 6.
Why did you say this woman is like 6?
Because that's how they're treating her. That's how they're writing her, as though she's like a full-on, evolved, very advanced adult character who's understood her own journey. Fuck off. Yeah. She's a child. She has no idea what's going on.
Be afraid and running away and cry or something.
Counterpoint, this is like poetry because it rhymes with Act 1 of Season 1.
No.
Away.
Because this random kid who fell on Jinx has become Powder, but this time uses the gemstones deliberately in a suicidal attack to save her family rather than as a tragic accident.
Obviously what they were trying to do, and it's so funny because they decided that the result would be good, when in realistic terms, she would have probably killed everyone here.
Yeah.
The absolute craziness again that they think that this is a good thing for this character.
It is a child with a gun, and they're like, "Yay!"
It's not even a gun. It's a gun emulating a terrorist.
It's a bomb. It's not even really a gun
bomb.
It's a gun bomb.
A gun
bomb.
A gun that shoots bombs.
Just what every child needs. A good old gun bomb.
This child has been inspired by Jinx to kill herself.
I know.
Well, and they're going to emphasize that by showing all these watercolor illustrations of all of the fun times that they had together, going on adventures.
You guys remember those fun times? Because I don't.
How
the
fuck
fuck
was there for them?
Well, hey, look, it's the recurring theme of the season. If ever there is information, necessary, important information that you need to convey that you don't have the time to do, squeeze it into a music video.
Yay.
Sounds good.
But also, she didn't need to do it because one, you could have achieved it without the suicide run if she understood the gun bomb that she was holding. But also, like, it wasn't as though the scene wasn't framed as though Jinx was just about to be killed and then she ran in and saved her. It was like, well, everyone is here, so I'm going to go and blow up the monster. They could have just left.
Well, I have to bring it up now because it's just too fucking funny. What is the total result? Well, all of the good guys do make it out. So, thank goodness that it did work. And what about the bad guys? Like, well, and Bess is alive, and Singed is alive, and Warwick, well, he's even more alive than he was. He's now supercharged, and Victor is also supercharged. What was the point?
And Ambessa has more Noxians in the back. It's
yes,
fine.
She got a respawn derby. So basically, it was completely pointless her doing this.
Yeah, which this means the show tells me doing something that you think is good is fucking worthless. Don't do it.
I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to take from this.
I don't know. It's so hilarious of a scene.
So all of Act 2 to me feels very, very pointless because it doesn't. You could just watch Act 1 and then like a few weeks later and then go straight to Act 3. You don't really need much of what happens in Act 2 because all of it primarily focuses on Jinx and Grogu, which goes nowhere because Jinx has now returned to having nothing, which means that, in other words, like she's exactly where she was 6 episodes ago. They didn't need to do this, and it feels like filler in a season that really could have done without this amount of filler.
Yeah, isn't it crazy to have that much filler in a season that the primary and accurate complaint is that several seasons worth of content was crammed into it? And then you have a storyline that is effectively superfluous.
This is one of the most bizarrely paced shows I've ever seen.
I don't think I can get over well, there's that, but I don't think I can get over the fact that, like, what message can you take from this that isn't terrible? This sequence. So many people love this moment, and I was just fucking thrown by it. Like, we have the child commit suicide for the team. What in the hell? I've never come across a story that's ever justified shit like this.
Yeah.
The Jinx!
Also, the obvious thing, like, if you watch this show, like, I don't give a shit about this child. Like, I don't know who she is. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I think they were advertising like this episode is chapter 2 is gonna be real tearjerker, and I was like, no, like I don't care about this character. There's nothing here to grab onto.
It's absurd.
Compare this to Act 1 of season 1.
Yeah,
like that was amazing because we understood the characters. The 2 of them died. 3 of them died. Well, technically 2 only, I guess. and everything's like, oh yeah, this is like actually really tragic and shit. And now we go to this like, oh, this character that never talks is now dead. But look, she did the pew to Jinx because Jinx really cares about her, allegedly.
Warwick could have flattened her at any moment, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it just doesn't. But yeah, it's bizarre that I think we actually
cared about her as much as we do.
Well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's like, who's this child? Fuck you.
I'm guessing I speak for everyone when I say that I felt sadder at Rictus's death.
Absolutely, dude. I actually felt legitimate something in the funeral sequence in episode 8, right? Like with Ambassador.
Oh,
yeah.
You know, he was loyal to Ambassador
to the end,
and wanted to protect her and Noxus.
Yeah, this was not well thought out at all, and as Fring's already mentioned, but we'll start talking about it now. As she's running to commit to a sacrifice, I'm just going to call it as cynically as I can. They were like, we should probably toss in some history flashbacks because we've barely done anything for these two.
Yep.
And so it's like, look, they're dancing. Look, they're singing. Look, they're running through the city together. Look, they're playing.
Look at what they had, and now it's coming to an end. It's like, you didn't. This is invented. This is not.
Yeah.
You can't do this. This is not allowed. You can't just.
This is so
montage of
beyond below
a relationship.
Like season 1 would be fucking embarrassed to see this. It'd be like, what are you doing? This is not.
I'm just imagining now Boromir's death in Fellowship, but where he's not a character, he never spoke, and then as the arrows get fired into him, you just see like a flashback.
Dude, you see, so
flashbacks of him training the hobbits.
Well, I was just about to say, you have Boromir and Merry Pippin jumping through Piltover and Zorn, and then dancing and just singing, and they're lying together on a sofa as all these fucking crayon droids pass by the screen. Oh my god.
I cannot belabor this enough. This is a nightmarish outcome for this child. This child spent their life living with and trying to emulate a mentally ill terrorist who had basically given up on life. And this is portrayed as like a good thing for both of them.
It's a major failure. The child, guys, all of you fucked up. The child killed herself for all of you. That's so fucked up.
She killed herself for the season 2 versions of you.
Whatever, man.
And she didn't achieve anything.
Didn't matter. Didn't achieve anything.
Well, so for the record, Isha
is worse if it had achieved something almost.
Isha is her canon name, and she is not really mentioned at all in Act 3.
No, that is actually a bit bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the ending of Act 2. This is the big moment, and then it's just like,
he's done her narrative duty. We can move
done.
on.
We're finished with you. Bye.
Mission accomplished.
I don't even know what to say.
Again, I don't even like. Again, it's entirely manipulative anyway. But like, I mean, you got to follow through on the characters of the story that you create. You know, and especially
kind of do owe it to them.
I'd say so. I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, I basically don't respect the writing here. It's entirely manipulative and cynical. But, you know, like, this is a character that you introduced, and once she's gone, that's it. Nobody really talks about her or acknowledges her anymore, which happens to another character.
You see some results of her death, right? Like Jinx, but I'm obviously it's weird as fuck. That first of all, Savika never finds out. We never have the scene where Savika knows what happened to the child that she also took care of. That's really fucking
just
odd.
Never finds out anything. That's her character in season 2.
Well, to be fair, I don't personally give a fuck about Grogu, but I would try to list this as parts of the problems because this is about how they failed to achieve things that they're trying to achieve, not just they're failing to achieve things that we think they should have achieved. And it's honestly lower on the list compared to all of the things they've done wrong. Like, forgetting to acknowledge Isha's death, I'd be like, that's really, like, problem 96. We'll get there eventually. We got to deal with all the characters. And then, of course, there are certain other people who are going to die that are not going to be mentioned whatsoever either.
No, they're not. Certain fellas with mustaches.
Certain fellas that I've been waiting all season to see.
Hey, don't worry about that, okay?
The Lash.
They respawn. Don't worry.
Oh my god, we're still going to talk about it. We're on the way. We're getting there. Yeah, so How else do I put this? So, like, the sequence is ending, and Victor says, "That which inspires us to our greatest good is also the cause of our greatest evil," and I can't help but obviously be like, that line fucking sucks compared to the Chad line in season 1. In the pursuit of great, we failed to do good. That was like such a thoughtful statement. This one is such a like, okay, bro.
Sometimes when you try to do good, you do bad. Oh, thanks.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
You know that
no idea.
That like thing inside us that motivates us to do good things. It can also motivate you to do bad things. Like, wow.
As a human being, every time I set out to do a particular thing, I accomplish exactly that particular thing and nothing else. There are no other ways that my actions could go.
Do you think he meant the Grogu had just been inspired to do a great evil?
Yes.
Yes.
Or do you think he's talking about the writers?
Maybe Grogu was like, I see my perfect opportunity. I can kill Warwick now.
You go, that which inspires us to do the greatest good. It shows Arcane Season 1 is also the cause of our greatest evil. Arcane Season 2.
Yeah.
I mean, the line from Season 1 also applies now to Season 2.
Oh, yeah. They wanted to make this even better than Season 1, and holy fuck.
And they failed to do good.
They failed to make it half as good as, like, one episode.
Yeah.
It's also just, I mean, we haven't really dug into it because the show won't. But the notion that the very same element that inspires us to do great good gets us to do great evil, it's like, it'd be nice to have a character fight against that too. Like the notion of it, how wrong Victor is, how it's a lot more complicated than that plenty of evil would be done pretty casually and without significant passion, while some of the greatest evil can arrive from very destructive or like apathetic, like a nihilism can lead to great evil rather than great passion. There's so much to discuss there. I'm not even going to bother. What would be the point?
No. They also never really mention again that this weird community of cult members just exploded. It's just like because
they're all gone.
People probably still want to go there. Like, oh, I'm gonna go to the weird machine thing called whatever they call themselves. Like, no, didn't you hear? They exploded. It's like, oh, okay. Guess not.
How the fuck would you summarize the events of the? I just, when I saw it, the first thing I thought with the logistics of the battlefield is like, she's killed everybody. There's just no way you could justify this. She's killed everyone. That explosion is going to vaporize everybody there, but they don't have the balls to do that.
No.
I did see some cope with the final, because the very final shot that you get where the explosion goes off, and then it kind of does like a freeze frame thing and then fades to black.
Mm-hmm.
Some people were theorizing that, well, there's a character in the setting who canonically has a time machine.
That's what I thought they were going to do, and I was horrified. I was horrified at the prospect. Mercifully, my greatest fear in that regard didn't come to pass, but I think what I got was a little bit worse, so I don't know. Maybe I'm not too happy about it.
Good show. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, so that episode currently is the highest rated episode of Arcane, both seasons on IMDb.
Really? Episode 6?
Christ.
That episode just now has a 9.8.
That is a fucking tragedy.
The second highest.
To hazard the opinion that the base violence necessary for change is a better episode.
Absolutely.
Holy shit. Yeah.
God, that episode's amazing. Also, someone said, to be fair, Victor isn't supposed to be right. Do you guys think so? With that line?
This is framed as like apt commentary.
I feel like he's supposed to be correct on this.
Victor may well be, the role that he's going to be playing in Act 3 will go in a certain direction. But yeah, I think this quote is meant to be kind of in the same way that in the pursuit of great, where we failed to do good. This is meant to just be like a true statement on as believed by the writers.
Yeah, it's an observation.
Yeah, my argument in favor of it,
true or false,
would be that it's what like inspires us to action can lead to the greatest goods or bads. That's perfectly fine as a notion. And what I'm saying is we don't explore it further, and we don't have characters counter it. Hell, I would have loads of counters for it. That's what I was saying. It's like it's a pretty basic. It's like, I don't know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You're like, yeah, you could put that in your show. I guess. You gonna talk any more about anything else?
Anything to say about it?
Yeah,
No?
like, be cool to build on that. And it's like, So,
Neat.
episode 7, everybody? Excited?
No.
As far as I'm aware, this one is considered the best.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's his peak.
We can absolutely talk about episode 7 because I
man.
think there will be a lot to discuss about episode 7.
Mm-hmm.
We even start with a change on the disc because we're going to a different universe. Look at that.
See, if this would be a good season, I would be like, oh, that's neat. And I'm just like, I don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Well, yeah.
Like all this cleverness is misplaced. It's all being
Yeah.
put towards something that is ultimately terrible.
They're all
Well,
like the animators and the all of the visual and audiovisual artists are just being betrayed by their writers. Like,
Yeah. It's just like I went into this chapter so without any feeling. I was like, okay, let's get this fucking over with. I'm done.
Yep.
I just want this to be over. There's nothing they can do to make this even decent, I think. Maybe some fun hooks at the end or something, but at this point I was like, yeah, it's Jover.
It's Jover.
I've seen people start to say that like the best compliments a lot of people have for the storytelling in Arcane Season 2 is actually more so attributable to the animators at this point when they like think about it. You know, expressions and movements and actions and stuff that you can draw a lot from. You're like, I wonder if the writers even fucking had them doing that or if the animators just tossed it in. Hard to say at this point. Because
the animators were desperate to save the show, so they had to have their own meetings. They're like, do not invite those retards into our meetings, okay?
But yes, you know, I think it's an easy notion for a lot of people that this one, not necessarily a great episode, but it's certainly the best of the season. And I'm curious what everyone's going to say on the panel when we get our way through it, because I have a lot of questions about how a lot of different things work. But I will say the episode launches with alternate universe Echo just doing his thing, and then wacky things happen, and our Echo takes over his body.
Already, right out of the gate, you've done the bad time travel look, right? Time travel, multiverse stuff. There's a whole variety of rules. This might be my least favorite one because you just like. Not only do you now have to deal with all of the just general problems of time travel, you've now coupled it with severe, like, moral conundrums. You've now just someone. That off exactly. Yeah. The consciousness of a person who is ultimately distinct has now been totally supplanted with everything that you have to deal with along with it. This is the Days of Future Past, like, time travel rule, and it's one I don't like. Just do it that there's multiple people. Like, that there's a duplicate. That the duplicate of that person exists in that world, not this one.
Makes more sense, I think, to do it that way, too.
And if you do it, maybe at least talk about the conundrum you're in. It's like, oh shit, I'm just in this thing.
It's so weird that they show it and acknowledge it so explicitly, yet simultaneously do not deal with it at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, because I feel like, if anything, a lot of time travel stories don't even know that they're doing this. A lot of time travel stories don't even know that they're dealing with this kind of time travel rule. I mean, hell, Days of Future Past also kind of acknowledges it, but then seems to not realize that when Logan gets transported back to the future, that he essentially kills the Wolverine that existed in that timeline, completely supplanted his consciousness. Lots of time travel stories do this. Usually I don't even feel like it's something that can be judged. Here there's magic, which feels like the thing that can get you there, but like a lot of the time it just seems like, just don't do this.
Yeah.
You create a whole bunch of problems that you could just avoid. But the problem is that they had to do this because this is what they needed for the story that they wanted to do.
Yeah, so, even with magic, I feel like it is way more intuitive to say that, well, Echo got sucked into the magic anomaly ball and then his physical body was transported into this alternate dimension. That, fine, like magical bullshit, fine. But what they've done instead is that his physical body is somewhere, his brain then went in here, and the brain, or the consciousness that was in this version of Echo is now gone for a bit, is what they've done.
And don't ask about how this relates to what happened with Jace, which, you know...
Oh, yeah, well, totally we're going to talk about it. But just first, like, I have a feeling that might have been entertained as an option, random, but that it does not tick a very, very particular box that they absolutely want to be ticking in this episode that has, to be fair, flooded Arcane's discussion. The number one thing I've seen praised to hell and back is what happens in this episode between our Echo and their Powder.
Oh,
I hate it. I hate it.
It's like overthrown almost every other thing that happens in this show, and it makes me realize, like, oh fuck, we couldn't do the really cool thing of our Echo and this Echo working together to create something neither of them thought possible, and them sharing their experiences. That could have been really awesome. No.
I know how his abilities work in the game, dude. I'm annoyed.
So anyway. I don't know what you guys were thinking when you saw this. I mean, I guess I heard, but I was just disappointed because I thought we'd go into like a weird, crazy, like in an arcane world, like maybe another dimension or something, but not just like an alternate universe just with normal people. I thought we have like an adventure in some crazy world with monsters and stuff, and they have to survive or something. But we just do
the
fucking
moment Powder was on the screen, I got so annoyed because I felt like I already knew where this was all going. And every subsequent thing you see just completely validated that.
It's just, I don't know, it's just lame. I thought we could have something more.
You didn't need this. And because this all exists to facilitate Echo obtaining a certain device, I guess.
Pretty much. That's
plot-wise,
the real
because it doesn't have any real.
Do you know what the origin of that device is prior? He built it. He just built it in Zorn. Echo built the Z drive,
which would have been nice and smooth with Heimerdinger.
Yeah, they had it perfectly set out.
They were hanging out.
Take away it being kind of bullshit that Echo
this
just
is where we
built
get
a time travel device on his own.
Potentially conspiracy brained, but I still remember the shot of Heimerdinger and Echo being together in the tree, and it pans over a ticking watch thing. It's such a signal of those two are going to make the Z drive, and it's like, oh, but then no, like we're doing some weird shit.
Absolutely not.
Well, the answer is technically yes, but with a whole load of extra steps.
Certainly not
saying no.
I was going to say not what I'm talking about. What they do in this is holy fuck.
Yeah, it's totally different.
So yeah, we got lots of things to talk about, and we'll get there. But for now, it's just he wakes up. He's like, "Whoa, I'm in an alternate dimension. How crazy is that?" I guess he doesn't realize that immediately. He's still just shocked. And Powder is here, but she's all happy, nice, and well-adjusted. She ain't crazy Jinx. How did that happen? Crazy. Who knows?
Wow.
And he throws shit at her and holds a knife to her, which I mention these things not because I think they're out of character. They're perfectly fine in terms of him freaking out. But I do mention them as these things should be remembered by her, but will promptly be pretty much forgotten, along with a bunch of other references for how he's clearly out of his fucking mind.
Yeah.
It's also very lucky that he picks up that little piece of metal and just instinctively hurls it at her face. It's very lucky that he missed, because if he hit her, the rest of this episode doesn't happen. And I don't mean like relationship-wise. I mean narratively, the events that happen in this episode cannot happen if Jinx is or Powder is incredibly pissed off with Echo.
I mean, well, there's so much. So
Benzo, it's just he's reacting in a pretty muted way to what is obviously somebody losing their mind.
Yeah, I have thoughts on this subject. I just want to get a few more references in first.
Yeah,
so Benzo arrives, and Echo is floored to see him, and it evokes a lot, if you care, of everything between those two that you would have drawn from Act 1 and Season 1, and they appropriately edit and animate him hugging him, and it is, I think, the most I felt in this entire season, and
I think so.
I have to package this with, this was cheap. I'm sorry. It was really easy. It was an anomaly, put him in an alternate universe where Benzo's alive. And so they hug. You know what I mean? Like it's
given that Benzo's alive, this is obviously the thing that would happen. It doesn't really require any effort because you're playing.
There's not been any earning.
One.
This is as lowly earned as, you know, someone just playing this clip out of context, or someone drew it themselves and showed me the picture. This is barely any work. I don't know why the anomaly flipped out and set him here. There's been nothing to really justify that, and then there's Benzo. It's just like, well, yeah, that'll obviously pull on a heartstring, however small and quick. But you know, there you go.
Is there any because I was trying to work out like the odds of all of this happening are just like infinitely small because of how parallel universes and multiverses work. Is there anything in the show that you guys think suggests that this was not random?
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
Well,
I was going to ask you guys the more we went through if there's something we can figure out here in terms of a system, but I don't really have anything.
Because then we'd have to use that system to find out why Heimerdinger, who was with Jinx, got sent to where he did.
Jinx?
I feel like
or
this
with Echo. How come he was sent here and they were sent there?
Again,
So I feel like
if we
there's
can
two
delay this
options.
conversation just a bit.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
So Echo starts walking about after the intro, of course, and spots that this is just a much more positive version of his world. Everything is much happier. Oh, look, Vanda is here, and he's healthy, and he seems happy, smiling.
Cool.
Clagger and Milo are here. Wow, they're also back, and they're healthy and happy. And Clagger says, we finally got the hybrids to feed off the fissure gases, but the conversion rates are too low. They hardly grow. They're nowhere near robust enough to purify all the air down there. We find out that Clagger's basically working on creating life, like plants that feed off of fissure gas and turn it into like breathable air. It's like, shit, okay, nice.
Incredible.
Gert is here.
Okay.
Gert.
She's my favorite character.
That's the Jinx lady, right?
Yep, that's Gert.
Yeah.
This season likes Gert.
Gert's amazing. Why don't you like Gert?
Why the fuck did they call her Gert?
That wouldn't have been my choice of name.
Gert.
Gert is a beautiful name for a beautiful.
She should have like a dad called Grob, and that's just their family.
That's just. Did you say Gromp? Because that's just a camp in League of Legends. That's the big frog guy.
That's it.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
There's a frog named Grump.
Yeah, hold on, let me go and get a.
Isn't it Grump? The Grump.
No, he's called Gromp. Let me go. Here's his in-game model.
Okay, please.
In the jungle.
Yeah, this is the Gromp.
Oh, that is Grump. Yes. Yeah.
I did not know that's the name. That's amazing.
I didn't know that was his name.
It's great. She's beautiful.
Grump.
That made my day.
I killed him multiple times yesterday. It was great.
What? Why would you do that? It's this beautiful angel.
Keeps coming back.
He's very tough. He's the only like basic jungle camp who's just by himself. He doesn't have any little buddies around.
Yeah,
it's just him.
He's the Rictus of the jungle.
But like the Krugs hang out together, and they like self-divide and stuff. But the Merkwolves, there's 3 of them, not the Grump. He's just him.
Look at him. And he's got his teeth poking out as well.
So Clagger mentions, gee, what would you, Echo, do without Jinx? And a little bit later, Vanda mentions, gee, what would Milo and Gert do without Jinx? Jinx is just so gosh darn great, and she's helping out everybody.
Cheating.
Great.
In case you didn't get it, yeah, it's just,
so awesome. And then Vanda says to Jinx, who is a bar waitressy person, I guess that's her current job. He says to her, one thing I learned as a bartender, as good as it feels to fill everyone's drinks, you need to fill your own every now and again.
Sure. Yeah.
As lines go, I would have just been like, the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I should be an alcoholic at work? What's going on?
I would just be like, I think you're saying I should, do things for myself, not just for everyone else. But I mean, that just doesn't work as a bartender. That is your job. What are you talking about? You have to fill everyone's drinks. And he's just like, yeah.
It feels so good to fill everyone's drinks.
God
damn, it feels so good. Oh.
Heimerdinger turns up and Echo's like, whoa, and like falls over and needs to go outside. And Heimer notices he's got drawings in his book that imply the anomaly. And so Heimer's realized, Echo's finally arrived. And we get a lot of exposition. This is kind of where I was hoping to get first. So he says, it seems the anomaly...
Hang on, can I say something before we get to this scene?
No.
Oh, okay. Echo is like spazzing out. He's like woozy. He's scribbling crazy shit in his notebook. Nobody reacts to it. And the only thing that has been said, oh man, that's what happens when you stay up all night. Echo is like, the fuck are you talking about? He's clearly unwell. Do you want to get him to like a doctor or something?
You pull knives on people when you stay up all night?
Knives on people. He doesn't recognize you people.
This is where we could have fit Dr.
we've all
Mundo
been
in. You're
surprised.
right.
It's just
Yeah,
having
Dr. Mundo.
he's having a day, that's all.
It's like insane. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, oh god, it's so frustrating because they don't react like human beings at all. It's so dumb.
But yeah, obviously I'm very happy to see Heimerdinger, happy for him to finally start getting some good lines, good scenes, fix up the lack of him. Maybe we'll get a full episode of him. That's going to be so awesome. Thank goodness. Yeah. And he says, it seems the anomaly which dislodged us from our proverbial reality also scattered us across time. So, just to be clear, multi-dimensional space and time.
Hooray! Let's go.
My favorite.
I think that covers quite a lot of possible places you could have ended up spatio-temporally.
Like
you could say that it covers all of them.
Yeah, 3.
Good, bad, neutral. Yeah.
3. Oh god, not the number 3 again. What is it with this show?
Oh god, the triangle of universes. Fuck!
Why have you done this to me?
That obviously generates immense complications for the story. Fills it just in a toxic way with coincidences and holes, like in a calamity type sense, unless there's some greater power that very deliberately organized them heading to these particular places in the hopes that it would have a particular result.
I think that is the only way that works, because it's either that, because again, infinite number of multiple universes. Echo and Heimerdinger end up getting sent to the same one at the same time,
or within the same lifespan.
That's basically impossible. We'll ignore what happens to Jace for now because we haven't seen it, but I think that it makes a lot more sense if someone, Victor, sent them here specifically.
You got to come up with some reason.
I have a reason. The problem is that
I assume it's the same one. It's the only speculation one can have as to any kind of direction, but I still don't think it'll make any sense.
If Victor is able to do it, and if he knew that what happens in the finale was going to happen in the finale, then it would make sense for him to do it. If it was like a Doctor Strange type scenario where he knew that this needed to happen, this episode of TV needed to happen in order for the finale to happen, then he would make that happen, right?
You don't think that there would be countless other options for him to do that would faster achieve the goal?
Yeah, you run into the same problem as Doctor Strange of
for season 1 Victor or season 2 Victor?
He's talking about season Infinite Victor, old
Victor. Yeah, Infinite God being Victor.
I guess it would be Infinite.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that because the Doctor Strange version is, they make it clear that he has looked at 1.5 billion different timelines and found the one that works.
We don't want to get into how much that doesn't fucking make sense either.
Fine, but assume that he did that. Like the issue would be that he couldn't do that, right? Not that his actions don't make sense if he did that.
I don't know if we should just get to it later. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
it's such a tangled mess.
Essentially, what I'm saying is that if I can't say it without spoiling the finale, so I won't.
We'll take it slow for a moment, and we'll see if we end up just talking about it anyway. We might have to.
Damn it.
So, Heimerdinger says, I've been here for 1,128 days, 3 years and 33 days. He's been in this place, which is catastrophic information.
I mean, maybe he has been, doing science, has trying to figure out how he might get out of here, and has like machines build stuff that they're gonna do things together. There's all kinds of things you can do in that longer time.
You're right.
Yeah, if he follows that up with, because I've been here for so long, these are all the things that I've been doing that are very character related.
And yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I kind of wish almost I could just summarize the entire episode, and then we could go through it because there's so many jumping back and forth with information. But yeah, he says, so you've been waiting for me all this time? And Heimerdinger says, precisely, or rather imprecisely. I grew skeptical you'd arrive, even during my unusually long lifetime, because the anomaly behaved differently around Jace. I fear he won't even end up here at all. He's going to be somewhere else. And there is no hex tech in this universe, meaning no hex gates, meaning no anomaly, meaning no way back.
Oh, okay.
So that's a
did you
lot.
even bother?
It's just crazy how quickly they can drop a bunch of horse shit on us so fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of these need to come with a lot more of an explanation.
Yeah, so
Instead, like, oh, there's no hex tech here, so no way to get back.
first and foremost, to be clear, when he was going in the anomaly, he happened to notice that Jace looked different to them two, and so
sure.
he figured,
That
oh, of
mattered.
course, Jace won't be appearing here, but Echo will definitely appear here, hopefully within my lifetime. What? He's traveling across all of time, and you're like, hopefully he ends up at the same time as me.
Yeah, even if this is being orchestrated by Victor, the
okay.
Heimerdinger obviously wouldn't know it, which means he's like, well, there's like a 1 in largest number ever chance that Echo might appear next to me.
Good God. Like, what nonsense. Yeah. And then, of course, no hex tech in this world. And so you might be thinking to yourselves, like just universally speaking, was there no Jace? Was there no runes? Like, what are you saying?
Jace. What's the bottleneck?
Yeah, what happened in this world that made it such that there was no hex tech is the question, and
I think I have the answer.
Well, did you watch the episode?
Yeah. As in, I think that we can draw it from the episode.
Yeah, we're not there yet though.
Right. Sorry,
they're pretty explicit with the answer.
Yeah.
So, but yes, Heimerdinger, that means, has waited 3 years, and he's done nothing to try and make hex tech happen. So you hope at this point that there was nothing he could do. That would be nice if that were true. We'll find out about that soon enough. But even if there was nothing he could do, surely Heimerdinger would be fucking out of his mind, just apathetic about existence, being that the entire universe he was a part of and built is doomed, and he can't do anything about it. Maybe he would have gotten over that in 3 years, of course, but you'd think his dialogue would reflect it. That he'd be like, "Hi, Echo. I got some things that you're gonna have to come to understand."
My God, you're here. You're actually
first of all,
now.
I'm so glad that you're alive, but there's also an unfortunate reality that you've done what I've done, which is kill our counterpart in this universe. So
yeah,
there's
that's
that.
Right.
But then there's also
you don't seem to really be fussed about that.
Everyone here that we know and love is not the people we know and love, and they don't know that we are not the people that they do not know and love. Obviously, Heimerdinger would have revealed this to all of them by now.
Yes, he would have told everybody. Yeah,
he wouldn't have lied to them the entire time and absorbed the life of the prior Heimerdinger. That would be weird.
Surely.
And also, they still call him Professor, so he's still part of some kind of council or something in this universe?
Well, I mean, I'm being silly about it, but he's stolen the prior Heimerdinger's life, and he's not letting anyone know that that's the case. Because the writers are childish, and they think that this is an alternate universe where it's the same person, so it's okay because it's the same person.
Because it looks like them. It's because it looks like them and it sounds like them.
Yeah, it's
so
okay.
It's the same person.
The same person. They're called Heimerdinger. He's called Heimerdinger.
He can get away with it.
Yeah.
Which even then is a bit of a stretch that you can get away with it.
Yeah, and you know what? It would have been a really interesting story to actually have had him arrive, understand that this is the situation, and then find a person he thinks he could trust the best to start explaining this to them, and then gradually get it out to everybody. And he is this marvel of a person who came from another dimension inexplicably. However, he would need to make clear to everybody, which is important, that you kind of need to mourn your Heimerdinger because he's gone.
Imagine
Imagine if we got more time with these seasons and we got an entire bottle episode, quote unquote bottle episode, where Heimerdinger is about him landing here, being here, coming to terms with what's happened, moving on with his life, and then eventually meeting up with somebody who had the same fate happen, and them eventually engineering a way, and then Heimerdinger now being put into the position of, which life do I leave behind? Because I've been here for so long that I've moved on, and I have started a new life here. Do I go back to the old one, or do I carry on with this one? And wouldn't that be interesting?
That would be interesting. Oh, okay.
All right then, carry on.
So Heimerdinger says,
With the murder!
It isn't all bad. I've been able to accomplish wonderful things in this world, and he's referring mainly to just like standard inventions, helping people out here and there. That's what he's been up to, including a guitar. That's great. He's got a guitar.
Guitars are fun.
It's very Heimerdinger.
Yeah, that's very Heimerdinger, right? And he says, "Don't worry, this place will grow on you." That's good dialogue for this situation. That's very suitable. Very
You'll
happy.
get used to it.
It is what a fucking travesty.
Yeah. So
in such a short amount of time.
This is the thing. People were loving this episode, and it was just this amount of time in that I was like, "This is catastrophic." Again.
This is.
They don't know what they're writing.
I think I paused the episode here after he said all these things. Like, you've been here for 3 years, and you've done nothing to remedy this situation.
Nope.
Because you just assumed you can't do anything. That is hashtag not my Heimerdinger.
This is also where I started to become concerned that we would spend the whole episode here.
Oh, I was pretty convinced from the get-go that we'll be here.
They have so much time to spare, though.
Yeah,
like everything else.
With how they were rushing, that they would be in a hurry to get back, shall we say?
Yeah, we've got such places to visit in the final episodes. It's gonna be crazy. And Echo says, "I have people back home who need me. We don't belong here." And Heimerdinger's response to this is, "And yet we can't leave."
Fucking
asshole. Bro, seriously?
This is like the kind of thing that an evil conjuration would say to me to get me to be content to stay here and not go back. Like if I was trapped here by some malevolent spirit and it conjured an illusion to convince me to convince me to stay, I'd be like, "Oh, that's what it would say."
God, it's terrible.
You're not really Heimerdinger.
And he says, Echo says, "I'm going to find a way back with or without you." It is like, yeah, I can't believe we're here. This makes no sense at all, but yeah. Okay, that's what Heimerdinger's just being.
What's happening.
I was about to say Heimerdinger's being, and it's like, no, he's just not Heimerdinger. He's someone else. Because Heimerdinger's gonzo, man, and it sucks. He's a really awesome character. We talked already about how much they'd ruined him in episode 3, was it? Episode 2 and 3? I don't remember, but...
Yep.
Yes, 2 and 3.
But now we've delivered, like, this is some harsh damage. The poor fucker can barely survive this.
They went and snagged a different yordle. This is like Ziggs or something.
So anyway, Jace wakes up in Apocalypse Piltover Land. This is bad.
Can I raise
that's season 2.
Question now?
Season 2 is Apocalypse Piltover Land.
True. Well, it's an easy summarization. He looks at his hammer, and the crystal is like not functioning, and so the hammer no longer is easy to lift. It's like an actual super heavy hammer now. And he walks off and spots that this truly is Piltover, but like ravaged by the disaster of presumably the anomaly, whatever have you. It doesn't really matter, but he's just like, no, and that's the scene.
Pretty much, yeah.
So go ahead, Theo. What do you want to say?
So, Echo body snatched that dimension's Echo, yes?
Correct.
Yes.
Heimerdinger did the same, yes?
Correct.
With that universe's Heimerdinger? So, I think it would be fair to expect that Jace would also do the same wherever it is he was to end up.
Nah, he got teleported here. Clearly.
But for those other two, it worked that other way.
Teleported through time and space.
He also got...
It sure would suck if a large part of what he does here revolves around his actual, like the actual Jace of this universe and where he ended up.
It makes sense if you just imagine the person that orchestrated all of this had reasons to do it. Yeah.
Why would you imply that?
Yeah,
This is madness.
Yeah, so at this point I was just like,
that
so
he
got
just some force to orchestrate all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird because at this point I was like, oh, so he got just time traveled, but the others got ported into another dimension? ? I'm still not sure to this day what exactly the mechanics are.
I thought that this might be the future of his timeline.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly.
I assume so too.
Added that to my comment.
That's what I thought.
But I don't know.
But that doesn't work with what happens in the later episodes. the reality that Jace is currently in is the future, but it cannot be his own universes or his own dimensions future.
He went to an alternate reality where this is the fate of Piltover.
Yeah, he went to an alternate reality where essentially this happened, which means that his actions in the previous episode, where he killed Victor and killed Sallow, were informed by him not wanting something that didn't happen to happen.
I guess he believed it could happen to his world because it happened to this one.
Yeah, which is different to seeing the future and knowing that it is going to happen.
I guess is it distinct? Is it meaningfully distinct from seeing a potential future of your own timeline?
I would say so, because if you're looking at your own future and you see that something is going to happen, it means that you have to take an action to avert it, and obviously that action could end up ensuring it. But whereas if you go to an alternate timeline and you see that you have a really nice car in that timeline and you're like, oh, well, I'd like that car, then it means that you might be motivated to do something different in your own timeline. So I think they're similar, but they're not identical.
Because there's no connective tissue between what caused this world to be the way it is and what steps do I need to take if I get back to my own world to stop it from happening.
Yes, because we have no idea as the audience, and I mean, I don't know if Jace... I guess if Jace could be wrong, I guess, but we have no idea what happened in that reality. And Jace is assuming that it was his own actions in his reality would cause that outcome, I think. But again, it's kind of pointless, because if Victor did send him here for this reason, then he did it because he knew what Jace would do afterwards, and it's just a causal loop of shut up and don't think about it. It makes sense because it gives him the outcome that he wants. So, but yeah, I don't think that is actually the future of the main timeline that we've been seeing because of what happens in the later episodes.
I mean, I've just got, like, whatever we want to try and settle on as makes the most sense will make no sense.
Yeah, it just has problems either way.
And it gets more complicated by the time we get to the end.
Because we love time travel and multi-dimensions. It always works out.
We didn't need any of this. We didn't need any of this.
Arcane, you're 7 years late with that shit.
It does feel like we're revisiting an old timeline ourselves.
Yeah. Oh god.
Like, remember all of the stories and movies, the shitty ones, they were all about this.
Yep.
Except for Everything Everywhere All at Once. They were all really bad. So
this is also really boring. I know that's probably just going to be self-evidently true, but we just did the most basic version of this we could. Like, Jace goes to the apocalyptic future that was destroyed by the Arcane. Yeah.
And that inspires him to think, I gotta stop the Arcane. It's like, yep.
Okay, so are we gonna, like, any greater understanding of what this means? Like, why the Arcane behaved this way? What happened? Anything like that? No, just the apocalypse, and now go back and stop that. That's it.
I don't know. Why couldn't we have done this if Jace got transported to the same world as Heimerdinger and Echo? Couldn't you have had events transpire such that an event happens or an invention is made or something happens that turns it into a post-apocalyptic world live? They will want to stop Victor whether or not he goes to the Apocalypse Planet. You know what I mean? Because Victor's insane. What he's doing, his plan is fucking crazy. Like, the idea that they would have just let it happen because they didn't learn about Apocalypse Planet is nonsense.
The difference is that I think...
I mean, in terms of they see the apocalypse happen in the same world, we don't have to split the three of them up.
No, I'm saying you don't need the Apocalypse Planet at all.
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah.
On your point, Regs, if they go to the same universe, then Hextech doesn't exist, which means that wouldn't end up happening. It's like the happy universe when nothing goes wrong.
Well, they can take all the time they need, and with Jace, with our Jace and our Echo and everything there.
Yeah, and I would harshly argue against that. We're almost there to be able to do that. Got to wait for some more references though. Which moving swiftly on, Echo visits Jinx's new and improved place. She has walls up on the sides now to make sure she doesn't fall off. It's different than when she's a reckless, crazy lady in the other dimension.
Why'd she end up in the same place?
I don't know why she would be here at all. It makes no fucking sense. Silco, it's pandering.
Well, Because there's an infinite number of possibilities, and this is the universe where it happened.
Okay.
Super interesting, right?
To open that box.
Damn, nailed it.
So she says, "What's with the third degree? I've been working on this project. We've been working on it for months." So the implication of the start of this conversation is that Echo's been asking her questions that he should know the answers to, and that's why she's like, "This is getting weird." And he says, "Well, humor me." And she says, "You've had one of your funky dreams about an energy storage device that you swore you would win the competition with, so you came to me for help." You know how fucking retarded this is, right and wise? This is as stupid to me as if Rags one day was just like, "How did EFAP get started?" And my response was, instead of, "What the fuck are you talking about?" was, "Well," and then I just explain bullet points exactly how it came to be. Like, what? No, that's not how people talk.
I'd have to frame it as if it was some kind of, like, I was trying to some sort of a test, making some larger point that required you to recount information that we both
what
had.
You would need to do, you try and turn it into some kind of thing of just like, you want to know how much I remember. You just be like, "Do you remember how it went? I just want to make sure."
So what we remember what we talked about on EFAP? Could you tell me about it in detail, what we discussed? And then you say it, and they say, "Well, see, the reason I asked you is because of this thing I read about memory and blah 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 blah."
And then instead you just go like, "Who's Fringy?" And then I'm like, "What are you talking about?" You go, "Humor me."
Like, who is he to me, or like emotionally, or like what? What's
the amount of fucking backbreaking work the word "humor me" are doing?
It's insane. Man, you've been asking me all these really weird questions. That's weird. Just go on with it. It's a meme. I'm just memeing. Just meme with me. Haha.
Surely humor me entails every individual just immediately going along with whatever it is that's being suggested.
Yeah.
You ever wonder what it feels like to run on train tracks? No, humor me.
Yes.
Oh, well.
All right.
You ever wonder what it's like to drown?
No.
No.
Well, you ever seen a grown man naked?
Silco's response to that would just be like, "Wait, seriously, you haven't wondered?"
There's so many like versions of it. Like if Rag said, "Do you mind who destroyed the ring in Lord of the Rings?" And then I was like, "What are you talking about?" And you're like, "Yeah, who, like, what happened?" But I was like, "Are you okay? Have you just forgotten the whole movie?" You're like, "No, humor me." Like you try to test whether I remember. Like I could never answer these questions in the lore dump way that the characters in shitty writing always do. They're like, "Oh yeah, sure, okay," and they just lay out every possible piece of contextual information they could ever need. It sucks. It always sucks.
But you haven't considered that this is Victor deliberately sent Echo to the bad writing universe where Powder wouldn't notice.
He was already there.
It's Victor's grand plan.
As if it wasn't bad enough, they have a shrine here, a little shrine to Vi, and he's like, "Whoa, oh, she's dead?" Could you imagine how fucking bizarre it is that he's saying this?
Oh.
What do you mean?
It's
of course she's been dead for ages, man. Like, what do you mean she's dead? And then he's like, "Was it you?"
It's like the fucking thing. It drives me fucking insane. He already knows now he's not in his universe. And then he asks, "Did you kill her?" It's like, what? Stop. Can you act like
this would make sense if it was a dumbass character doing that, but this is Echo.
Yeah, Echo's supposed to be smart.
An insanely intelligent guy. And not just like math intelligent, but like actually a smart person.
Just gonna drop this in now. If I was Powder, and Echo had accused me or asked me if I am responsible for my sibling's death, little bit of a turnoff.
Yeah.
I just assumed that he'd bumped his head.
No, yeah,
like he was actually like groggy or intoxicated or something.
It's beyond the pale for me. I'd be like, you have no memory of like anything that's happened in our whole ass world. What the fuck has happened to you?
Yeah, something is clearly wrong.
But instead, it's like, "You're being mean to me."
Yeah, don't be mean to me.
You're having a bad day.
Why are you not reacting the way that a normal person is? Which is like, there is something wrong with you right now. Like, something has gone wrong in your brain.
It's such shit writing. I hate this discussion. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's
really bad.
It's so obvious what their intentions are. They just got to move through it. Like, yeah, whatever. And she says, "We went on that job because of you." And he's like, "The job? That's why there's no hex tech." And she doesn't think anything of this, by the way.
At all.
You should
need to sit
leave.
down.
And it's like, dude, what is going on? You're going all over the place.
Yeah, and he just leaves.
You're crazy.
Yeah, it's man.
Yeah.
It's awful.
So I think we'll wait a little bit longer before we discuss the Hextech situation. We get a Heimerdinger sing-song along music video.
Yay!
Oh god.
There's this awesome fucking moment that's, I think, one of the most subtle moments in the whole show. Echo is walking across the bridge, the big old bridge in that connects Zorn and Piltover, and he remembers this is actually the bridge in which he fought Jinx on, that same bridge, and then they flash to that bridge to make sure we know that this is that bridge, because this is a significant area in which bridge things happened. Isn't that crazy? That's a bad bridge in the bad universe. This is a nice bridge now.
Oh, I like nice bridge. Bad bridge.
You remember that scene?
That was a good scene.
Yeah, that was a really good scene.
It's one of the best, if not the best scene in season 1.
Remember an actual good music video?
But how much of that is dealt so much damage by all of this existing if you choose to acknowledge this season whatsoever?
Nope.
I already said was it episode 4 or 5? It was already too much. It's like, it's broken.
Yeah.
You're not allowed anymore.
I'm good, thanks.
This is all just extra shit that's non-canon. It's like, what a crazy alternate universe, eh? But yeah, Zorn and Piltover are like very wonderfully in cohesion. Even good old Jericho,
he's
serving.
Were plot points.
Oh, that's been stirring with Arcane fans. They get madder and madder, realizing that all of the class struggle story elements were completely removed. It's like, yeah, they were ignored.
That was like the plot of the first season. And
oh
well, gone.
Now we do Space Jesus, magical robot zombies.
Space Dreamers.
Hooray!
So yeah, things are way better in this universe, and we get a little the montage is playing while Heimerdinger is singing. Jace is moving through Apocalypse Land, and Echo goes back to the apartment with the detonation, and he digs out of the walls little fragments of the Hextech crystals, the little things, and they keep showing us little flashbacks of Powder crying over Vi's, I guess, corpse as this whole accident went wrong. And so, the best of my ability, I assume that when the explosion went off, it killed Vi in this universe. How tragic. And as a result, no Hextech was created, which is a bit of a jump, and you're going to have to fill in blanks. Now, do we believe there are any blanks you could actually fill in that would make it reasonable such that Hextech would never have been invented?
Potentially.
Aha, the blast has killed Jace as well.
Very mysterious they don't actually say that.
That's why I was confused with what you said earlier, because I was thinking, did I miss... Did they say that Jace died in the episode? Because I kind of read it like Jace would have gone to trial, as happened in season 1. And because the consequences of the explosion in this alternate dimension were more severe than they were in season 1, probably reasonable to assume that the punishment would be more severe and he would get banished, as very nearly happened in season 1. So that is why there would have been no Hextech. That was my read on it.
My counter would be that it's impossible for Victor to not discover at least the notes still, protect them himself if the Jace has no way of actually being able to, because he's got his own self-interest of trying to save himself from death. And
well, because then the question would become, can Victor do it on his own? Can Victor get to the first step on his own without Jace? Because if he can,
I don't see why Victor wouldn't inevitably be able to get to it.
If he has enough time, then yeah, because in season 1 they had a time limit.
This is made a lot worse, and this is why I would say it's actually there's no possible way. So if you have all of that up in the air, it's potentially, right, I'd say big potential for Victor to have discovered this anyway, especially, by the way, he has the same capacity Echo does to dig that shit out of the walls if he so desired to, if they confiscated all the crystals, which they don't actually, because Powder is hanging on to several in the scene, and she manages to keep them. So like, you know, there's the crystals are in the world. But irrelevant of all that, Heimerdinger would make all of this happen. So he'd be like, wow, Hextech was never built in this world? Well, I happen to know, because I'm not retarded, that it all started with Jace's apartment, and I've just found out that Vi died in this explosion. This girl died, which that didn't happen in my world. I guess that's like a difference. You know, he'd just be curious. He'd start inspecting it. He would be able to find the exact same shit that Echo did. He'd be able to talk to this universe's Victor, who would have been interested and would have had notes, and then they'd be able to start up that project. And they certainly would have fucking cracked it within 3 years.
If Heimerdinger wanted to, yes. The problem is that I don't think that this season, in particular, this episode's version of Heimerdinger.
No, I don't accept that. I'm not allowing their fucking assassinated version of Heimerdinger to make this make sense. That's not working for me.
That's all we've got though, right?
No, they tell me that he decided it's not possible. That doesn't make sense. It is possible, and he would have found that it's. But it's like if he saw a gun on the floor and just said, "I can't see a gun on the floor." I'd be like, "He can."
Sorry, to be clear, what I mean is that he knows that it is possible, but he's telling Echo that it isn't, so that way nothing.
That's not what he said to Echo.
He said it's not possible. He could have been lying, is what I'm not saying he was. I'm just kind of playing the idea out.
My point is that he didn't do any of this. Remember, he's surprised to see the fragments.
Yeah, you're right.
Also interesting that the very specific event of that explosion and the fragments being able to be revisited is in the same universe where apparently Zahn and Piltover are like totally friends and super cool.
Boy, Rags, we'll cover that when we see someone who, good gods, just every second of him in this season is pain.
Oh, okay. I wanted to go there as well, but I guess we want to do that later. Because
we'll grab it, yeah. Because we have to wait until the show gives us a line from him to explain why everything is happy. It's actually fucking painful. But
it is.
Yeah, you know.
Good thing we love pain.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Heimerdinger, he's strumming that guitar of his.
Yeah. By the way, Jace's apartment, that has just never been renovated or anything. Like, this is like this thriving city with everything nice. They just left it.
It's just left as a derelict with pieces of magic crystal.
They had to, otherwise Echo would not be able to retrieve the crystals. They had to.
For years.
Well, wouldn't that be an interesting plot point to be like, he goes there, looks for the crystals, and he's like, what, where are they? And then he learns that those were found in the cleanup, and then he has to go and see where the crystals might be. And that involves him and Heimerdinger having to do some sort of a heist or something to get their hands on it.
Do something interesting? No.
Well, because Heimerdinger would have been the Dean of the Academy of Science, but he's not anymore because this version of Heimerdinger has possessed him. So they go there and they find Rictus just standing there. It's alternate Rictus that they've got to get through.
Hell yeah.
He just doesn't know why he's there. The writers have put me in.
Best episode.
There is, Mola, a line in the song that nearly made me have an aneurysm.
Oh no! Nice. What was it?
Tell me.
Well, do you want Regs to read like part of the song?
I didn't have this one prepped, so sorry.
Okay. So the line, Heimerdinger is singing the song is the context, and the line is, "Make some mistakes, you live and you learn, and where the chips fall is not your concern," which is probably the least. Yeah, it's like they removed his character traits, scrambled his brain, and then put different ones back in. Like that is the least Heimerdinger thing that he could possibly say.
They took his brain, handed it to Rictus, and said, "Go to town." He just went,
"Fuck him really up.
I will fix him."
You're not going to let me actually accomplish anything, though, are you?
And then they poured what remained of his brain back into the skull, like this goo. Fuck me. I mean, if it's not already clear, like I was particularly struck by just how much Heimerdinger was. There's just nothing about him anymore. Not even a single fucking word that makes me think like, oh, that's Heimerdinger.
Utterly assassinated.
Oh, and as if it wasn't fucking painful enough, man. We got the next scene where Jace breaks his own leg by his fucking dropping his hammer on himself.
I fucking laughed. I laughed so fucking hard. I laughed so fucking hard. What the fuck?
I hate
you know, you could just have him, if you just want to have him break his leg, just do it in a way that would really happen.
How about he just fell down there and broke his leg?
No, it's symbolic of hex tech.
Yeah, you see
when the hammer that breaks your leg when you trip over.
I'm pretty sure
that doesn't work because it's saying that hex tech, when it's non-functional, will hurt you. That's not the point that the show is trying to make.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had to double take this shit when we were watching it. We're like, did Jace just break his own leg by hitting himself with his own hammer? Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah.
And yes, that is what happened.
He just do Jace, baby.
He drags his thing along, while it's super duper heavy, is already like, I don't even know if you want to do this to move around. It's not, you can't really use it effectively anyway. I don't know what benefit you have by hauling that thing around.
It feels like it's worth noting. This is basically why Jace comes back unhinged.
Yes.
Yeah. Specifically because he fell and broke his leg here. If he didn't do that, he would have been able to essentially accomplish the goal that he needed to accomplish way quicker.
It's unironically a bait and switch. They want you to think he went on a huge, enormous, game-changing, life-altering adventure when he literally fell into a hole and then he climbed out of the hole.
Yeah.
It's actually sad. Like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, and he spent a long time in the hole because it's from here to him having a big beard and his hair has grown out as well.
You could have just had it so that he fought his way through apocalyptic Piltover.
Yes,
that's all you have to do.
It's so annoying because when I saw punished Jace, I was like, you know what? I actually kind of dig the look. I want to see what kind of crazy shit he was up to using his hammer.
He got punished by gravity.
And then he falls in a fucking hole.
Yeah,
which he should die from, by the way. He should be dead.
Yes,
oh yeah, he should be dead.
He should be dead.
The idea that you present me with this, and there's got to be a name for the vibe, a post-apocalypse of an alien world. But he goes through this entire hellscape, and it was the hole that changed him. Like, really?
We have those in our normal universe.
You have all of the post-apocalyptic Piltover. That's a post-apocalyptic Piltover to explore. But you don't run with any of the cool things you could have done with that. What if he went into the council room and saw what was going on in there? What if he went to his own apartment and saw someone can't we be a little bit more imaginative than he fell in a hole?
You know, going into a room in any given house and just seeing a family cowering in the corner or something, but the equivalent of them is the Arcane.
Yeah.
Some
you get a little bit of that.
The town,
little bit of
Mount
it.
Vesuvius thing.
Oh, Pompeii.
Yeah.
Pompeii, yeah, we get that sort of stuff going on. Because the visuals here, I really like the visuals of the people who are like frozen by the explosion, all
Why do we do the hole
and everything.
What's the point of the fucking hole?
Because holes are, I don't know. Because it's supposed to represent his how he's a hole. How he
breaks his leg
a hole.
And he deconstructs the hammer to make like a splint support thing, and then he's using the rest as a staff. Oh my god, he's just like Victor. Parallels.
Wow. But we already had Victor, and he's not like Victor at all anymore. Why are they trying to draw it like he's like Victor when he's nothing like Victor?
Speaking of Victor, if we go with the theory that Victor sent Jace here deliberately, that would suggest that Victor is controlling all of these zombie robots.
It would also suggest that Victor is fucking laughing. Like, geez, did he fall into the hole? What?
Yes. Wait, is that his leg?
Oh, this is one of the universes where he falls into the hole. Shit, I needed to send him to one of the universes where he didn't fall in the hole.
You know what?
This takes up like half the fucking episode.
Instead of making him go through a fucking cursed Mario level, I'm gonna go down and speak to him myself. That's probably the better idea.
Talk to him. I'll go use my words. I'm no Isha.
I can actually talk.
So, Heimerdinger says...
Imagine that conversation if it was in the show.
You think you can recreate the anomaly with these? And that, again, it just means that Echo is way further ahead with any form of creative thinking than Heimerdinger ever was for some reason. Don't even know why, but what? Fine. And he says, I don't believe this can be done. Tampering with the arcane never ends well, lad. The risk is far too great. And it's like, hey, writers, I think it's very cute that you remembered something random about Heimerdinger. But you have to contextualize information. The whole reason that Echo is trying to do this is to save his world.
Save their world.
I was about to say,
try it.
The world that Heimerdinger is also a part of. He is very invested in getting back there. It's so embarrassing to watch them remember, like, random shit. Like, oh yeah, he's anti this stuff. Yeah. It's like, what? No. It's a little bit more complicated than that. The whole fucking discussion was, he said there is no hex tech in this world, so he couldn't generate any hex gates that gave the whole system that got the anomaly that got them here in the first place. Why would he be saying any of that if Heimerdinger believed that they shouldn't be pursuing any of it anyway?
I also feel like just throwing that line in there where he's like, oh no, it's tampering, it's far too dangerous. Like, that's just like a motif that they've just copied from season 1 because it doesn't lead anywhere.
This is what I mean.
Because what
it's
happens in the conversation...
He doesn't give a reason.
Contextless information. It's not accurate to him in this moment. It is accurate to an isolated part of season 1. It's like, see, that's Heimerdinger. That's a thing he says.
And he also
Heimerdinger would say something along the lines of, if we go back, how do we know which place we're going back to? Whose lives are we going to kill? 2 people died so that we could be here, which is a tragedy. We don't want to recreate that. So we know that either way, it's going to kill people. What's going to happen to the bodies that we leave behind? Is this body just dead when we leave? Or do we keep these bodies? Or, all the things that someone would ask in this complicated scientific pursuit?
As if it's not bad enough, he then just says... I need my professor, better yet, I need a partner. And then he's like, oh, how could I forsake a brilliant lad in need?
Like, wait, but you just said no.
So
what do you mean?
Did, what about Jace?
To be
what about
clear.
Jace in season 1? What about Jace?
Well, that's why he says in need again, as if to say it was a mistake to have abandoned Jace in season 1.
Jace, as he says again.
They cut, exactly. I was like, oh,
I wonder where Jace is.
This is a tangled fucking disaster.
Jace betrayed you as well, by the way.
Yeah, this was about to say, because
how could that be the count? If you're actually serious and you're saying that tampering with the arcane only leads to like the destruction of universes, and then his response is like, "Yeah, but I want you to," and he's like, "Oh, well, okay then."
Well, if you ask nicely,
nobody believes in anything in this show anymore.
No backbone, no principles. He's just fucking around. Absolutely nuts. He could do anything at any point.
And this could have all been avoided
without Jace being a character in this alternate universe. Jace isn't, I don't even think mentioned in this universe, and we certainly don't see him.
Also, is the suggestion that it was a mistake to not have, I don't know, tried to help the Hextech flourish with Jace in season 1? Is that what he's saying?
That's what it feels like.
Which element do you regret doing?
I mean, does he not remember that the very hex tech they used has just fucking forced them into an alternate universe, which is probably not good? And the tree with the gunk and the infections and stuff, who knows what that's become?
Yeah, the wild rune.
Yeah, like nothing is being properly talked about.
No, nothing is. Again, there's so many conversations in this show that we just don't get. We just slip right past them, and I just don't. In universe, I think they just don't happen, even off screen. Because if those conversations would happen, people would act very differently to what they would be doing in lots of scenarios. It's just.
And, as someone's just highlighted, all Jace needed to say last season was, "I need my partner. I need my professor."
Yeah.
And then it worked in with him. Oh well.
Isn't it crazy that they never actually, when the one time they see each other in chapter 1, they actually don't talk about that at all, about anything? It's just, it's fucking crazy. It's insane. It's like, hey, you betrayed me.
Well, he didn't give a
like,
shit about the council. Heimerdinger didn't give a fuck about the council. Why would he care about the council? That's old Heimerdinger.
Mm-hmm. Heimerdinger is a different animal.
Oh yes.
So Jace is trapped in his little hole, and he starts to go mad. We get a montage of him tearing the hammer apart to make the support, and we get him surviving off, I don't even know what they are, like gumbo creatures. They're just like little goobers running around, and he just eats them. Eats
yum.
He eats brush or something, I don't know.
How is he hunting little gumbo creatures?
Dude, he's dead.
With his ingenuity.
Yeah.
He's dead from the fall. He's dead from the infection to the leg. He's dead from those creatures gradually going toward him and probably killing him. He's dead from... There's no way he's surviving off the little goobers running around. And he's dead from insanity. There's just... This whole sequence is fucking nuts. I don't know why they bothered. He's dead.
Yeah.
The rest of the show didn't happen.
You see a shot where he looks up, because he's getting watched by some of these puppet fleams. And then later on you see a shot how far up this is. And when he climbs back up, he even has to do a little stop and
he fell quite
fire.
Far, you know?
It's like, whoa, you should not be alive at all. This is insane.
He could have had his Floopy transformation be a result of him eating those otherworldly creatures. It kept him alive, but it gave him the magic floomps on him.
We do see a shot when he's healing his leg. Well, I say healing. He's like wiping the wound on his leg after he snaps it back into position, and there's anomaly goo in it. Well, I don't know if they were trying to suggest that maybe he had become to some degree a creature of the arcane, and that explained his insane actions in the previous episode. Like it has actually affected his brain somehow.
I think you're actually giving him way more credit. He's
I'm just wondering, what else does that shot mean? Like, what?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't actually do anything. Like him being infected by this goomp, he's pretty much gotten rid of it by the time we see him in episode 8.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he didn't do any more of where his face was flizzing. You remember?
Yeah, he's back to normal Jace. He's just punished Jace.
Unless him, this is I don't know because of the amount of information that the season has just skipped. But maybe when he shoots Victor and like severs the connection between him and the Arcane or something, that then fixes him. Maybe that was what they were going for, but that's just not in the show. I'm just trying to work out what that visual could possibly mean, and I've got basically nothing.
Well, we get a whole
also, him putting back the bone is bullshit. By the way, like
it's all bullshit. He'd be dead.
That should be fucking dust.
He's dead as fuck. It's all lies.
There's nothing in there. So
while he's flipping out, we get a spam of quotes from season 1, broadly, I think. Like the research, it's everything. It's my whole life. And then he was my mentor, Mel, and I betrayed him. It's just like, what are you doing? Like playing these lines. It's like it corrupts, it consumes. We must destroy it. And he's like, I'm trying to create magic. It's your time, Jace. No, prepare. Oh, I've seen nations destroyed. And the music's swelling, and he's going nuts, basically. It's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Real great scene. So, Echo introduces Alt, Jinx, Powder, whatever, to his little sanctuary, in which, instead of the sort of shrine we've seen before, the big old mural, it's a Vi now. It's loads of images of Vi, but adult Vi, that obviously didn't exist. Oh, I guess, yeah, just to be clear, because Metal did mention it, Jace is going to be climbing up this. I don't even want to spend time on it. He's just... no, you never would have been able to do that. You should be dead. Fuck off. He's going to climb and... Fuck off. Anyway, so... These images of Vi, they distracted me quite a bit upon seeing them. There's a couple things. First of all, this is weird, man.
This is really creepy, actually. This is actually super creepy. This is like we need to call Nicholas to Oreo, all right? Because this shit is really creepy. What you're doing right here. You are essentially saying here, come take a look at this. What I did was I drew your dead sister who died when she was a kid, but I drew her as an adult, as a mural here for everyone to see. And I want you to see that I've done this.
Really fucking weird. If it was one drawing, and it was with a drawing of Powder as well, that'd be fine with me. I'd be like, whatever. There's a lot of her. Fills up the whole thing. And it's a version of her that never even existed. But the weirdest thing is, of course, we're like, aha, we the audience know that he did meet adult Vi. It's like, do you remember how long he got to see her face? Like...
1 episode.
Yeah, if that.
Not very long, that's true.
It was episode 7 of season 1, that's it.
And, that's some photographic memory you got there, pal. Like, holy shit. This was just awkward to me.
He's got the first season on DVD, all right?
So... And he says, you were different, like, he dreamed Vi, and he says, I dreamed you as well, and you were different. You were someone who changed the world with your ideas. And then she says, well, I like my life, and I don't want to lose what makes me me. I don't even really know what's happening in this scene. I was just like, what? Like, he's talking about, obviously, trying to get her to work on the technology with him and Heimerdinger. And she's like, I don't know if I want to become, like, an inventor person. And I'm just sort of sitting around like, what's going on? Like, why? Are you actually trying to convince me that in this universe she's become too attached to being a waitress, but she's simultaneously also tinkering with things, and she's like on the verge of maybe becoming someone who's going to change the world with her inventions, and she needs Echo to push her that extra step? That's like what we're doing here.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got nothing, man. You just present all these things like, this is how it is, but does this work? Shut up. That's how this is. Like, okay, yeah, sure.
This episode is really cheating, I think, because we're spending so much time with this alternate version of Powder. who is obviously not the same one that
New character we just
know.
met this episode.
Yeah, completely new character, and yeah, we get a bit of information for Echo because he is the same character, so he's progressing through the story. This is a totally new rendition of a character that we don't know, and the reason why they're doing it is because they want to lean on this emotional connection between Echo and Jinx later in the series. So they're basically cheating. They're speed running it. They're trying to make her far more sympathetic and relatable than she is, because we have all seen season 1. So they're just using an alternate version to accomplish that goal, which I think that's cheating.
Yes.
I mean, the hoops you have to jump through to get to this point are kind of wild. It's like we were talking about with forget his name, Echo's father, basically, his adoptive
Benzo.
father.
Benzo.
Benzo. It's the same thing. Like the amount of stuff that we had to engineer to get us to this point, kind of staggering and crazy. Like and it does seem like it came out of nowhere.
You know,
and the rules don't make sense.
How did you possibly pull this off? And they go, oh, multiverse. You're like, oh.
I hate it.
Isn't impressive at all. Anyway, Jace is moving through a swamp with his fucking now gangrenous leg, probably.
Great idea. That's a good idea. You should be doing this. I like that Victor makes him play only up.
You could solve both of these problems by having him look around this post-apocalyptic wasteland,
we wasted so much time in the hole,
medical supplies and stuff. But we spent so much time in the hole, we couldn't simultaneously have him exploring this post-apocalyptic horror and dealing with his medical issues together in one point. Why would he be wandering around? Because he needs supplies to survive. Or we put him in a hole. Fuck it.
Fuck it. In the hole with you, Jace. Hole Jace.
Music video time.
Fuck yeah,
all right. Just in time. Music videos.
Need a montage.
Echo is supportive of Jinx mourning Vi. The three of them are now working together. Mobius strip. Clinking and clanking. Rune combinations being attempted, just like in Season 1, Episode 3. Continuing to try and crack it with no success. Until they make a tiny little hex core anomaly thing. Woo! Echo discovers time looping. Sorry, yes, that's all. He's unlocked time travel.
That was fast.
It was a music video, so we just traveled through a season. So
you understand he was playing with inversions on Jace's acceleration rune.
Yeah, like that means anything to me.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's understood.
Jace, how come you haven't talked to him about this?
No mention of Jace whatsoever, other than Heimerdinger saying, "Nah, pretty sure he's not coming."
Based on so where did they get Jace's notes from?
But yes, to be just
Echo knows it.
To clarify what Theo just said, because he wasn't joking around, they have the notes and they've done what they can with like different things of trying to crack this all, but they have taken Jace's acceleration rule and played with inversions. That is the entire justification we get for the Z drive.
Yeah. That's yes.
All right.
Yeah.
The Jace does not exist in this universe for whatever reason. And the only line we have to justify any of this, I think, is in episode 3, where Jace says to Echo, "How did you learn how Hextech worked?" Even though I don't think they have had a conversation clarifying that Echo knows how Hextech works. And he says, "I read what I could and deduced what I couldn't." So he doesn't have Jace's notes. He just knows them. And I guess he's memorized them?
He's just too smart. You don't understand.
Well, because his notes don't exist in this universe, right? Because Jace is gone. He never invented Hextech.
Well, I think if we're insinuating that he died in that explosion, then he was already working on Hextech stuff, right?
Oh, sure, but I mean if he took the notes from there, then that would rely on the crime scene actually saying that the crime scene still exists after a decade. So maybe they did just leave the notes on the chalkboard and Echo copied them down.
And just to be clear,
feel that way.
We're just sort of extrapolating that he died in the explosion. Is there any?
Nope, nothing.
Thing that
that's just my best guess.
That's how it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no mention of this.
What Random said. Maybe he's in jail indefinitely for killing Vi. That's where he is.
That's true. That could be possible.
This universe's version of Jace is never mentioned.
Well, never mentioned in the sense of him being they've got his notes, and Heimerdinger said that he doesn't think our Jace will come to this world.
Yeah, they reference their version of Jace. They never reference this version of Jace. But if they have his notes, then they must have got. They must have got. Well, he didn't bring them with him, did he? He can't have done because his physical body didn't move universes.
He did. He does have notes, so
Yes.
we have more evidence for Jace's notes than Jace.
Yes.
Interesting. So
we can confirm Jace's notes exist.
We can confirm Jace's notes exist, which implies the existence of a Jace, but not confirmed because this is season 2. What event? God, it's so fucking bizarre that they don't go to this universe's Jace when he's the inventor of Hex Tech, with everything that they know about him in the other universe, and with all the incredible, uncanny parallels between that universe and this.
We're lucky to get Heimerdinger, and obviously we don't get.
I mean, are we? I don't feel lucky.
I don't feel lucky.
I don't
feel very.
I don't think the Skinwalker is Heimerdinger. I think he's got
What fucking character is the character that they're supposed to be?
They're all the thing, all of them. Well, I guess no, not really, because that's a perfect imitation. No. Like the thing, but like on his day off, where he's not really trying.
Drunk of the thing.
Drunker Dinger. Heimer Drunker.
Season 2 is good. A lot of haters here. Correct, and the haters were right.
We just don't like it because we didn't get what we wanted.
What's the meme?
The
haters were right on this one. Good call from the haters.
Yeah. Haters said I couldn't do it.
Wait, I don't even know that one. That was
good call from the haters.
Big shout out to all the haters.
Where's that one from? I have not heard that before.
It's just it's like a meme format for whenever someone fails, they say the haters say I couldn't do it, and they were right. Good call from the haters.
I remember people posting it when Biden dropped out of the race.
There's a lot of good moments for it. Anyway,
so Echo invented time travel.
Yes, and they knew that if they were going to get him to invent time travel, it would have to be a music video. We can't do this with a normal scene. We can't do this with. It's got to be a music
conversation, dialogue, notes,
or like time. We can't be doing that. So
I'm wondering when I should
to invent time travel.
No fucking way.
I'm wondering when I should get angry about how this device works, because it is distinct from other iterations of how Echo's Z drivers worked.
I suppose.
So you didn't like it because it's not like the thing you like. It's all coming.
Yes.
Wow. So let us do the best we can to just give all the information that the episode provides. Right? It's they create the device and then they're just like, what does it do?
I was about to ask that because they seem to they're just like they're doing the meme, like they're just doing science.
Yes, they're just doing science.
Science is like evolution,
and then like an invention appears, like a gizmo is created after you do enough science, and you're like, okay, what does this one do?
How is that even possible?
They just plug things in.
Some things are invented by accident.
Was Heimerdinger not informed on the sort of runes Echo was fucking about with this thing?
They accidentally invented time travel.
Well, it's really. I need to make sure how capturing how stupid this is. It's like there's a pull chain for the device that they've generated, and they have no idea what it's even gonna do. It actually feels like a Futurama joke from Farnsworth.
Yes.
That he's developed. He would be like,
"Good news, everyone!
I've developed a box with a red button, and I don't know what it does." It's just like, okay,
who wants to help me try it out?
That's very good. That's a good voice.
And so that's what happens. He pulls the chain for the hell of it and realizes he's unlocked time travel.
Great.
And
it has a limit.
There's a need to discover what the limit is, and he discovers that post 4 seconds of going back in time, it will explode Heimerdinger.
No, it doesn't explode anyone else. It doesn't cause any other damage.
We should be particular about this. Yes, the consequence is that Heimerdinger will explode.
It's fucking weird.
Just keep that in mind for later.
Yeah.
I just love the idea that, like, wherever he is, if he goes for 5 seconds, Heimerdinger will explode.
And in case it needs saying, it's 4 seconds is a reference to the video game. Echo's ultimate in the video game sent him back to where he was 4 seconds ago. Congrats.
Yeah, and the reason why that's the way it works in the game is because Heimerdinger specifically will explode if it's any longer.
Yeah, and if he goes any further, then Heimerdinger will explode.
This would be really good if Heimerdinger is fed.
Yeah,
It's just great if
Heimerdinger
Heimerdinger was on the other team and you want to go a little bit further.
Guys, I know just the thing. I can deal with him. Trust me.
I feel. I don't know. Well, because he like fucked around with the space-time continuum, timey-wimey, wobbly-wibbly bullshit. But like, Echo should, you would think, be a little bit traumatized. He just, I know that he undid it.
I'll
but
do
he
you
also
one better. Shouldn't he be dead?
Echo.
No, Heimerdinger. It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
Oh, because 4 seconds can't be the limit.
Well,
if you see what can.
Well, my point is like, so he went back. He wanted to see what the limit was. He went back so far that Heimerdinger exploded. That he comes back again and he's like, "So yeah, no going further than 4 seconds." It's like, but you did.
Wait, you went further than 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And you exploded him.
If you saw him
So your time travel appears to be able to undo the consequences of its own
exactly
exceeded limits.
Is this the quickest that we've seen anything ever destroy its own rules for time travel? Or?
Needless to say, this is not how I would have designed the Z drive to work. And
I think the scene that introduces it's already broken.
That might be a
the
problem.
It
might
should be the moment. I don't know. Like, yeah, well, because I don't understand. It's like, it's too late. You've already broken the rule. You can't break the rule and then discover the rule exists that you won't break.
It would be really weird if in the cinematic that introduced Echo to League of Legends, which was itself animated by Fortiche, by the way, the Z drive worked in a pretty different manner that introduces far fewer problems. That would be very strange.
How is it worth explaining how it does work? Because
how does it work? All right. Okay. So the way it works the way it's introduced is Echo's trying to beat up like a Zornman, and he has to go back repeatedly to like figure out the right way to win the fight. The way it works is he wears the device, right, and he pulls the ripcord thingamajiggy, and by doing that, he doesn't go back in time. Then he creates a save point, and he can go back to that save point at any time by turning a dial on his wrist. There is no modularity with this. He can't go back further or less. He goes back to that moment that he pulled the ripcord. No further, no fewer. Every time.
So it's like Rick and Morty rules from.
And he retains the damage he took. So I feel like that's much more interesting from a writing perspective, and I feel kind of upset that that's not what they went with, because that introduces challenges such as the one that's explored in that cinematic, which is, in order to accomplish whatever thing he's trying to do, he has to get the singular perfect run. Like, he can't iteratively perfect whatever it is he's trying to do. He has to get it all right in one go, so which is... Yeah, go on.
As of tomorrow, as someone probably mentioned already.
Yeah, it's just a much better system.
But yeah, so instead of doing that, the writers for this were like, well, there needs to be a limit, because otherwise he can just do everything. But how do we impose a limit? Let's explode Heimerdinger. Why would
we don't care about that little fucking shithole anyway?
The design they
it's not even Heimerdinger.
The design they already had is so limited because it doesn't take. Like, you can make up something like he can't go back further than a few minutes. That would be like an easy thing to invent. And then from there, this is an extremely limited time travel device, because you have to know to first set the save point. And then from there, what you can accomplish is only what a human being could, like the best version of what a human being could accomplish in that span of time.
They've set up something that can be very, very useful, but it is limiting. So, I mean,
he just explodes.
They do explode Heimerdinger, though, which wasn't on my Arcane Season 2 Binger
Why does Heimerdinger explode?
He wasn't on my Season 2 Bingo card, but
he has the biggest brain.
The reason why it happened is because it would be, for some reason, viewed as the least bad, right? If Jinx exploded, people would go like, "Oh shit, jeez."
We can't do that to her. She's a human girl.
It's funny if Heimerdinger explodes. It's not funny if Jinx explodes.
He's a man and not even human. Fuck him.
Yeah.
This is a really good instance of the rise. They just don't care about him. He's
not
they
at
don't
all.
give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
Horrendous treatment from the writers.
Man, I'd be tempted to have him be the main character because he's a little fella.
Yeah. Enough with this human
salad.
supremacy. We need more aliens and goobers.
All of this to create a video game reference time limit that they don't even stick to.
Yeah, exactly. They break this rule later on.
Well, it doesn't matter for reasons that
there's no Heimerdingers to
There is no
explode, so there's no
Heimerdingers to
consequences.
There's no
Maybe
Heimerdinger to explode.
There's literally no negative
Like,
aspects.
he gets a little HUD pop up, like, could not find a Heimerdinger to explode.
Oh, so fucking dumb. And yeah, anyway, so once this happens, he says the limit is 4 seconds. And Heimerdinger's like, what were the indicators? And he says, trust me, it's 4 seconds. And I just wanted him to reach into the fucking screen and be like, just have Heimerdinger be like, no, tell me, this is science.
I need to know.
I am a
you
scientist,
fucking moron.
Echo.
We've got to
We
know
can
how
learn
this
something.
works.
There might be a reason why that's the case that can expand knowledge even further.
Yeah, I'd like
Alright.
to know
So, we
why
worked
it
on
is
this
we've built a
together.
machine that
You don't-
specifically explodes me. Why did that happen?
Next time we build a machine, it's gonna explode you, okay? See how you feel about it.
Heimerdinger is also about to like tinker with it further without Echo being here, which means that he would surely need to know that information. Otherwise, he's fucking around with a machine that if he presses the button for too long, he dies.
Well, yeah, and also, it's both of their project. Echo doesn't have exclusive rights to that information.
You're the craziest fucking part. There is pieces of Heimerdinger on Echo's face.
And they
Yeah.
remain there.
Wait, yeah, they would
Yeah.
they'd still be there.
They stay there.
What is the implication of that? That he's duplicating pieces of Heimerdinger now?
Well, again,
it
you
might
don't
actually-
necessarily-
on him,
you don't
it carries
necessarily want to
back.
be dealing with this problem as well. If
Yeah.
you're rewinding in time, are you killing versions of yourself by rewinding in their place?
Oh god!
I know.
Oh man, you can
know,
use
like
this device to crush the economy. Awesome.
Every time you use the Z drive, a Heimerdinger die.
But yes, we have.
Well, I
Every
don't
time
know.
you use
I
it, an
mean,
Echo
could
might
be
die.
like, I mean, again, you don't know. It could be like in the Rick and Morty Prestige episode, right? Where like
Yeah.
every time you do it, there's a version of you that's getting killed, you know, and replaced.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, just something to think about. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's definitely how it works, but I'm just saying, like, aren't these conversations?
I'm
you
just in my
probably ought
head.
to be
It's how it
having?
works because that's what seems to be the intuitive answer to what they've presented me
Especially
with.
when Heimerdinger explodes. I don't know. I don't know.
If we're out here exploding Heimerdingers, as far as I'm concerned, we're killing Echoes too. Death for everyone.
They should have just made a gun if they
Heimerdinger was
wanted to
right.
kill
Messing with the
Heimerdinger.
Arcane is bad, man.
So yeah, Heimerdinger's like, you know what? I want to do some tweaks to this thing. You go and have a nice party. I say this with a lot of reason because holy fuck, when we get back to Heimerdinger just after one scene, hot damn things have moved forward.
Remember how he in this episode said, "You can't be going too far immediately. That's crazy." And now it's like, "I'm just gonna give it a little boost."
Yeah.
It feels as though
Little
the
boost.
writers forgot how smart
for
Heimerdinger
seconds,
was, and they were like, "Okay, we need to."
No, we're gonna make
need
him
to show
stupid
that
and
he's
weird
really-
and nonsense and not
But
Heimerdinger.
was smart. He was wise. Heimerdinger
Yeah.
was wise. He had wisdom, and a lot of that wisdom stemmed from patience and an understanding of like of just if you push the technology too far, the consequences could be dire. And he knows this because he's seen it. But now it's just whatever. Who cares?
Heimerdinger from season 2 is exactly the character that you would end up with if the writers had not watched season 1 and only drew on voice lines from the game.
Or if they didn't care about Heimerdinger just in any capacity at all. If it was just like, who cares about Heimerdinger? He ain't Jinx. You know?
There's people say often when you can like feel the love for a character like coming out of the scenes they're in and whatnot by the writers. I think the opposite is very much true here. You can really just feel the hatred for Heimerdinger in every time he's on screen.
They made a Heimerdinger killing machine.
Like the frustration that they have to put him on the screen at all. It's like, you know what? Let's just
Explodes
kill this fucker.
specifically
Let's just kill
Heimerdingers.
him. The Heimerdinger explosion chamber. Go.
Yeah,
Yep.
let's do that.
Then we see Jace.
We're gonna do to Heimerdinger what Ambessa does to goats. Okay.
Jace is playing one of the most difficult, bizarre, and cursed platforming games you've ever seen.
Yeah.
I've so many memes of him playing Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. It's just
Yeah, I said only up earlier.
This is like it's funny memes, but this is absolute fucking nonsense. He wouldn't be able to do
insane.
this.
Yeah.
Even with a good leg.
Yes, even with a good leg, he'd be dead. Of course.
I think they wanted to cover themselves a little bit by making the platforms move around, like implying they kind of move towards each other, which also is, yeah, of course they do.
The fuck
You-
ever.
I'm sure that doesn't speak to any structural weaknesses that could be disastrous for his climb.
No, it's fine.
If Gollum can do it, Jace can do it.
Look, you can't see the fucking bottom anymore. Look how high up he is. It's fucking crazy. So dumb. Why did you do this, Victor? Why are you so mean?
Let me get a Echo and Benzo moment again where he says, "You've always meant the world to me," and he says, "Don't get all mushy on me now." And I feel the same exact way as I do about the opening scene. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can try and access my heart this way, but, you know.
I figured you out already.
I'd be concerned. Where he asks them about this world.
Be like, are you okay? Something going on? Like, you in trouble?
Like, that speaks to, are you about to do something?
Yeah.
Nah.
You're not going to kill yourself, are you?
But we're almost to the moment.
You're not going to explode Heimerdinger, are you?
It's funny that you say the moment. There's like several really coming up. But I
referenced this one earlier as something we had to wait to get to,
That's
and
true.
we are here. So, Vanda says, Powder's been raving about your Z drive. Can't remember the last time I saw her so alive. I have a feeling you'll be running this place soon. And I don't even, I guess just because Echo and Jinx are going to bring good old Zorn into a new era with technology or something. And Silco tids up and says, "So there's a chance for us yet."
Hey, Silco, what the fuck are you doing here?
Hey, Silco, what are you doing in this season? Get out while you can.
Run.
Get out.
And of course, you can't have subtlety in terms of like getting anything across to us with any kind of information. And so Echo, being very intelligent and having been here now for a long while, at least relatively, says, "Wait, didn't you try to kill him?"
Which the only suitable reaction is, "What the hell is your problem?"
What?
Have you been drinking again?
Why did you say that?
It's
How dare you even say that?
I don't even know where to begin, because like obviously, Echo, you're not this fucking retarded. But secondly, you haven't asked Powder about the state of all the people who are significant in this world, really?
Or Jace? Or anyone?
Anyone? You haven't asked about Silco. You didn't say, "Hey,
the guy you
personally really hate."
The guy you were fighting directly and
you know, the Shimmer,
nonsense.
Jinx,
Wait, sorry.
Firelight.
Speaking of Shimmer, how is his eye looking okay when Shimmer doesn't exist?
There could be a million different variables here.
Well, wait. We're gonna have all those conversations in a moment. Okay. Let's just get through. So, part of how stupid it is that he didn't think to ask these questions before. How stupid it is for him to ask this question right now. These are just making Echo seem fucking retarded. And then, as was mentioned,
in the most inappropriate way possible.
Well, and this is like trying to kind of, you know, this is a seriously fucking rude thing to say. Like, to the point where I could imagine everyone here being like, "Echo, what the hell?" Like, and he would just be like, "What?" Just like, "Oh, I don't know, man. That's just something that we've buried long in the past that was extremely painful for everybody involved."
Decided to rip that wound right open and pour some salt in there, huh?
For seemingly no reason at all.
And that's if this even happened in this universe. It's a gamble because it could be an alternate universe where that never happened and Silco and Vanda never had a falling out.
Yeah, like the assumption that it was just what happened with with getting the crystals, like the assumption that was the only thing that changed. It's like, you know, that the inflection point or the changing point could have been way earlier, or there are just a whole bunch of other variables. You actually don't know if it's just this one moment.
He's so stupid. It's ridiculous.
You don't know. You have no idea.
And after saying that, they have a moment. They're like, "Whoa." And then Silco says, "The greatest thing we can do in life is find the power to forgive."
Disgusting.
Actual
this is definitely an alternate universe, Silco.
Image of Heimerdinger exploding, like me when I hear that.
So, let's go through all the issues, shall we? Because this is the most information we get. We've covered a lot of how we believe the Hextech stuff would have happened, but now we're told that the big war essentially ended, Vanda and Silco are friends, and everything's pretty happy. So if you cast your minds back to episode 1, if Vi had died, and Powder was crying, and Clagger and Milo made it, like what's the state of the world? It's like, well, Silco is heavily producing Shimmer with Singed. Yep. That's still happening, and he is fucking furious at Vanda for having made deals with Piltover when he believes they should have sovereignty and they shouldn't be in any way under the boot of the assholes up there who've ruined everything. Now, I've seen people argue that what we're supposed to believe is that Silco got that letter in this universe. As though
as if that would change.
We've been over. The letter does not account for Silco's primary issue with Vander, nor would it.
So, and to suggest that it would is just baffling.
It would pour oil on the issue because it speaks to exactly what Silco doesn't like about Vander, where they diverge.
Yeah. If you have like fundamentally different beliefs at some point, a fucking single letter and I'm sorry is not gonna fucking cut it.
Well, it's almost as if it implies that the beliefs themselves are kind of like irrelevant. Like the beliefs stem from the personal grievances.
Yeah.
And they're not like convictions that you hold resolutely. It's as though like, well, ultimately all of your principles and beliefs are like subservient to your friendships. As long as you become friends, you can sort of move past any outlook that you have on the way that the world ought to be governed or structured or the society that you live in. It's absurd. Mm-hmm. And it makes you wonder, it's like, why even bother spending all this time in season 1 trying to develop the conflict between Piltover and Zorn and all of the differing views on how it arose, who's in the wrong, how they can move forward, and the disagreements on how they can move forward? What's the point of even dedicating time to exploring that as a conflict if the conclusion that you're trying to present is just the categorically true, correct way to move forward is, just forgive and forget, bro. Like, it's chilled. It's just, as long as you're friends, then you can move past all of those petty squabbles.
It's really fucking childish is what it is. It's really childish.
This entire episode is really disgusting for that reason. It's such a childish, naive, and annoyingly idyllic and utopic look at, like, hey, just look, everything could have been fine, as if things don't happen for reasons. As if fundamental disagreements between people are not the cause of, like, schisms between them, which can then develop in various ways. Season 1 again, whatever. Like, just saying it over and over and over again at this point. All of the things that make Season 1 good are why this is bad.
It cheapens Season 1 massively.
The other timeline explanation for this is that thanks to the events of the Jace apartment explosion, Vander and Silco would have been brought together by the tragic death of their friend's daughter that they were supposed to take care of, Vi, which we've been also over, is a complete nonsense retcon. Silco was happy for them to die in Act 1. This would not have changed his mind as to the state of the war.
Well, again, the arc that he went on in Season 1 was that the only thing that changed his mind was his relationship with Jinx.
His personal experience
which took a long time to happen. Exactly. That wasn't immediate,
That's the point, is that he went on the arc that Vander went on and essentially made the same decision that Vander did, which was that he was willing to give up his cause to save her. And that was the arc that he went on. But here it's like, well, I mean, he basically would have gotten to the same position if he had just read a letter. But never mind all of those years.
However, have we considered that Victor deliberately sent Echo to an alternate universe where Silco would have forgiven Vander? Because there must have been one.
I don't want
Is Victor on the writing team?
Victor is on the writing team.
I think the only thing then you've got left to make sense of this is whatever you have to write in your head for this to happen, that's what happened.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, and it feels a bit awkward as well, essentially. Because doesn't this just feel like it hammers home, like, this is basically an idyllic world, and the only way that they got there is because Vi fucking died.
That's
absolutely. That's the one thing I take from this that is extremely funny, yes. That Vi dying fixes everything.
Which is just, what are you trying to communicate here? Like,
it reminds me of the fucking children should commit suicide to save people thing. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, that one we agree with, but
I don't even understand.
The other one we think is really weird.
I'm still a little bit confused as of the timeline. So when did Zorn and Piltover get chill with each other then? Like, when
at some point
that happened?
At some point.
At some
because
point,
they bonded over their hatred of Vi, and then she died, and then they became friends.
At because point, the reason every single councilor just decided, they're chill, I guess.
Yeah, because the thing is, if they've been so chill for most of the time, Why did they even do the job and try to steal something from topside if they're already cool, if they're doing well?
I thought the point was that the universes were actually the same up until that point. That's the deviating like aspect.
Okay.
But I still don't think that works, because what ended up happening in season 1 is after the explosion, the kids got back into the Undercity. The council freaked out, and they were like, "This can never happen again. Someone has to go down for this." The fact that in this alternate dimension, one of the culprits died, that wouldn't change anything, because they would still have to ensure that this could never happen again. Because we also, whether it's different in this alternate dimension, I don't know, but in season 1, we have the line from Grayson where Vanda says, "Was anyone hurt?" And Grayson says, "A building was blown in half. What do you think?" So it wasn't, people were, people were hurt in the season 1 version where Vi didn't die. So Vi dying, I could see that making things potentially less volatile. But that's not like it's not just going to fix the problem.
I don't even know that it, like, I agree with you, potentially less volatile, but potentially more volatile. Like, if they arrive and you've got all the culprits are here and one of them died because they were so incompetent with whatever the hell was going on in this room, which they discover more about as well, capture all these children, ask them what the fuck is going on, they would eventually cause Vanda to lose his mind. He'd be like, "They have captured all my kids." And, you know what I mean? Like, this timeline could get darker pretty easily.
Yeah, Vanda would have turned himself in, because that was what was going to happen in season 1. If Vi is gone, then Vanda would have ended up turning himself in to save the kids.
And then you're telling me, like, Silco calms the fuck down instead of just cranking up his operation? I get the idea that Silco wouldn't have been as encouraged to be faster with the proliferation of Shimmer weaponry and development if not for Hextech, but he'd still be fucking developing it.
Yeah, the Silco from season 1 would not, I mean, yeah, we've been over it. He would not just forgive Vanda because he sent him a letter.
He's got incredible aspirations that go well beyond just, like, whether Piltover send a message saying, "Hey, we're chill now."
It's the really annoying self-indulgence thing that all of these alternate universe things tend to do, which is just the total dismissal of the fact that things happen for reasons, and you can't just go and fuck with, like, tiny parts of those reasons and everything else is just the same. Causal chains aren't built like that you can just go and mess with one of them and the rest of it just remains intact, or even like the butterfly effect. I don't know, man. I don't know why this had to be a choice. It wasn't necessary, and I don't think anyone would have wanted this, other than, I guess, just for self-indulgence.
They could have got to this, because the differences between this version is that Vi died, Jace either killed himself, is in prison, or he was banished, and Silco forgave Vanda. So everyone's happy, and there is no Hextech. They could have explained all of that and gone through the things that we're theorizing, but the amount of time that it would have taken to do all of that, like that's like half a season, surely.
Oh well.
To properly explain it all.
Ain't got time, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Gotta get to the awesome ending.
French music.
Yeah, it's like an actual jump scare whenever you see Silco, because you're like, please don't ruin him further. Good God, leave him alone.
And then they do. They have him say something or do something.
At least this version of Silco is an alternate version.
Yeah, but it speaks to like who he is and could be, right? That's kind of the problem.
Yeah, the letter scene in the flashback previously do more damage than this, I think, because again, it's alternate. But the fact that the writers wrote this scene tells us that they think that Silco could have done this if circumstances were tweaked very slightly, which is bullshit.
Yeah.
Buy it for a second.
Music video.
Woo!
Yeah, so where
video?
I love music.
This time in French.
Yeah, Theo, where is France in Runeterra?
Well, it's got to be somewhere in Demacia because of Fiora, I guess.
Yeah.
Shit, that actually makes kind of sense.
It's like a town called France. Like, there you go.
One step ahead.
So we get it's like a dance sequence that is low FPS. I think 4 specifically.
It is, yes, 4 frames per second. And why do you think it's 4? Because the video game.
And a lot of the visuals and editing is supposed to match when Echo and Powder first clashed as adults in Act 2, season 1, with explosions and the shot of her feet and her coming out of the smoke originally. This time it's out of the crowd. It's just supposed to be like, see? Parallels. Parallels. Lots of parallels, everybody. Parallels coming out your ears.
Parallels mean it's really good.
Yes. So
that's
anyway,
that's what it means. It means it's really, really good.
Rags, read the lyrics.
Please.
If you have the lyrics, I'll read them. However, I will have to be going as it is almost.
we gotta speed up.
Okay,
to get as much rags in here as possible. Okay, so Echo says, I used to dream the Undercity could be like this, but somewhere I got consumed by all the ways it wasn't, and I gave up on it, and I gave up on you. I don't like this at all because
I hate this.
He is talking to someone who is completely different than the girl he knows from a different universe. And then she says, I've never seen you give up on anything, Echo. And it's like, yeah, because he doesn't give up on the things that are worth not giving up on. Jinx was a fucking psycho.
His entire story was about him not giving up on Zorn. He was one of the only people who didn't. He wanted to make something better of it, and he stepped the fuck up, unlike just about everyone else.
It's so fucking nuts to be like, I gave up on you. It's like, yeah, the girl who killed many of your Firelights, the girl who was the primary lieutenant outside of Savika, I suppose, for Silco, who was like the master of your suffering. Why are you pretending like there's no I shouldn't have given up on you?
He gave up on her. He gave up on her at immense personal cost too. We see it in their fucking fight in episode 7 of the first season.
Yep.
He does not handle well the realization when he looks down at like the terrified eyes of the person who used to be his friend that he's going to have to beat her to death. I don't think he processes that particularly well, and that shows in his expression. It's not exactly a happy thing for him that he's got to kill Jinx. But like, what do you expect him to do? What does this line mean that he is supposed to do? I'm sure he just never tried to go and talk to her. Certainly, this just never happened.
I just don't. This is all nonsense. Like, the Undercity could be like this if only I wasn't giving up. You're like, you're the main trier.
I don't even. You've been trying really hard.
The guy who did not give up. You are that guy.
Build a whole sanctuary for people so they can come there.
You are doing a lot of heavy lifting, buddy.
Yeah, it really does.
They just decided everything I like about the character. They decide he's not in order to facilitate this shit, man.
So, says, you ever wish you could stay in one moment? And she says, sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind, which is what he said to it earlier. Parallels.
Whoa.
Parallels.
Wow. Jace... That's another Rings of Power style setup and payoff speedrun.
Speedrun. Jace is doing walkies through all of this. I don't really feel the need to reference much of it.
He's playing his video games.
But what Echo's saying here is that he's like thinking about, I kind of want to stay in this world, which
what do you mean? That's untenable.
What? Unbelievably fucking out of character. Like, what in the fuck are you talking? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be compelled to do that.
Yeah, like you are quite compelled by Judy, Echo. I don't know why we would need to remind you of this since it's what motivates
it's a delusion. These aren't the people he loves. They're all different people.
One character, the one person in Zorn who was like leading a positive force for change within Zorn. The one guy.
This is all putting to one side that it is untenable to remain in this universe because it means stealing the life of this alternate Echo.
And
so, it's already off the cards.
Yes. And he will cause an incursion.
No.
We don't know about that.
It bugs the hell out of me that he's apparently not smart enough to remember what he said in the beginning of this fucking episode to Heimerdinger, which is, my people need me. Like, hello? It shouldn't even be a momentary thing to think about. These aren't your people. These are fucking echoes that you've stolen from him. You live in...
You have to give him back to them.
Yeah, this is like nonsense delusional shit. Get out. You gotta go save your people. You gotta go back to your world. And it's like, yeah, but I want to indulge. It's like, no, you wouldn't, because it's not real for you. None of these... For every second you spend here, your people are dying. You wouldn't be compelled to stay here.
You are robbing this Echo of moments of his life. You know, with each passing second, that's a moment that he's lost forever.
And then they kiss.
Well, I I will have to be departing though. So I've got to head out. I got family and stuff here for Thanksgiving, and we got people and all sorts of stuff. So I'm gonna have to. I cannot stay any longer to further discuss the incredible Arcane season 2, episode 7, the best of them all with you. So I'll have to say goodbye to y'all. So
okay.
Bye.
Goodbye, Rex.
You bet. I'll catch up on this when I return. And I guess I will see all of you later. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. See ya.
Bye-bye.
What were you saying, Mola?
They kiss.
Cringe.
Oh,
Do you think of anything that might be wrong here?
Oh.
Well, they've replaced...
I'd like to be clear first.
With Echo.
I'd like to just be clear real quick, because I'm not sure how chat feel about this, but I know that broadly in the internet, this is considered like the greatest moment in the whole season. So
no, oh no,
are we on an island? Oh, I'm seeing. Okay, chat have it.
Chat's not. Yeah, chat's got it.
Yeah,
they know. A lot of people saying Patty Jenkins.
Patty Jenkins.
This has been one of the most wild things for me with this season.
Like basically explaining it.
Well, yeah. So this has been one of the most wild things for me because most of the coverage of anything to do with this has been hyper positive. I've not seen a single post that regards what we're about to talk about, and that feels very odd to me. I think, I guess the power of shipping communities overwhelms anything you could possibly imagine. Now, this world, as you know, has functioned alongside, parallel, if you will, alternate dimension, multiverse, blah, 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 along with the one that Echo is from. But we're all smart enough and mature enough to say that they're not the same. Not only have they gone on different timelines, but they've lived different lives, had different experiences, said different things here and there. I mean, these ones are so starkly different that the point of it is, look how good life could be. What could have been, you might even say. Oh, so poignant. Echo burst onto the scene, as we saw at the beginning of the episode, not really understanding fucking anything about what's going on. But Powder was there and reacting to him pretty friendly, pretty close. She was even, like, hugging him and stuff. Obviously, they have a relationship of some kind. Who's to say exactly what it is? But the truth of it is, as we know from the primary timeline, that these two have known each other for a long time. And with the way the timelines work, she and he would have developed quite a different relationship than she and he from the other dimension, universe, parallel, whatever. So, him coming into this world, he would have to be, you know, careful in the sense that I'm a brand new person, and I don't even know you, and you don't even know me. And so they work on this project together, and she assumes the entire time that he is very much the Echo that she has known her whole life. And then he talks about how, man, I like this world. This is a neat world. And gets himself a kiss from a girl who doesn't actually know the truth about him, which is he's not the man she thinks he is. He knows that very well. He also knows she may very well not kiss him if she knew that in his world, he regularly has to possibly avoid / intend to kill her.
He has tried to kill her on more than one occasion.
No. I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty easy moral indictment of his choice here. Wouldn't have been my choice in terms of characterization.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's not
quite bad. It's quite bad, actually.
It's just a little memento for the sacrifice he's making, leaving this place behind. Okay.
Yeah, and it's the culmination of this entire episode's manipulative writing with regard to Jinx, because this emotional climax, for lack of a better word, is pretty much entirely used to justify something very important that happens in the final episode.
To say nothing of, sorry, go on.
And without this, this version of without our version of Echo hooking up with alternate version of Jinx, we would have nothing for those two characters. because they haven't even
yes
interacted since they were children. Like prior to watching this episode, it wasn't even in the back of my mind that those two characters could have had some kind of relationship had things been different. There's no hint of that in the main timeline.
I don't think they hint anything romantic, but certainly like they could have had a friendship that would have been, they would have grown up together, had everything not gone to shit and everything. Yeah.
Something I suppose that is also worth adding on to the explanation is, of course, the Echo from this universe is in no position to say anything about anything that's happening right now.
Nope.
He can't do it. Well, on that note, Fringy,
about it.
If she knew, I don't think she'd be horrified. She'd be like, "So the boy I grew up with is dead."
It's really bad.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
What choice would Echo have but to say, no, I hope he will come back when I go.
As far as they can both know, he is alternate Echo is dead. He can't know that he will come back.
Let's not even think about the logistics of that. Like his soul just re-inhabits his body or whatever.
His soul might be trapped in there. Like he has no idea how this works.
Suppressed in there. Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh man. But I also want to mention with Echo, you can't have this. That character has so much trauma associated with this individual. Like you could have some fun exploring, the like realities for him of looking someone in the eye and seeing the face of a person that's killed many of your friends, but in a completely different context. That's about as far as you can go. I don't think Echo, no matter how long he spends here, really can reach a point of being willing to be this intimate, physically or otherwise, with this person.
Well, you know what?
Not with his history with his version of her.
Even if people out there who analyze this take no issue with any kind of consent thing that's happening here, I don't see how you can see this as a meaningful kiss. He doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
Which is a big problem.
I would say so.
If she knew, she may well make a different decision.
I think she would absolutely make a different decision, and she would be
like the thing is that the mere possibility is that's it. But the fact that it's basically all but certain, it's just like, jeez.
Well, yeah, and it's called, as far as I'm aware, Time Bomb is the ship, and it's all I ever see for Arcane discussions is this.
I would like it to stop.
I would like it to stop too.
I enjoyed the tragedy of it.
Gary has spoken before about because he's an old nerd, and he's talked about how shipping has absolutely destroyed several things he's interested in. I feel like I've never really experienced that until Arcane.
I mean, it was a thing for Rings of Power, but we didn't care about Rings of Power. With Arcane, I've seen it pop up from time to time as well.
Arcane is under attack from shipping, but even the shippers aren't happy. So
no, the shippers are mad.
Something particularly cringes. I saw people comparing Echo and Powder's relationship with Miles and Gwen from the Spider-Verse movies. I found that particularly embarrassing. Like, it's just, why are you saying that? Why would you why?
Well,
I mean, the fact that
they're remotely the same.
No, they're not remotely the same in any way, shape, or form. Other than this is a small connection one could make, and I guess that's how fucking surface level this gets.
Oh, and they're both animated, I guess. That's it.
That's the one. That's it. You got it. That was the connection.
Yeah. It is actually like, I cannot believe how much like this show has been destroyed by shipping. Like in terms of how much it's dominating the conversation and infecting the writing.
Nobody's having a rational discussion about this climax of like their relationship.
Indulgence.
It's
side and fan side. It is all just indulgence. Nothing beyond that.
The fact that like most people, not most people, but well, probably most people actually, consider this scene to be the best part of season 2, and a lot of people seem to consider this episode to be the best part of season 2, which I think I would probably agree with, but for different reasons. Pretty much goes to show that the people who think that season 2 is either good on its own or better than season 1 like season 1 for reasons that are totally disconnected from why we appreciate season 1. It's I wanted to see these characters that I know do the thing that I want them to do. It's I want to see Warwick fight Jinx.
Ambessa.
It's total. Yeah,
every worst impulse you know from or would expect from like fan of property seeing adaptation of property. Like, yeah, I'm going to see Jay swing his hammer around. Barely even get that, and then we're gonna have a big fight with Victor. He's gonna have his laser, and we're gonna see all my characters interacting and fighting and all of that sort of stuff with no sense of tying that back to a core narrative, the way Arcane season 1 always managed to do.
Yes. Yeah, there's loads of like quote unquote fan service moments in season 1.
The entire fight with the Shimmermans.
Yeah, like I have problems with that fight, but as it is a very effective moment of fan service that fits into Jace's story fantastically. It's fan service done really, really well.
Yes.
And yeah, like I guess the people who are currently praising season 2 thought that season 1 was good because Jace fights with his hammer and Vi gets her gauntlets. Like there's no consideration or appreciation for why any of that happened and what it actually meant.
No appreciation for how they brought it back after the fight scene and kept it within the realms of the story they were telling, which is what made the story so effective in the first place, because it was using the property as a springboard to talk about ideas that come about naturally from that property.
This was a thought that I had about Rings of Power, is that like compared, like the Lord of the Rings is a story, Arcane season 1 is a story. Arcane Season 2, I think, is a lot better than Rings of Power, but Arcane Season 2 and Rings of Power aren't really stories. They are sequences of events that are meant to make you feel something. Like how you get from A to B doesn't matter as long as you feel something.
I mean, that's not even an emotion from A to B. I feel like that's something that you could ascribe to a lot of bad stories.
Yeah.
That they have moments in isolation that in a vacuum, it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I can see why you would be motivated to have this be a scene in your story, but I mean, the connective tissue is really important. But I mean, I guess it's not, because like a lot of this has worked, I suppose, in terms of like positive reactions to it. I mean, it was a bit awkward because when we first watched this episode, the sense is like, oh, this scene with Echo and Powder is like, this is gonna like this is gonna sort of prompt that conversation, but like no, it's just like it didn't happen. It like entirely.
I'm not exaggerating. I've seen nothing in that discussion.
No, it's like you said. It's cited by many people as being like their favorite moment in the whole show. It's crazy.
Crazy bad.
Well, so while Echo goes to that dance, had that chat with Benzo, etc., and then talked with Powder, and then came back, Heimerdinger has cracked multi-dimensional travel.
Sorry,
he figured it out. He got it.
Mola,
he's really smart.
I need to link you this. Someone in chat just said this, and I found it. I saw a post called Chem Bomb, and it's a ship between Jinx and Smeech.
This is really good. I've been seeing this make the rounds.
That's hilarious.
I mean, if they're in love, who should stop them?
It looks so annoyed in the top left.
Like he's shrunk himself on the right there.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a universe, right, where Smeech is still alive.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He might be alive and well in that universe.
He probably is. Yeah.
You know, if there's infinite timelines, there's one possibility. Yeah.
This is the one where Rictus helped him get over his thing with Shimmer.
And then he said, "You got to get back out there in the dating game, man. It's not over."
Yeah. He sent him to rehab. He went to rehab and he got clean. And now he gives talks. Now he goes around and gives speeches about like the effects of addiction and how to get over it.
Speeches.
Like,
turn your life around. Yeah.
Oh my god. And he's spending all this time
man.
like, I don't know, Rictus, I don't think I'm ready to get back out there. And Rictus
No,
just, claps
this
him
is
on the
a feel-
shoulder and then shoves him, out towards.
This is a
powder
feel-good
in the bar.
sitcom right here. This is
Hell yes.
this is an uplifting story.
Anyway, back to Misery. Heimerdinger has cracked multi-dimensional travel in like an hour, which goes entirely against everything in his character again. To crank this technology so hard, so fast, so uncontrolled, untested, no redundancies, just no analysis. He's just going fucking nuts.
And remember, if he drives it further than 4 seconds, he explodes.
Himself, yeah.
Yes, he explodes himself.
How was he even iterating upon this?
I don't know.
It's such a shut the fuck up. We're at the end of the episode. It's like, oh, okay.
You have to understand that Heimerdinger is very intelligent.
Yeah.
And that is what is being communicated here, is look how intelligent Heimerdinger is. He did so much science that he cracked multiversal travel in a night.
He puts the scheme in schematic. That's all we need to know.
Imagine if he had like years to do science.
He needs a speech. So, Jay says, this is where it all started, isn't it? The end of Piltover because of Hex Tech. Why did you ever give me this? And he's talking to the wizardman. The
wizardman who was obviously Rise, yes.
Obviously fucking Rise, never mind that. But I just thought it was
why you threw him in the hole.
Well, so it's
like,
all these questions being asked. I was just like, Chase, you have no fucking clue what's happening. None whatsoever. What is all this like? I see Hex Tech was the folly of man. How could I ever have been put on the path to create it? It was you. Why did you provide this? It's like, no, you should just be like, hi.
Hey.
What's going on?
Where am I? Why are you here as well?
How did you get up here? Why did you run away? Why did you help me out of this hole? Explain yourself with all these plot points, please.
And then he says,
what is actually happening to these people? Like, with mannequin people and stuff, what has actually happened to them? Do you want to tell me?
Mm-hmm. He says, doesn't have to go this way, right? Just tell me, there's a chance. And then the wizard is just sort of... I don't know if he's... Are we supposed to believe he's, like, communicating with him in some way?
I don't know. It looks like he's not saying anything.
He has to be, because Jace goes on to say, like, I know what I have to do. I will not fail. He is getting information. He can't be getting this from just looking at a guy who's not doing anything.
Why is he doing it like that?
That would be weird, because Rise doesn't have any, like, telepathic abilities that I'm aware of.
Oh, no.
Well, it's either that, or the conversation is taking place verbally, but the editing is lying to the audience, basically, to hide it.
They're actually talking, but every time we cut to him, he's silent.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know why that's so amusing to me, just cutting through all of his dialogue. I don't know.
Well, it's because they want to keep this as a mystery box for as long as they can. So
they want to disguise Rise's identity for as long as they can, yeah.
Yes, Rise.
The Wizardman encourages Arcane Jace to provide his Arcane Gloomhammer to regular Jace.
Okay.
I guess.
Thanks for the hammer, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. Why does this one work or not mine anymore? Well, before I disassembled it, I guess.
Okay. And then he's like, send me back. And the wizard, I guess, sends him back through time? Or back?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that must be one powerful wizard. Again,
it
could probably only do that with the use of a world rune.
You know, if
I don't think he would do that.
If I were a wizard filled with regret and the ability to time travel, man, the things I might do. Instead of just
go back in time yourself.
Maybe. I guess I wouldn't just stand in this place indefinitely staring.
Just standing at the sum total of my failings, like, damn, this sucks.
I think
it's like, could do anything about again.
He eats the concept of misery, like he just consumes it.
I feel so bad.
Misery.
Gives a new meaning to the theme song. That's right.
This scene is actually parallel to Theo losing his mind and becoming schizophrenic. I agree.
So yeah, Heimerdinger is booting up the machine. He's like, here we go, off we go. It's gonna be great. No tests, no prep time, no saying goodbye to anybody, no prepping them for what's about to happen. As in, like, you're about to be dropped your previous versions of nothing. It was just like, yeah, fuck it, let's just go, whatever. It should work, right? I think.
Yeah, easy, no problem. Let's stand in that thing and boot it up, throw it on. Let's
go. It's
gonna
be so good. Oh my god. So the machine begins to break.
Oh,
that's unfortunate. Parts of it start flying off because they're not properly secured, I suppose. And like I said, there are no redundancies for levers flinging about and metal shielding just flinging off. So, it looks like Heimerdinger... this kind of shit is so badly translated because of how goddamn rushed everything is. He looks at Echo and says, I must say that since I met you, lad, I've truly lived. And, like, you'd be forgiven for thinking anything other than, huh? What does that have to do with anything? And it's like, the person would turn to you and be like, oh, he's saying he's going to sacrifice himself. You'd be like, what?
But
why? What could possibly be happening that would make that happen? And then he says, back in a wink, and he jumps out of the machine. Now, instead of turning it off and fixing it, he decides that he must press a bunch of buttons, pull a bunch of levers to make it fully work for Echo, but not himself. He won't be able to get back in himself. He does a final move, connects like 2 wires after doing all this stuff. And like I said, instead of trying to fix it, he just decides, I gotta do all this stuff, and it vaporizes him.
So, Heimerdinger kills himself because he didn't plug the machine in properly.
He just didn't... hate coming off the screen.
He didn't do anything properly. He didn't do anything like Heimerdinger would do.
Yeah. They just wanted to get a Heimerdinger out of here. They just hate this motherfucker.
They didn't know what... It's almost like they decided that, well, Heimerdinger from the game is too goofy. We got to get rid of him because the setting is supposed to be more serious, without realizing that they had already solved that problem in Season 1.
Yep. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely senseless.
It's a complete betrayal of the character in order to kill him.
And the alternate Heimerdinger as well.
Yep.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh yeah, he vaporized 2 for 1 special on Heimerdinger killing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He Heimerdinger in this universe, he killed him too.
Why don't we address the immediate cope from League familiar fans of Arcane, Theo?
I don't know if I know this one.
Oh, you do. It's the well, why? It's fine. He'll be back. He's in Bandle City.
Oh yes, of course. Yes. He'll come back in Bandle City. Yordles. That's the lore thing. Yordles are immortal. They just respawn in Bandle City, apparently.
Now,
I don't know that works
problem number 1. Arcane hasn't established this. There are no stakes that regard that in this story. That's not a thing here. Like, until it's a thing here, it's not a thing here. Secondly, I don't know that Bandle City recognizes a multi-dimensional traveling Yordle's death. How the fuck does that work?
He'd end up in the wrong...
Heimerdingers come back in their respective universes?
Wouldn't he end up in the wrong Bandle City?
Yeah.
Would Bandle City respawn him the second he left the universe? Would it be like, what? Well, something happened to him. I gotta respawn him.
You gotta get back in.
Like... Well, yeah. Is he going to respawn in Bandle City in Universe 2 with another Heimerdinger? They both are like, oh hi, hey, yeah. It's like,
hey, what's up?
Wow, that's crazy.
Wait, chat just pointed out that this means that Smeech is alive.
Of course he's alive. He's in Bandle City.
Smeech is coming back in Bandle City.
Finally,
he may have lost his augmentations, I guess, but you know he can go and get those back.
So I don't. It's a complete and utter fucking failure. Everything to do with Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
It makes me upset to no end, but whatever. He's not the only victim, obviously.
It is deeply dismissive.
During his
that
death
no other
scene,
character receives that sort of treatment.
Echo says, "No, Heimerdinger, wait, no," sort of thing. Echo will never mention Heimerdinger again in this show.
Yeah, Heimerdinger is not mentioned again. That's it for him.
Nice one, Echo.
No mural, no mention, no name
for
drop,
the record,
nothing.
Everyone says in meta, Echo is the savior of the season, he's the hero, he's blah 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 blah. And nobody mentions that he could have done anything without Heimerdinger. Nobody
is progenitor of the idea of a mural to remember the people we lost, even as far back as, again, like his intro cinematic to the video game. That's where the idea of the mural in the show came from first time around. that's like part of his whole thing. No, he just doesn't mention Heimerdinger. He doesn't care, I guess.
We don't get any reactions from any of the characters, including Jace, that Heimerdinger gave his life to save the universe.
Yep. Nothing.
Why do they hate him so much?
Why do they hate him
so much? It's
unbelievable.
Insanity.
It's insane. I
don't
can't believe
get it. I really don't understand. What did he do?
What did he do? Oof. It is rough.
There's your Heimerdinger, folks.
To make matters, just to rub a bit of extra salt in the wound, they actually have Echo leave, and previous Echo is dropped in his place, sort of thing. Like it's, don't worry, you got your Echo back. Heimerdinger doesn't get that.
No,
it is funny that they show that as if they forgot that Heimerdinger. Like, how do you simultaneously show? Yeah, there was an alternate Echo, and be like, oh, well, fuck Heimerdinger.
Nobody gives a fuck about him.
It's just if you don't care about Heimerdinger, like
they don't care at all.
Well, that's all I've got to explain it is just even past not caring, just like active dislike.
It's so unceremonious.
I don't understand why that did happen for Echo, because he gets in the time portal dimension machine, and then his physical body is zapped out and is lying on the floor in front of the machine, and then the version that is in the machine turns into the version that we know from the main timeline.
Because random.
Scienced it like that.
Despite the physics making no fucking sense at all, they needed this payoff. They needed to have our Echo being like, it's okay, other Echo, you can have the life I wanted. I'm going to sacrifice it and go help some people. I'm going to give it up, even though it belongs to this Echo.
Yeah, this is fine already. You actually stole it from me for like a couple of weeks, so
no, yeah, and of course unintentionally. But then you made other choices that you could have not done.
Yeah.
While you were here, so you know.
Sorry, and that's going to be incredibly awkward between. And that's going to be incredibly awkward between this Echo and this Powder.
Well, like, yeah, she's not going to know what the fuck happened at all. He'll have no memory of the past few weeks, however long it was. Yes, and oh my god, it's so bad. It's just so awful.
Like, can you imagine the trauma of like, oh, at any moment you could just like lose autonomy over yourself. Like someone from an alternate universe could come along through crazy magic and rob you of your life for an indeterminate amount of time, possibly indefinitely.
But you see, it's emotionally effective because we now know the Powder will be happy with Echo still in this universe. Isn't that wonderful?
It's cringe.
Deeply.
Deeply cringe.
Deeply cringe.
So, yeah. Jace's little arm crystal gets zapped into his arm. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know why they needed to do that.
I think it's so that he can't lose it.
Okay.
That's the only explanation, because that's
the only thing I can think of is that it gets transported into Victor-verse later on or something.
That's what I'm
clothes on or something.
I guess it could be that, but yeah, either way, it's because it's important later, and Jace needs to have it on him.
Yeah. Also, I think it glows later on, so I don't know if it gives him some kind of protection. I don't know. I've just seen some things where like, did this do something right now? But it's not really mentioned. They just use it later. But sucks.
Well, Echo goes back to his land. And
what is Powder gonna tell everybody about Heimerdinger and where he went?
He vaporized himself doing science the way that he loved.
Why was he doing science in your little den?
Oh, as if this world has any fucking responsibility or accountability.
I know.
As a counselor, this is going to be like a crazy incident. If it's like, dude, Heimerdinger, one of the founder of Piltover, he's just gone.
Yeah, you know, if Heimerdinger
founder of Piltover, actually, he's just the guy who sings songs every once in a while.
If Heimerdinger went somewhere, you know that Piltover would be like, they'd be throwing ceremonies and stuff. He would not just be inexplicably absent and no one would mention it.
Another side effect of this is that alternate dimension they now have access to a fully functioning time/dimension machine.
No, it's like an Endgame. They'll just never use it again.
Well, you see, Echo took it with him, so there.
Yeah, all the notes, all the technology to generate it. The fact that fucking Heimerdinger did it in an hour.
It's okay. There's just no more hex crystals.
Except
whatsoever.
obviously
there's
the ones
there's
Powder
none.
has this.
No, there's none.
There are not.
Giant collection right here. Or it is fine.
Which also sort of raises the question of, man, could Heimerdinger have lived if it was like one of those instead of what they had access to?
Well, this is what I don't understand. Why didn't she bring this up to him?
Do you think there's a moment in Powder's future where she shuts this drawer like a bit too violently and then explodes?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I actually am stuck on that. If Powder had mentioned, "Oh, I have like a real crystal here," that might have been enough to save Heimerdinger's life. Maybe if they had access to these, that wouldn't have necessitated him exploding himself.
I previously thought that this was supposed to just be like a cute little, I don't know if ironic is the right word, but like she didn't realize that those were needed, and it's like, oh well, if she had them the whole time.
How could she not?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. She saw them working on the little shards, right?
Well, and you would have told her where they were from.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she remembers. That's why she's got them.
Yeah, if she was involved in the process of creating the technology using the shards that were recovered from the crime scene, then yeah, you would absolutely think that she would have mentioned it.
I think the point of this from the writers, it's a cute nod to the fact that she's going to become a seriously important inventor in this world. She's going to take them into the next stage, sort of thing.
Yeah, okay,
but one,
yeah, sure, but
yeah, she should have brought all of this up already, and it would have changed everything about the way they constructed everything. But two, why would we assume that it wouldn't have a tragic ending, considering all the points they keep trying to make about Hex Tech throughout both seasons?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's fine. I actually missed the bag because it was already checked out of the episode on my first watch, and then I think during the coverage we did on the Forge, it was like, no, she had like things there. It's like, no, she didn't. Where? I was like, oh, it's the last frame, and just looked at it. It's like, oh, you stupid bitch. Why didn't you mention this?
I thought that maybe this was supposed to be an explanation, by the way, that she pocketed all of them, and so that's why Victor wouldn't have found any of them. But like, they would have captured her, and she was holding them. They would have taken them off her.
The nature of these crystals, even, they're not necessarily a limited supply. Like, these aren't the only ones. If we go from League of Legends lore, they are like pulled from the deserts in Shurima. But if we don't want to do that, then there is some explanation as to how they got a bunch more of them for the Hex Gates. I'm sorry, but
Also, I'm annoyed that this little satchel, this little bag is open. Why isn't it like closed?
Oh, whatever.
So you can see what's inside it.
She's characterized as a moron. It's fine.
Speaking of which, you gotta talk about what the thing means. The image.
Why don't you?
I don't remember what it was. I thought you might have.
So originally, it was supposed to be Vi and Powder, an image of them both. But they changed it to this flower that's supposed to... It's supposed to be like a rare flower that... it's supposed to... Like a thing that it struggles to bloom or some bullshit that represents the Powder in this universe. I don't really care, obviously, because everything's broken. I would care. I would normally care.
Echo. Look,
I just completely ignored that thing. I was like, okay.
Echo and Powder are in the flower. Look.
So beautiful.
Wow, cool.
I hate it. This should never have been on the table. Echo is defined as a character by being the person making the best out of his bad situation. Don't take him to the idyllic situation where everything's perfect. That's annoying as a choice. I don't know why you would do it.
Well, and to tell him as well that the key element of the idyllic universe is Vi being dead.
So weird. Vi and everything goes great.
He comes back to his normal universe and he's like, "Bye, you gotta go. You need to die right now."
Also, the episode ends on some very upbeat, happy pop music.
Oh, does it?
It was very distracting to me when Heimerdinger just died.
Yeah, that would not have been my choice.
He's gone. Bye.
Yeah, but don't worry. Don't worry.
Unfortunately,
Yordles are invincible or whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. He also didn't explode.
That's the reason why it was played as being somewhat dramatic of a sacrifice.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
fun.
Makes sense.
I wonder if because he just more vanished than explode, that he's just floating somewhere in another alternate universe or some bullshit and comes back.
What do you mean? Don't you think that's something they should have let us know about in the next 3 episodes?
Oh, you know they don't tell us shit.
No, they just went, fuck this guy, Medinger, and then, like, that was it.
Yeah, Unfortunately for you,
Bye,
you're not
Madigo.
a human. You're a little fluffy fella.
Yeah,
with a
you
big
can
mustache,
fuck off.
So yeah, bye. See ya. You're not a person, even though you act like a person. That's episode 7.
Yeah, it's fucking awful. I hate it.
I hate it a lot. It's indulgent in a
I hate
way
it
that I
even more
really,
now.
really hate in my stories.
And so,
I previously thought it was probably the best of the season purely because of how disconnected it is. I didn't think that the writing was notably better or worse than the rest of the series, but I thought that the problems didn't matter as much because it's kind of like episode 3 of The Last of Us. It is so disconnected that it doesn't really matter how good or bad it is. It doesn't affect anything at large. Yeah, you've changed my mind on that. This episode fucking sucks.
Yes.
Yes.
Whatever the
Another
best
one.
episode of the season is, and best is not. It's not a positive here. It just means that
Yeah.
it's not the worst, really. It's somewhere in Act 1.
Yeah, I think episode 2 is probably the standout for me, and that is way worse than the worst episode in season 1.
I don't know if this has been like rabbited on about much, but my god, the amount of runtime we burned on this fan fiction.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
My god, an entire episode. So what did we do with this episode?
Well,
Echo got the Z drive, and Jace got his mission from Rise.
The only characterization that we actually got in this episode was we didn't really get any for Jace because he just has to get given his mission. Which, what do we learn about Jace in this episode? Pretty much nothing.
Nothing about Jace, nothing about the world.
Yeah, but I mean, no one else is in it apart from you got Echo. We learn a bit about him. It's mostly bad. And Heimerdinger, same thing. Like there are 3 characters in this episode because everyone else is an alternate version that doesn't have any greater ramifications on the story.
You know what I think is funny about this episode? We get like very little about Clagger and Milo in this episode, and I know more about them in this universe than I know about Isha. Grogu, sorry, Grogu. I just found that funny. It's like, oh yeah, I know what these guys are up to. He's like doing engineer stuff. The other one became a little bit of a charmer or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. Grogu's dead. Fuck that.
Someone mentioned the episode is heartbreakingly beautiful. What the fuck are they talking about? You're in luck. The last 2 hours, we've gone through every last scene. That's exactly why not a huge fan of it. I think that it's getting away with it because it's the most indulgent in its bullshit. It's also cheated so heavily and then ignored all the repercussions of its cheat. So it's just like, good God, this is just really low quality, man. Like, you're not trying at all. Obviously, that does not address the animators. They've done a wonderful job, as they always do. Excellent work representing this pile of shit writing, but that's okay. I know you guys are doing your job.
That episode also is the only justification that we get for Jace murdering Sallow and, I mean, also murdering Victor. And it's not enough.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's too early or we could do it next week, but I was just going to say that obviously step 1 after all of this would be, hey, Victor. And Victor's like, hey, touch my mind, and you'll see that your entire empire will fall to ruin, and you in the future will be very fucking sad. So, don't do what you're doing. Okay, bro. High 5.
You got it.
Problem solved.
That would be step 1. Obviously, if that doesn't work, maybe you have to stop him yourself.
Oh, what you could, oh my God, they could have, it's just loops within loops that makes even less sense the more you think about it. If Victor is responsible for sending Jace to that timeline, then that means that a infinitely powerful version of Victor knows about the repercussions of Hextech, which means he could tell himself.
Yes. It's really bad.
Well,
I don't understand why this would be the choice in terms of what the problem with Hextech is. Hextech just invariably obliterates the world.
It's because it's inherently bad. They said it, I think, earlier in the season, I think.
But as a writing decision, I would not have made this choice because they want to capitalize the fuck out of this IP, right? Piltover, as an entity in the source material they are using, is heavily invested in Hextech. There are multiple characters that cannot exist without Hextech. The entire state of Piltover as an entity is dependent upon Hextech being what it is. So locking it off is just a really strange choice to make in the very first story you tell in the universe.
Well, not to mention that in terms of, analogy or allegory, metaphor, thematic elements, I don't know why you would be, isn't it better to just be like, yeah, it's complicated, it's kind of how you use it that defines whether it's good or bad, rather than definitively casting it as being bad.
It is complicated. You can do plenty of Icarus flying too close to the sun kind of things if you want, because man is meddling with forces that are extremely powerful and fundamental to the world, and that's a big part of Runeterra. Is magic is fucking dangerous as shit.
I don't know, it's just when you're thinking about the nature of stories being useful, for instance, with Lord of the Rings, we don't live in a fantasy world with magical rings, but the idea of the ring representing power and how it can corrupt somebody, that's useful to regular people as something to think about, And if it was an important aspect of crafting themes, it's is this going to be useful to people? And can you make it more useful or more relevant or more interesting instead of closing the doors to opportunities, for narrative and thematic meaning? I don't know, it just
comes
seems
across as spiteful. They wanted to slam the door shut on everything that they were doing here, so that nothing can be done with it again. Despite the fact that, I really hate to go on about this so much, but this leaves many League of Legends characters out in the cold. One of them has a Hextech heart and a Hextech augmented body. What the fuck's she supposed to do now? How does she exist?
Alternate.
Where's Blitzcrank?
Yeah. Where the fuck is Blitzcrank?
He would be going crazy with all the shit that's happening in Piltover. He would be like,
where's Renata Glask? She was a Chem Baron, but Chem Barons, with where we're going, I don't know that they're even real anymore.
With where we're going, you're probably not going to be seeing Piltover much at all anymore, would be my guess.
Well,
for a while.
I mean, there's probably at least one person who's watching us break this down without having seen it. Episodes 8 and 9 are fucking batshit crazy.
This episode is so tame compared to the shit you're about to hear about.
But not until next week.
Yeah, that's right, next week.
Find out on the next exciting episode.
As you can see, this, as I've said before, it doubles as our recovery from the events of this. A lot of us were very invested in Arcane.
Yes. I'm still so sad, man. I'm so upset.
I'm past that point. I just don't. I'm past that.
I can't help it. I'm too attached to the IP. Help me.
I completely understand. It's it really is complicated, the kind of feelings that bad media can sort of get out of you. In this case, it's very much I don't know. Somehow, I pretty quickly moved to step 5. Stage 5 acceptance. I don't know. I just don't care about what's next. I don't care about any other shows in other parts of the world. It's nah, you lost me. Sorry, you lost me.
It feels like it was so difficult for it to be this bad.
No, I mean, I was beyond my there was no. I really just expected it was going to be good.
Yeah, I had full confidence. I kept saying I have no reason to believe that these writers are going to do me wrong. They did me wrong.
Oh,
now it falls to Andor to deliver on what we know is a season that is
Squid Game's
that's
coming
true.
first.
Yeah, but I mean, I it's weird. I feel like even if that was a big disappointment, it wouldn't be too big a deal. Whereas if Andor season 2 is a disappointment, I'm gonna be really upset about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's interesting because it's in a sense not quite the same sort of situation, but it's similar in that we know that they wanted to do more than 2 seasons of Andor. We know that. And that season 2 is going to be with time jumps as well, condensing 4 years of story into 1 season, which is a challenge.
Okay.
But goddamn, I hope that they can deliver, and I look, right, I have to believe in something, okay?
I've expressed full confidence prior. I expressed full confidence in Arcane. I'm not making that mistake again. We'll see if they manage to pull it off.
Theo will never trust again.
Not in fucking TV shows, that's for sure.
No, it's I mean, I suppose it's an unfortunate thing about getting invested in television is, the story's not over. Assuming that you're watching it while it's coming out compared to being told about a show when it's already done.
It's just
that you are always in a position to be let down by where the story goes.
the crazy thing to me is just the nature of season 1 as it is, and how meticulous and careful it is in terms of and precise it is in terms of telling the story that it wants to tell. That speaks to a level of competence in the writing room and at pretty much every stage of the production that I don't understand how that can just evaporate.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
I don't understand where it went.
No, it's because it's kind of complicated to sort of figure out how to reassess certain creators or creatives when it comes to Ridley Scott's pretty easy, right? It's like, dude, Blade Runner came out a long time ago, man. It's a long time ago. And then you've got other people who are more. Wow, it's just look, right.
Yeah.
His filmography is a mixed bag. Doesn't feel accurate. It's I suppose it's the nature of some people are really reliable. Tarantino is quite reliable. So if he made a bad film, it would just be like, oh man, I guess you were just having a bad day, right? Compared to I don't know, it's complicated because in this case it really is difficult to. Arcane season 1 is not an accident. That's not.
No.
You don't accidentally stumble into what they created there. There are too many really good ideas, really strong execution, and really good just connectivity between all of the events of the season. You don't do that by accident, which makes it really hard. I feel like the almost intuitive and easy and comfortable answer is I don't know, man, whoever made it work wasn't involved anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's part of why I'm not completely checked out, because that cannot have been an accident, and this is currently a very small track record for these people. So the first time around they absolutely nailed it. The second time around, I don't know what an opposite synonym of nailed it would be. But
missed it.
They pried the nail back out,
yeah, exactly.
So,
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
I
think what's awkward is
it's like Flanagan with endings kind of thing to me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's more of an interesting one because it's he's really reliable when it comes to characters. He's also somewhat reliable, or no, not reliable. He's more inconsistent when it's endings. Because I mean, if you look at the Netflix shows, it's 2 for 4, which is man, that's perfectly balanced in a sense. It's I think the thing is that why you can see how the endings were what they were. You can trace them in a way that. Because Hill House's biggest problem is well, you wanted a happy ending for your characters when you had written them into a place where the best you were going to get was bittersweet.
Yeah.
And it's okay, you wanted a happy ending for the characters you got attached to. Wasn't the right decision, but I can understand how you got there. Compared to this, where it's I don't know what happened. I don't know how you got here. I don't know what went wrong.
Because this is just a lot of things. It's I can see how we could have gotten here eventually with 2 or 3 more seasons and more conversations and resolutions that could have happened, but you just were no, Caitlyn is now on their side again. It's oh, okay. Why?
Caitlin's hilarious.
I don't know. It feels like time constraints is starting to become something that I'm less willing to accept because, I mean, 3 years is more than most shows get. Obviously, honestly, there's a reason why that's the case. With the production, the animation, and everything, which again is excellent, and that just requires a certain amount of time. But most writers don't get as much time.
Yeah.
Between a season of television,
also, I don't really
every year.
I don't think I'm actually gonna accept this for this one because they already told us, yeah, we've already been working for 1 year on another show. On one of the 3. They've already been working on one for a year, apparently. So if you tell me then, oh, you put resources in that instead of finishing this and then complain you had time constraints, I don't know, man. I don't know what.
It's just
rubs me the wrong way.
Compared to, obviously, there would have been some amount of time crunch. There has to be, right?
Oh,
to
sure.
deliver this much animation in 3 years. But still, most TV shows don't get 3 years between seasons. That is not common. And I mean, if you knew that this was the time constraint, then, you know, I mean, like, regardless, something went wrong. Something went wrong, you know, even if there wasn't enough time to do it. Like, and even then, it's like, did it need to have this many problems? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who said you could only do 2 seasons? Was that your decision? Because I don't get it myself.
We're just gonna end up going around playing like whack-a-mole with who is like the important person, because you know before Christian Link is like the guy. Now we have to jump ship. Maybe Alex Yee was actually the guy who was, you know, the one who made it as good as it was, and maybe he wasn't as involved because
it ain't like.
Listen, all they had to do is not assassinate every single character.
That's not a high bar.
I think that's reasonable to expect.
I suppose the thing is that you can't. I don't know. You just keep going back to the Jackie Chan thing, right? You're not going to be able to go around and explain to everybody what went wrong.
Yeah.
In a way that
he doesn't think. I mean, the vast majority of these duties are wrong anyway. He'd be like, "They're great."
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's the thing is the reaction now. Obviously, I suppose prompts the kind of questioning, like, oh shit, did we do something wrong? But, like, yeah, I mean, there seems to be a level of satisfaction with, like, how it was written and just being like, oh, it was a little rushed, you know? Yeah, like, we had to smush things in a little bit, but not to the... I mean, again, like, saying that they condensed 3 seasons into 1 is a bit charitable. It's kind of more than that. Like, really.
Like 7 seasons.
Yeah, and someone might think that's hyperbolic, but the reality is that, like, we have condensed a huge amount. It's less so that it's being condensed, but a lot of it has just been omitted. A lot of like the necessary work to get to where they needed to go is not present.
Yes.
Yeah. Not that it was shortened, but that it's just like not even there. We've skipped it.
No.
Well, they cut out the bits that they presumably didn't think were necessary, so we're not going to have a scene. Well, yeah, because the prime target, unfortunately, is justifying why the characters are doing what they're doing. They might know why the characters are doing what they're doing, and they might know what the justification is that they might give. But because they don't allow us to see a conversation where Vi explains or is at least convinced why gassing her own people is a good idea, it means that when we see her gassing her own people, we're like, what have I missed? And why is she doing the opposite of what she would do? Because you could justify that, but it would take work to do.
Yeah, so the work of the writer is very often the work of the salesman. Like, you have to sell me on why a character would do a thing that they are doing.
Yeah.
You can't really sell me things that I don't get to see, you know?
Well, I'd say the big push and pull of storytelling can often come down to the fact that you want to keep everybody surprised and interested while simultaneously not ruining anything they expect is possible within this world. Be it through a character or event, whatever have you. Like, you want to be like shocking and interesting, but you simultaneously can't go outside of the rules you've created. Especially, I mean, you can. Like, it's like it's had a health bar, you know. Like, Arcane season 2 would have survived if the only damage was done to one character and everything else was great. Even we would be like, well, that was unfortunate that they had to be sacrificed for everything else to work. But then, you know, do it to 2, and it's like, well, that was really unfortunate that damage was done to 3, and you're like, it's a mixed bag. 4, like, pretty bad actually. That much damage done. 5, you're like, yeah, nah, this is got a bit far, isn't it? And then when you're faced with only Singed is okay, you're like, oh,
you just pray, please, Singed, run, Singed.
It's dire. It really is. And I suppose the question. I mean, it's funny because we're not done with talking about the show, which means that we're going to have these sorts of conversations again anyway. But you got to wonder what the lessons learned from this season are going to be, because it always feels like the wrong lessons are learned. Yeah. Very rarely are the correct lessons learned from, I guess, these sort of situations, right? What was the lesson that was learned from something like No Way Home? It's like, yeah, multiverse, do multiverse stuff. That's what people want to see. Bring back the old actors, yeah. And sometimes it works, like with Deadpool and Wolverine, where you make a bunch of money, regardless of whether the writing is dog shit. What a disappointing year. Like, really.
Yeah,
It's been a really disappointing year.
It's been pretty rough.
A little bit.
Anticipated, releases for film and television.
Well, as good a time as any to wrap up. Next week at the end, we'll probably look at the meta stuff. I'll have a better collection by then. We'll talk about. I'll have a few things to let us know how everything turned out the way it did. some people have talked about it in chat already. We'll do it next week. All right, it'll be a good little like, oh boy, everything went to shit.
Social media sure is a blessing and a curse, huh?
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes. Random. What are you up to, sir? Not that we've lovingly had you now for a few times with this whole coverage, but you know what? We got one more. I'm gonna drag you into it as well. But any updates, sir? Where can people find you?
Yeah, channel Random Film Talk, should be a link in the description. I have videos on a variety of topics, including Arcane Season 1, and also Rings of Power and The Hobbit and a handful of other things. As for what's coming next, nothing's going to come in the next week, so I'll be on here talking about Arcane again before I have another video out, but it's going to be a Rings of Power video next, and then I am going to do a video on Season 2 of Arcane. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
It will be fun.
Yo, how about you, sir?
Pretty much the same deal for me. I'm just bouncing around between a bunch of different projects. Stuff is in the pipeline. Don't expect anything particularly soon.
Very well. Exciting stuff. You Metal?
Oh, hello. Well, we already finished our coverage of Arcane last week because we did them as they came out, and it was very painful and a pain in the ass to get it all sorted out in like one day or 2 days, whatever. But we made it happen. So if you want some more Arcane craziness, you can find the forges on those over on the channel. Tomorrow we're just gonna do something chill. We're gonna be playing some video games on the forge. We grabbed us a John, and we're gonna play some Quake co-op. Just for a little, just recovering from the nightmare that was Arcane. So we're just gonna have some gameroonies. Talking about gameroonies, next week on the 6th, I think it was, I'll be doing a little party stream, I guess. A little celebration stream for the 10,000 subscribers. You all always want the big Gameroonie streams. That one's gonna happen. We're gonna have all the classics. Gothic Phone, Jackbogs, stuff like that. Gonna be fun times. All the flames in here, I think, are gonna be around possibly. I think so. There you go.
Yeah.
As for the Rings of Power video, I'm gonna stop making any estimations because works just keep railing me up the ass, and I never get time to do it. So it'll come out when it come out. I'm now at this point as well. I'm sorry. It's just it'll be done when it's done. There we go. And yeah, that's what's been going on for me. Lots of stuff happening over at my channel. Go check it out.
Springy, is there anything you want to mention?
I mean, I'm generally just toiling away in that old editing dungeon, but I did finish my Golem playthrough, which is up on Cosmoronic, so you can watch it on YouTube. Lock Balls was fucking hilarious.
Yes.
It killed me. It really did, and I killed Golem a few times so that I could really hear it. I could listen to it again. That shit was hilarious. I think that made the whole thing worthwhile. It really did.
Are you done? I haven't time to.
I'm finished. Yes,
that's
right.
I need to go watch them. I haven't had time to watch any of you guys.
Mola,
Trumbled.
Did you hurt the bird, didn't you?
I had to.
And I saw that Wolf did it too, which makes me really sad. I, of course, let the bird fly free.
Yeah, doing your little Smeagol cuck playthrough.
He came through. He saved me in the. He came through. He saved Golem in the end. So even if he didn't, I still would have let him go.
I was gonna say, wow, that's really transactional of you. You wouldn't save him unless he saves you.
Like I said, I saved him. No, he came through in the end. Smeagol won the argument most of the time. So, I mean, what an adventure, really, My God, lock balls. Oh yeah, that's it. Otherwise, it's just toiling away, working. Working. That's it. That's the update.
Yeah, you've got yourselves, I think, the full playthrough from Springy and Wolf now. Is Wolf he's doing it?
Yes. Yeah, Wolf.
Rags will be playing Golem very soon, which will complete the trifecta. and then the supercut will be generated.
Yes.
We'll have
God.
ourselves some fun
2
watching
supercuts of
Good
Gollum.
all the
God
highlights.
damn.
I know. It's gonna be great. Yes, and as for myself, work continues. The best I can tell you is next week we'll finish up Arcane. So that'll be wonderful. And from there, I'm not actually sure. It's a mystery. It is December, though.
Well, I'll be annoying you soon in person again.
He's going to be annoying me soon. There you
Yeah.
go.
In
I'll
person
stink up the
again.
place.
Well, that
Yeah.
means Dark Souls 2 is coming, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh no.
That's right. It's happening.
Dread it. Run from it.
It's
Destiny still arrives.
I'm sure it'll be fun. It's kind of fun to think about because I made that promise when I was still on Twitch. I'm gonna do this.
You
And,
betrayed
yeah, here
all
we are.
your Twitch fans.
It's funny because I think there's still like links to my Twitch on videos, and I think actually on the EFAP ME side there's still a link to my Twitch. So I randomly get like a notification on my phone. It's like someone followed you on Twitch. It's like, why? There's nothing on there. But yeah.
Suppose that's that. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We shall see you in the future of the EFAPins with an excited bit of coverage for the end of Arcane.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Misery.
It's
See
been
ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.